Once upon a time, there lived a man who was known as the strongest. He was called the Master Swordsman. He was revered as the Lord of the Sword. He threw down challenges to prove himself. At the same time, he wondered if he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. His opponent looked at the man with admiration, acknowledging his opponent's strength and victory over himself. The guy voiced the fact of his victory with doubt, and the dragon confirmed that the man was not imagining his victory and that he really had won. Realizing that he has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the guy smiles and closes his eyes. The dragon continues to admire the fight and remains pleased with the outcome of the battle, finally deciding to ask the man if he has a wish. The man asks him what the question is about, and the dragon replies that he was able to please him, and that he wants to fulfill his wish one last time, to which the man said that he would soon die, and, besides, his wish had already come true and he was happy with everything. But the dragon asks him about magic. To this the man answers that it has long been lost in their world, and besides, he does not need it. If the man had survived, he would not have strived for more, if only he had reincarnated, or something close to that. The dragon, looking closely at the man, did not hesitate, and immediately fulfilled the man's wish. Waking up in the body of a young man, the man began to examine his hands in surprise and thought. But as he lay there and continued to think more and more, he gradually began to understand something. Hearing his new name from the lips of his mother, to whom he was getting used to again, he even asked again what it was and was surprised that it was his name. And when, sitting in class, the realization finally came to him that he had reincarnated, he wondered why he was thinking about it. However, Soma decided that it didn't matter, exhaled and smiled lightly, inspiredly. Today he turned 6, and he is learning his skills and abilities, so he got out of bed and started getting ready. Skills and abilities, or to put it simply, a person's talents, not only allow you to find out what you are good at, but also give you the opportunity to try yourself, something that Soma's previous world was deprived of. In this new world, skills and abilities are in fact a way to determine current and future potential. While Soma was walking down the hallway, his sister suddenly called out to him and greeted him. Soma turned to Lena and greeted her too. The girl smiled at Soma warmly. Soma reached out his hand to stroke Lena's head, and she congratulated him on his birthday and hesitated for a second. Then Lena wished him to try harder today, to which Soma smiled and said that he didn't think he would have to do anything today. They walked further down the hallway together, and Lena told him to try not to get too nervous, and Soma admitted that he was more interested than excited. Lena continued to smile and assumed that since Soma was the older brother, she wouldn't be surprised if Soma had 3 or 4 skills. At this, Soma clenched his fist enthusiastically and said that he was just happy that he would soon be able to use magic. Soma imagined how he would perform magic and thought that he wanted to use it, because he dreamed about it when he was in the old world. Clenching his fists, Soma began to look forward to learning magic after he learned his skills, but he was also worried that he might not be able to handle his excitement. Lena said that she also eagerly wanted to know what kind of magic Soma could use, and Soma, having said that he would go, smiled and confidently moved into the office to find out what skills he had. However, now, standing in his mother's office, he was absolutely shocked and did not believe what he heard. He even asked his mother to repeat what she had told him. Sitting with an impassive face and folding her hands on the table, the woman repeated to Soma that he had no martial arts or magical skills, he would never master anything, and he was simply untalented. Soma was not going to give up, he agreed with his mother's words, and she looked at him carefully. Soma remembered how he had already voiced his desire to use magic to his mother, and his mother had supported him in his desire, so he promised her that he would definitely learn everything. Walking through the forest, he finally realized that he had no talents, and thought that it was not so important. Making his way into the depths of the forest with a stick in his hands, he looked around very carefully, as if searching for something, and peering into every bush. Here he finally found what he was looking for, walked up, touched the tree, and nodded with satisfaction, having found the perfect tree. Looking at the tree again, Soma froze and thought, remembering his past. At the age of 5, the teachers all vied with each other to call him a genius, saying that to go through the entire school curriculum in half a year, although it takes 3 years, at 5 years old it was incredible, and Soma just knew everything in advance. Soma never thought about whether he was a genius, especially considering the fact that he had reincarnated and retained all of his past memories and knowledge. But being talentless meant that he would never be able to use magic, so would he have to give up on what he wanted so much, the magic he wanted to master so much. Soma thought, trying to remember and find at least something that would give him a hint on what to do in this situation, at least something that would give him the opportunity to move on. And he remembered that the teacher had once told him that not having talent did not necessarily mean being talentless. In general, anyone could swing a sword without talent. And there were even mentions of people who had not mastered the skills but defeated people with talent. Maybe it was just an exception, but either way, exception or not, Soma accepts the challenge in another world exactly the same way he did that day with the dragon. Soma swung his stick well and aimed at the 100-year-old great tree. Meanwhile, Soma's mother, looking out the window, thought that he would not be able to master either a spear or archery or hand-to-hand combat or even magic or basic skills. He would not be able to master anything. She was indignant. Because Soma didn't even have a sword, he only had a useless and incomprehensible, in her opinion, sound skill. Soma used one of his fighting techniques from his past life to cut down a tree. At the moment of impact, his eyes lit up with fire, and the stick struck the target with a blow. Grinning, Soma saw the tree cut in half and fall in front of him with a wild crash. He realized that with this technique, even he would be able to use magic. Satisfied with his achievement, the once strongest in the world remembered the inscription on the piece of paper that was the result of the diagnosis of his skills. It was written there that the proof of completion had been achieved, and his soul would not grow anymore, since it had a caliber of the divine level. All that was left for Soma to do was figure out how he would use magic, but he didn't have time to finish thinking about it, as he staggered and fell face down on the ground, exhausted. The stranger, who heard the rumble, ran towards the sound, excited by such a loud sound, made her way through the thickets. Seeing the fallen tree, she tried to understand what it was. Coming out into a clearing with a fallen tree, the girl froze in place in surprise, seeing Soma lying motionless on the ground. The stranger tried to hold on to a weak water spell. It swirled in her palms and bubbled until it finally melted. Disappointed by the assumption that she had no talent, the girl sighed heavily and closed her eyes, shaking her head in annoyance. But opening one eye, she glanced at the ominous forest, and thought with satisfaction that the forest was exactly as impressive as she expected. She did the right thing by deciding to come here. There was not a soul around. But suddenly, the sound of a fallen tree rolled through the forest and frightened the girl to the point of horror. She jumped up in place and screamed in fear. Looking around in horror, the girl feverishly thought about what could have happened. But thinking that thoughts would not change anything, she ran in the direction of the recent sound. Freezing and hiding behind a tree, the girl began to examine the fallen tree, realizing that the sound was coming from this tree. Remembering the rumors about the evil forest, that demons appear here, she was indignant that her hopes of not meeting anyone had been dashed. She did not understand why this was happening. Having gained a little courage and thinking that her fear that they had come for her to attack had not come true, she decided to look around. Coming closer to the tree, the stranger examined the cut of the tree, touched it, and came to the conclusion that the cut was too smooth for rotting. At that moment, a voice from somewhere asked who was there, and frightened the girl, causing her to hysterically shout questions and look around. She did not respond to the request to calm down. In a panic, the girl did not notice how she stepped on Soma's head, which made him scream and, frightened even more, the girl shouted out words of apology. But when the girl looked closer, she was surprised to see a child lying down. She decided to say hello, sat down next to him, and tried to get Soma to talk. When Soma asked her not to trample on him, she recoiled, questioning whether he was alive, and he said that she would not kill him like that. Soma decided to explain that he simply could not move for some reasons, to which he received a reasonable question from the stranger: for what reasons? Explaining that it was difficult to explain, Soma thought sadly that these were all skills from his past life, even though he was able to use them. However, using them without preparation was probably too reckless, and waves of pain still ran through his body. The girl leaned over Soma again and asked him what he was doing in the forest, looking at him suspiciously. But Soma decided to answer in all seriousness that he was just lying motionless, which made the girl lose her temper, and she screamed. What did she mean? How did he get to such a state? The girl asked if Soma was injured, since he was too energetic, but he replied that he could only move his mouth. Assuming that he might be okay after a day or two of rest, he shocked the stranger, to which she immediately countered his assumption by saying that in his current condition, resting in the forest was not the best idea. Looking at Soma again, the girl thought that no matter how it looked, he was too suspicious, and alone she should not interfere, but she sighed heavily, making up her mind. Saying that nothing could be done and that she would help, she tried to lift Soma, and he asked if she could help him. The embarrassed girl scolded Soma for not wanting to be helped, and that by refusing, he would leave a bad impression of himself. And, in general, it would be better for him to be grateful. Soma smiled warmly and thanked the stranger with all his heart for the help she had given him. The girl became even more embarrassed and said that it was no problem, but she thought that Soma was too close and wondered who this guy was. Soma exhaled more deeply, leaning on the girl, who thought that he was alone in the ominous forest. She quickly began to loudly complain and ask him not to put his weight on her, because he was too heavy, and Soma was forced to apologize. Already in his bed, Soma, with a very pale face and upset by what had happened recently, was indignant that he had screwed up so badly. His muscles ached, and even though he felt like he was going to collapse, he thought he wouldn't be able to move at all anymore. He smiled and was glad that they helped him, otherwise he wouldn't have known what could have happened to him. Thinking about the savior, Soma wondered who she was, and also set a goal to be sure to thank her the next time they met. There was a knock on the door, distracting Soma from his thoughts and informing him that it was Camilla, asking if he could come in. Hearing permission, the girl with the unique ability to evaluate skills, Camilla Henfield, walked in and looked at Soma. Glad that Soma looked much better, she smiled at him and asked if something was bothering him. He replied that nothing special, just tiredness. Winking at Soma, the girl complained that she couldn't help him in any way, and that in such a state he wouldn't even read a book if Camilla brought one. At this, Soma sighed heavily and said that it was enough for him that Camilla visited him every day, and Camilla hung her head and replied that she understood. Surprised by Camilla's mood, Soma remembered that his mother had only arrived on the first day. Apparently she was still worried about this. Soma decided to offer Camilla to give him some tasks. Camilla asked again in surprise, and Soma reminded her that she was a teacher, and Camilla replied that she didn't know how much he had already learned. But Soma assured her that it wasn't a problem at all. Smiling, the boy said that he was only interested in magic, and that he knew absolutely nothing about it yet. Camilla thoughtfully repeated Soma's words, and suggested that even if he asked her to teach Soma, but the boy interrupted her, promising that if she gave him information about magic, he would do anything. Smiling slyly, Camilla easily agreed to prepare a task for Soma, which surprised and inspired the boy. He turned away, saying that he would wait impatiently, and therefore did not see Camilla's saddened face. A week later, full of energy, Soma woke up in the morning, jumped up on his bed, and happily summed up that he had recovered. His words were naturally met with silence, and Soma, getting out of bed, began to get dressed, worried about what he would do early in the morning. Fully dressed, Soma stretched and decided that he would begin his training to bring his weakened body back to normal. Meanwhile, Camilla walked slowly through the forest. Reaching out, her hand with the weapon trembled slightly, and the girl lamented that of course it was good to be a home teacher, but it seemed to bring more trouble than Camilla expected. With a heavy sigh, Camilla recalled the skill assessment she had done many times, as she was completely dissatisfied with the results of the skill assessment. The life of the heir of the House of Dukes is ruined. He is not even allowed to exist now. If he had not been born in this family, and even if the results of the assessment were different, he could have lived a happy life. Since then, Camilla felt bad about the results, so she decided to become Soma's personal tutor instead of the many teachers that came before. But the problem was to find out what Soma had already taught, and Camilla was given 10-year-old books to read. She was surprised and outraged. At the same time, she didn't understand why the teachers could hate Soma so much, and whether it was a joke at all. What should she do with her lessons? Camilla didn't know. But thinking about it certainly wouldn't do any good, so she shook her head and sighed heavily. Having decided that she needed to distract herself, Camilla noticed Soma next to her and cried out in surprise. Soma was also a little surprised that he was crossing paths with his mentor in the forest. Smiling, Soma greeted Camilla and remarked on what a coincidence it was that they met. Camilla narrowed her eyes and agreed with the coincidence, and asked what Soma was doing in the forest. To this, Soma said that he was doing his usual business. A dissatisfied Camilla clarified the point that Soma had already been in this place and asked if his mother hadn't warned him not to go into this forest. To this, Soma smiled cheerfully and teased, saying that yes, she did, but he didn't remember agreeing to it. Camilla, having said that this place is not as dangerous as people think, immediately noted with surprise that Soma was not allowed to go outside and how he managed to bypass the guards and come to the forest. Soma looked at his mentor and replied that he simply slipped through unnoticed, as always. Camilla thought dejectedly that Soma's guards had probably become more relaxed towards Soma after his evaluation. Thinking that it must be hard for Soma to just stay home, Camilla looked at the boy and said that she was going to training, and invited him to come with her too. Surprised and not believing, Soma asked again if it was possible, to which he was given a positive answer, saying that Camilla was interested in the boy's daily life, to which he replied that there was nothing special about swinging a sword. Surprised, Camilla asked again about swinging a sword, and offered to help him with swordplay, even though she didn't look like she was fit for the role, since she was better with axes. But Soma agreed. Soma got into a training stance, concentrating, and Camilla, watching the boy closely, noted that, although swords were not her specialty, Soma was in very good shape. Camilla called out to Soma and suggested that they practice a little while they were in the forest, and asked what he thought about it. Smiling, Camilla said that it was an easy sparring match, and that she wouldn't hurt Soma in any way since he was still recovering, and unlike his wooden sword, the axe was real, so Camilla left the first blow to Soma. Having agreed, Soma took a fighting stance and said that he accepted Camilla's offer, to which she agreed encouragingly and said to attack. The next moment, Camilla was lying on the ground with her eyes wide open, realizing what had just happened and why she was sprawled out on the ground in a star-shaped pose. And Soma looked at the girl and asked if she was giving in too much, saying that she had promised an easy sparring match, but that wasn't even close to him. Meanwhile, Camilla had managed to sit down on the ground. Camilla laughed nervously and frantically tried to understand what had happened. Apologizing, the girl explained that she thought that Soma was still in bad shape, as he was still recovering. Soma confirmed this, and Camilla realized that she had not been vigilant. Indignant at her loss and the request to not hold back so much, Camilla thought that holding back was a natural phenomenon, because it is impossible to overcome the gap between an advanced axe skill and no skill at all. That's how it should be. Camilla took a fighting stance and said that this time the fight would be for real, noting to herself that having advanced skills in something meant being a genius in it. Soma agreed, and Camilla thought that nevertheless, for a child who does not have a single skill, it should be. The girl could not immediately finish the thought. But some mistake finished the thought when she saw Soma in a fighting stance, surrounded by an aura, and seriously minded. Sensing something was wrong, Camilla noted that she only wanted to do a light workout, but it seemed that this was not meant to happen. Camilla herself tensed up, feeling the pressure and tension from the boy's surrounding aura, becoming absolutely serious. Camilla exhaled and listened to her feelings. She knew everything was right. Every cell of her body and all her experience with intuition told her that she had to give it her all, because she felt like it wasn't a child without skills standing in front of her. She felt it and understood that the fact that he was a child didn't matter at all at the moment. Soma smiled, looking forward to the sparring and watching Camilla carefully, ready for her attack. Camilla looked tensely at Soma, who, on the contrary, waited with a slight anticipatory smile for her to make the first move, not rushing to attack first. Camilla understood this and, smiling, decided that he was being impudent, so without thinking, she swung her battle axe and hit with all her might. So much so that pieces of earth flew to the sides. Without stopping there, Camilla swung her sword and rushed towards Soma with a battle cry, who had not yet seen Camilla behind the column of dust. However, the next second she appeared from the smoke and was already flying towards Soma in a jump using several techniques at once. Having cut the space in front of her, she swung the axe, creating a roar. Soma only managed to dodge, noticing the attack, and the axe sank into the ground. Without wasting a second, Soma attacked with one precise move, knocking Camilla back. However, Soma immediately saw that Camilla had used her advanced axe technique again. She struck with a backhand, made a circle, and the blow went towards Soma, but the boy blocked the attack in time, and it hit a wooden stick. Noticing this, Camilla smiled as it began to amuse her, because if Soma could stop a battle axe with a wooden pole, then how much hidden potential could be in him? Looking at each other, they both smiled, but Camilla was overcome with anticipation. She was excited by the discovery of Soma's potential, while the boy remained absolutely calm. Camilla thought feverishly and abruptly about the differences in skills and the absolute incompatibility, and also about the fact that other skills might be different and then the assessment might be different. Jumping away from Soma, Camilla gathered her courage and released a powerful wave from the use of various techniques. Screaming, she swung the battle axe again. Using the Titanic strike technique, Camilla unleashed all her power on Soma, but even this did not shake him. He steadfastly repelled the blow. The irritated girl unleashed another blow, realizing that the fight had already lasted for 5 minutes. The realization of this left her speechless, and then she also realized that she and Soma were of different levels, which is why she had to deal every blow. The girl shouted out the words of some technique. Swinging, the already quite tired girl brings down a blow on Soma with the thought that she had already once ruined the life of a young girl. Soma steadfastly blocks Camilla's blow, causing her to bite her lip, as memories flooded back to her of why Camilla had refused her duty to evaluate skills. Despite knowing everything, Sophia remained a friend to Camilla and suggested that they leave the past behind and move forward. The next blow using Soma's technique was counterattacked by reflecting, and Camilla was frightened by the realization of one thing. While Soma was swinging for another attack, Camilla continued to feverishly think about the fact that her life, the life of Sophia and her son, were now at stake. If skills and skill evaluation were unreliable, with this thought, Camilla missed Soma's attack, unable to counterattack. If Camilla had ruined Soma's chances with her assessments, then she thought that Soma would probably start to despise her for her mistaken assessment. Soma huddled up, grinned, and lightning sparkled around him. He swung and attacked the surprised Camilla, saying that she was caught. Cursing, Camilla decided to immediately counterattack, seeing the scope of the attack Soma had taken. But at the last moment, when both opponents were ready to strike each other, the stick slipped from Soma's hands, and Camilla was already about to strike with an axe in the trajectory of Soma's head. Realizing the whole situation, Camilla panics, but with great effort she deflects the blow to the side, saving Soma's head, and eventually falls to the ground with a crash. The fall fell on Soma. Because of everything that happened, Camilla starts to get angry, and Soma admits that it was impudent of him and that he is ashamed, crushed by Camilla. Camilla decided to clarify what that strange last blow was, and whether Soma had put any force into the blow, to which Soma looked away and admitted that he had been distracted. Continuing to lie on the boy, Camilla propped her head up with her hands and began to lament that it was all because Soma had forced himself to do so without having been cured beforehand. Soma, completely embarrassed, said that he thought he had already rested, so they should, but Camilla interrupted him with words about how she was glad to hear it and that she couldn't wait. Soma asks why this is so, and Camilla replies that her break is over and she should get back to work, to which Soma says that it is unfair to leave like that while being the leader, but if Camilla has work, then she can go. Camilla apologized sadly, and Soma replied that he wanted to say that Camilla had been lying on him all this time, to which Camilla shouted that first of all, Soma needed to be taught to respect women, and Soma shouted that Camilla was still pinning him to the ground. As she was about to leave, Camilla warned Soma not to come to that forest and not to be late for class. Assuring that Camilla could not worry, Soma said goodbye to his teacher. Having fallen to the ground, Soma noted with annoyance that he was completely useless. Because it was worth being distracted for a second and he immediately dropped the sword, he still had so much to learn, and Soma addressed the next question to the stranger, having found her, and said that he knew that she was hiding, and that this no longer needed to be done. The stranger looked out from behind the tree in shame and asked how he knew she had been hiding all this time. Soma explained that he simply knew she was hiding there, that's all, to which he received an indignant question about what that meant. Without developing the topic further, Soma said that exactly a week had passed since they met. The stranger muttered uncertainly, and Soma smiled and repeated the words of gratitude, thanking the stranger for saving him back then. The girl turned away in embarrassment and began to lament that it didn't matter, and that he shouldn't have thanked her. To this, Soma said that he had just done it, and that it was important to him, because he thought that this was all he could do for now. Remembering something, Soma looked at the girl with his eyes slightly open. Soma asked the stranger about her name, surprising her, and then explained that he still didn't know her name. The girl stuttered from excitement and said that he didn't ask, so she didn't say anything. Soma admitted that there was a reason why he would appreciate it if she told him her name, and then remembered and introduced himself, saying that the girl could call him whatever she liked. It's just that if Soma needed to call the girl, then he would need to know her name, that's all, if it bothers her a lot. Then Soma suggested coming up with a nickname for her, so that she wouldn't worry again. The stranger sighed, collecting her thoughts, and introduced herself as Aina, returning to Soma the phrase that he could call her whatever he wanted. Soma agreed, and the girl, embarrassed, immediately became indignant that she would not receive san, to which Soma answered her that she herself told him to call her as he liked. Aina did not know what to say. Soma thought that this was causing problems and voiced his thought, but Aina hesitantly denied this assumption and said that it could work and she would do the same, so she called Soma only by his first name. Soma smiled and called Aina by name again, and the girl began to get irritated by Soma's calmness, but she decided to quickly end this conversation, blushing. Sincerely not understanding why Aina was so angry, Soma said that if Aina suddenly needed help, she should call him, and he would help her in any way he could. Aina asked in bewilderment why she should turn to him for help, and Soma explained that she had helped him a week ago, which meant that he would also repay her debt of help someday. To this, Aina said that Soma didn't owe her anything, because she just helped him, only because she wanted to. To this, Soma replied that this is exactly why he wants to thank her and return the debt. Smiling, the boy winked at Aina. A little surprised, Aina blushed, smiled, and asked Soma what was wrong. Soma chuckled and admitted that he had been thinking about one thing since their first meeting, and then he said that he was right about the smile really suiting Aina, while Aina, embarrassed, asked him to repeat what he had said. Soma explained that he thinks Aina is cute when she smiles. This finally made the girl blush. Steam came out of her ears and she tried to say something, but only an incoherent, hasty tirade came out. This reaction really surprised Soma. Soma decided to explain once again that he considered Aina pretty, that she was objectively pretty when she smiled. Aina, unable to withstand such an onslaught of embarrassing words, screamed for Soma to stop immediately. Already in the Newmont house, Camilla sighed dejectedly, to which she received a question from Soma. What happened? Camilla answered that there was nothing for him to worry about. Camilla thought that it would be good to test Soma's knowledge personally, but as it turned out, Soma had already managed to read all the books that were given out, which greatly surprised and puzzled her, forcing her to admit that he really had gone that far. Looking closely at Soma, Camilla received another question about what it was, but answered that nothing. Nothing at all. Looking at the stack of textbooks, Camilla began to talk about something related to their lesson, and, placing the heavy textbook on the stack, suggested that they talk about Soma's connection with the Newmont house. Soma asked if Camilla meant the history of the Newmont house, local geography, and the like, to which he received confirmation, and Camilla, looking out the window, said that perhaps she would start with the evil forest. Soma assumed that Camilla traveled a lot, but she refuted his assumption and, looking at Soma, asked if Soma knew why the forest was called evil. To this, Soma replied that, in fact, it was all very simple. This forest marked the border of the territory of the mages, and that long ago the mages wandered here and began their invasions from here, and then suggested that this was an amazingly dangerous place. Camilla replied that they had been talking for a long time and asked if Soma was hinting that it would be safe to go there now. Soma said that, as he expected, he did not see any signs of mages in this forest. Camilla asked again about his expectations. Soma explained that he meant that there was not even a trace of mages, and Camilla said that it was a quiet place at the moment. Then Soma admitted that he now understood, and he had long wondered why such an elegant house was built in such a remote place. Guessing that if you think of it as a border, then it seemed like his family was the one who was tasked with controlling the front line. Soma's suggestion greatly surprised Camilla. Camilla praised Soma for being a quick learner, and then said that she hadn't even taught him about the types of royal families yet, to which Soma replied that it was just curious in his opinion. Camilla mentally summed up that most likely one of the teachers mentioned it, and Soma in turn concluded that this place was the same as his old world. Camilla asked Soma how much he knew about mages, and the boy replied that they say that mages are the enemies of man, and that, other than that, he is not sure. The girl said that it seemed like the usual things that were told to children, but it was not so. Then Soma thoughtfully suggested that they were either some kind of outsiders or heretics. Continuing Soma's thought, he said that for some reason the mages were unable to help their country, but opposed it, along with some other groups of exiles. This train of thought surprised Camilla, but she let Soma finish his thought. He summed up that they were able to unite and form a single collective, an enemy nation. Camilla sighed heavily and hesitantly confirmed Soma's thoughts, and Soma asked in surprise whether he had said something wrong. While Camilla thought about it, as she was convinced of how smart Soma was, she saw that he was well-versed in unthinkable things, and of course, his former teacher was amazed by this. That's why Camille wasn't told anything, so that she could evaluate Soma's abilities without prejudice. And through that unfair duel, she was able to experience it for herself, for better or for worse. Camilla noted that the mages were the same as Soma described them to be, however, they were definitely dangerous, mainly due to their high level of skill as others assumed. Soma clarified this point, and Camilla continued to tell. It is because of the feeling of how they fight in battle that it is said that to fight a low-level mage, an intermediate skill is needed, since ordinary soldiers would not have a chance. Soma put his hand to his chin doubtfully, and Camilla asked him what was wrong. Soma said that he understood. However, if Camilla said that they were not up to par, but to immediately assume that their skill level was higher just because of that, Soma doubtfully fell silent. Then he spoke again that of course there is an option that the magicians are strong, but no one knows whether the magicians use any special skills or black magic, another mystery. Concluding that they are strong, it turns out that that country simply considers the skill of the magicians an absolute fact. Camilla looked away and said that in order not to reduce people to a small needy country, they were organized based on their skills, divided into shared spheres, and as a result, skill became the basis of human affairs. Also looking away, Soma thoughtfully said that he understood that the eldest son of the royal family, who was entrusted with managing the country's border territory, did not have the skills. Naturally, this was unacceptable. Camilla confirmed Soma's thought, and admitted that this was why Soma had the right to hate her. With these words, Camilla surprised Soma very much. He even asked again why he should hate Camilla. Camilla explained that if she had been able to come to her senses in time, she would have been able to achieve a worthy result, and Soma's life would not have ended. He would have been able to remain with his family. To this, Soma smiled bitterly and asked what he was supposed to mean by hating Camilla for not cheating, and then said that it was a bit excessive, not to mention it wasn't logical. Plus, Soma smiled looking at Camilla and concluded that this assessment did not matter much. Camilla was even indignant at such words, how it didn't matter if it changed Soma's life radically. To this, Soma admitted that yes, that was the case. But, as he said earlier, he was interested exclusively in magic, and nothing more. Then Soma corrected himself and said that this is not what he should say, but he should thank Camilla. She asked again for what, and Soma replied that thanks to her, he was freed from his domestic situation, and he can concentrate on studying magic. Camilla's heart skipped a beat, and then she slowly admitted that Soma was right. Then she smiled warmly, confirming it. She said that she thought, as Soma hoped, she should learn all the ways to learn magic. Soma was shocked, and someone's swearing could be heard even on the street. A year later, Soma tried to practice magic in the evil forest in the company of Aina, trying to create fire, but again met with failure. Aina said that, as usual, nothing happened, and Soma wilted in agreement. Aina said a little irritatedly that she seemed to have seen Soma do this hundreds of times, but to be honest, nothing had changed. Soma, taking a wooden pole, replied that he could learn by doing it. He just found out without doing any research that it was a complete dead end, to which Aina suggested that it was complete crap. Soma replied that he knew from the start that it wouldn't be easy to learn it, and it turned out exactly as he expected. Aina asked hesitantly with a sour face, and then said that this was why he could continue even without getting results. Soma confirmed this by saying that yes, because he does as he wants. Feeling completely dejected, Aina ran her finger across her knee and quietly asked Soma if he thought the effort was worth it. Soma replied that if meaning meant something that depended on success, then if it didn't bear fruit, it really was meaningless in the end. And a frustrated Aina echoed that yes, no matter how much effort one put in, it was useless, but didn't finish her sentence. Asking again about the uselessness, Soma said that of course, if they are talking about the meaning, then yes, it is true. However, if you find the value of the efforts, then this is a completely different topic. Aina, with her eyes wide open in surprise, repeated the words about the value of the efforts, asking again. Soma said that whether it has an effect or not, this criterion is just one possible basis for the Aina value system. One act can connect a huge number of things. It is possible that a dead-end connection can be valuable. There are many such cases in this world. Aina hesitantly said that she wasn't sure if she could understand what Soma was talking about or not, to which Soma realized that he might have been unclear. Soma extended the poll and said that giving Aina a concrete example in their practice today had a meaning. But Soma didn't think he would achieve anything. Aina chuckled thoughtfully, and then asked in shock if this was true. Soma nodded affirmatively and continued that he was sure that today's routine had value. Aina immediately asked what value exactly. Soma smiled and said that the value was that he was able to deepen his relationship with Aina by talking about all this. These words caused a storm of emotions in Aina, and she blushed, starting to scream again, asking what he just said. Soma grinned and thought that within a year, Aina's interest had become a part of his daily life, however. Aina, red as a tomato, pressed her collar to her face and asked if Soma had gone crazy. Soma decided to clarify if Aina's vulnerable expression meant that he had finally earned her trust. This shocked the girl, and she could only mutter what Soma meant. Soma quickly explained that up until now, Aina had let him do most of the talking, and it was clear that she was being cautious with him. To which Aina asked if Soma was expecting her to relax. To which Soma replied that it was okay to say that, otherwise they wouldn't be able to talk honestly and openly. Aina smiled slightly and admitted that the boy was right, saying that she was a very suspicious figure, and if she were in Soma's place, she would find herself too suspicious. To which Soma said that he meant that he was suspicious of her. Aina shook her head before Soma could finish and said that everything was fine and that she should have known that Soma would understand everything. But before Aina could admit that she was a mage, Soma interrupted her and said that he just wanted to know what was bothering her. Aina asked again, and Soma sighed and said that one way or another it was obvious that Aina had something on her mind. He assumed so, and when Aina asked how, Soma answered that, didn't he say that he would lend a helping hand if something happened? He was just waiting for this opportunity. Aina squeezed the collar of her cloak and said that she understood and would tell everything. Under a gust of wind, the girl sat down on the ground and said that some of them called her a complete loser. Soma asked again, not quite understanding the reason for such a title, and Aina said that it was at the time when Soma was undergoing an assessment of abilities. Aina was also undergoing an assessment. It was part of coming of age. Aina sighed and said that she failed, to which Soma asked if Aina meant that she had no abilities, but Aina said that her test results were good. A mage, a special class. That was the skill that opened up in her. Deciding to joke, Soma drawled the words that Aina was bragging, and to the girl's indignation, he said that he was joking, but still did not understand why Aina was called useless. Aina looked away and said that people were happy about her special talent, but the day before the celebration it became clear that Aina could not use magic. Saying this, the girl smiled bitterly, looking at her hands. Soma asked Aina in surprise about the impossibility of using magic. In confirming this, Aina said that it was not a skill that she would eventually learn knowing others. At this, Soma thought about it. It was clear that if you have an ability, then you can use it instantly. Recalling the words of the teacher, she said that the research of magic in this country has not progressed much. Perhaps this is the reason. After thinking about it, Soma said that it was strange that Aina couldn't use magic, but nevertheless, now it became clear why she was called useless. Aina nodded, and Soma asked the question that interested him. How does it look from the outside when Aina tries to use it? Aina stood up and took a couple of steps away, saying that it looked something like this. Stretching out her hand, activating her skills, Aina shouted the spell, "Fire!" and Soma stared at the girl carefully, waiting for the results. When nothing happened, Aina came closer and said that everyone assured her that she was doing everything right and were very surprised when the spell did not work. After that, Aina studied a lot, checked various things, but all to no avail. 3 days passed, a week, a month, all in vain, even now, but Soma suddenly said that he knew what the problem was. Raising his index finger up, Soma said with a serious face that there was one thing he wanted to make sure of. No one knew why Aina couldn't use magic, so they didn't find anything strange. Puzzled by Soma's words, Aina confirmed his guess and said that those who checked her did not find anything, otherwise they would have already fixed it. Soma thoughtfully said that it meant they did not find anything at all, or no one simply noticed anything. Soma stood up, took a wooden pole and asked permission to cut something, and then everything was clear. Before Aina had time to understand anything or answer normally, Soma had already waved the pole. In an instant, something cracked and shattered into small pieces with a ringing sound, showering Aina with streams of light breeze. The surprised girl tried to protest, but Soma immediately interrupted her with the words that she should be fine now, and then, after thinking, said that Aina should try to use magic first. Agreeing, Aina cast the same fire spell. A spontaneous cloud of fire flared up in Aina's hands, and this struck the girl to the depths of her soul. She began to examine her hands. and Soma noticed that a little fire had now appeared. Aina confirmed this and clenched her fists and decided to repeat the fire spell again. But then Aina suddenly thanked Soma and burst into tears, and then the gratitude did not subside for some time, and when Soma said with a smile that if Aina stopped crying, then he would be happy, Aina said that she could not stop crying. Remembering this while sitting in class, Soma thought that not only did he solve Aina's problem, but he also made good progress. Noticing something interesting in the book, Soma decided to ask the teacher. Soma asked if it was true that magic was something that could not decline. Camilla confirmed it by saying so, but still, it all depends on how much effort is put into it. Simply put, when you use magic, the concentration remains the same. For example, you won't be able to repel an attack or defend yourself if your skill level is insufficient. In that case, you can simply dodge. Soma fidgeted in his chair and said that he had only recently seen the decline of strength with his own eyes. Camilla immediately understood what Soma was talking about, and Soma continued to say that Aina was at the highest level of mastery of magic because Aina was a special class, which meant there had to be a reason why the spell did not work. To this, Camilla scratched her head and said that special classes have exceptions. Soma asked again about the exceptions, and Camilla said that people of special classes ignore the simplest principles, so there is nothing to be surprised about. This also happens, which cannot be explained in simple words. Soma thoughtfully grabbed onto Camilla's last words. Camilla immediately became wary, asking Soma if he had another crazy idea, to which Soma replied that he didn't understand what Camilla meant by another one. However, if special classes do incredible things, and with a sly squint, Soma continued that it meant that they would be able to teach Soma magic. Soma repeated the same thing, with a look of full enthusiasm to Aina, to which she, of course, reacted very skeptically and asked how Soma had even come to such a conclusion. Aina tilted her head to the side and said that people from the special class in particular were unusual, but Soma knew that Aina had only been able to use magic yesterday, so if Soma asked her to teach him something that she didn't understand, then how should he think she should do it? To this, Soma said that it was a fact that Aina used magic, so it would be great if she taught Soma what she could do herself, to which Aina sighed heavily and assumed that Soma meant that she owed him for helping her use magic. Then, it seemed she had no choice. After telling Soma to stand as he usually does, Aina stood next to him and began to tell him how to cast a spell while charging his palms with magic. But Soma interrupted her, asking him to wait a second. Soma immediately asked about charging the palms with magic, and there is magical power, to which Aina said that it is magic, just magic. But if Soma cannot concentrate magic in his hand, then how is he going to use magic? Soma thought about it, repeating the words about magic power. If he can't feel it, then he won't understand. If only it were possible to feel all of it. To this, Aina said that she had a bad feeling about it, and she shuddered. Then she asked what Soma was going to do, and Soma said that he just thought that he would understand everything if Aina hit him with all the power of magic. That's all. This shocked Aina. Asking if Soma was serious now, and Soma smiled and confirmed that he was serious. To this, Aina said that there was no point in saying anything, because Soma would not listen to her anyway, warning that in general, everything would be fine, except for a little pain. Aina sighed, getting ready, starting to participate in the spell. The air began to swirl around Aina, and the spell began to gather in her hands, and Soma carefully looked at the process. In turn, Soma also activated techniques from his past life, but as expected, Soma does not really understand all this. However, Soma did not have time to finish thinking. Since Aina fired a fiery arrow of enormous power at Soma, the spell rushed at full power at Soma, and he froze in shock. Soma immediately gathered his thoughts and decided to cut this arrow with the help of his techniques, and he managed to cut the arrow, which he was pleased with, and he also shocked Aina very much with this. However, Soma's usual plan didn't work, which upset the guy a little, and he decided that he should think about it more seriously. Aina jumped up to him screaming about whether Soma even knew what he had just done, to which Soma said that he had just cut her spell, while Aina asked Soma if he was a special class, because he couldn't just dispel magic like that. To this, Soma said that it was Aina who thought so, but Soma did it, and that it was generally no different from if he had cut the air. To this, Aina, shouting throughout the forest, said that it was more impossible than cutting the air. Walking down the corridor, Soma sighed heavily, complaining that something had also not borne fruit, and if he didn't come up with something, it would be bad. But then Lena appeared out of nowhere around the corner, and Soma looked at his sister in surprise, and Lena was also puzzled by the situation. Soma greeted his sister and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lena looked away, hesitantly agreed, and almost called Soma brother, but corrected herself in time and called him Soma-san. Soma smiled and said that he was glad that Lena looked good, but he didn't mind Lena calling him brother. The girl gave her hand and said that she couldn't do that. Soma looked at her with one eye, puzzled. Remembering something, Soma enthusiastically said that Lena looked tired, and he suggested that she go outside for a walk, since they had not been outside together for a long time, and Lena trembled all over, and when Soma almost finished the suggestion to walk together again, she shouted his name. Looking down, Lena spoke to her brother as if he were a stranger and thanked him for the generous invitation and said that she simply did not have time for such things, and that Soma should also get rid of useless activities and do something more productive. Then, wanting to say something, Lena abruptly cut herself off, clenched her fist, and said that every second counted for her, leaving Soma in a puzzled state. Already sitting in the classroom, Soma shared what happened with Camilla, and she was surprised, and Soma suggested that either it was because of a difficult period for Lena, or she initially grew up hating her brother, and he did not notice this. Camilla sighed heavily, and only said that even if Soma says so, then in any case it really came out sideways, and Soma cannot take everything under control. Meanwhile, Lena walked along the corridor with dull eyes, and her steps echoed loudly. Lena's 5th birthday was supposed to go as smoothly as always. This year it was supposed to be the happiest of all. Lena sighed. Smiling slightly and accepting another portion of congratulations and bows, they finally finished assessing the skills of Soma, the brother whom Lena hoped to see develop both in military craft and in art. Lena thought that now her brother would not only be influential, but also have brilliant skills. Someone bowed low again, and Lena thanked the man congratulating her. But then Lena realized that she didn't see Soma anywhere and started looking around. People were scurrying back and forth, and Lena started looking for her mother to ask where her brother was. Finding her mother talking to someone, Lena went up to her mother and tried to ask about her brother, but Amma interrupted her and asked her to go into her office, surprising Lena. And standing in her mother's office, Lena couldn't believe her ears, and her mother continued to speak, folding her hands on the table, that now Dina could consider that her brother no longer existed, or to be more precise, that he had never existed. Lena, having difficulty comprehending what had happened, said with restraint that she understood everything, looking at her mother, who had lowered her head. That day, all of Lena's childhood dreams were shattered into tiny pieces, and she still dreams the same dream, in which she pursues her brother's figure, who had almost disappeared into the bushes on the day he left the estate. Lena knows that she shouldn't dream this, but she can't control the curiosity she feels about her brother's decision to leave and his figure deep in the forest. When Lena finds him and looks out from the bushes, the radiance that she saw, at this thought she was suddenly called out, which surprised Lena, and she looked back at the one who addressed her. The teacher who called Lena turned to the girl and asked if she was listening to her. Lena answered that she was listening, and then retold what the teacher had said, that peace had been achieved thanks to her father and mother. To which the teacher nodded favorably and said that it was good that Her Highness had listened to the teacher, but she needed to pull herself together if she did not want to be like that talentless man. At these words, Lena felt irritated and asked the woman to choose her words, which of course surprised the teacher. Having said that this person does not exist, Lena looked at the teacher with a heavy gaze, who agreed with the girl and said that this is why Lena should become an exceptional leader as the heir of the Newmont family. To this, Lena sighed heavily and replied that she knew this very well, because initially Soma should have been in Lena's place, but he does not have what is needed for this. The teacher came closer and noted that fortunately, as Lena's skills showed, Her Highness was able to show an impressive amount of talent, a special class, swordsman, the same as the greatest swordsman of all time, Lena's father, Sir Klaus. Lena remembered how she saw Soma in the forest with a wooden pole, and at that time, Soma also caught fire with it. Yes, all of this was a delusion and a lie, however. Looking at Soma when they met, when Soma smiled carefree, she could not pretend that nothing happened. As the heir of the family, Lena should not take Soma's existence into account, because that is what her family decided. And the more absurd this decision seemed to Lena, the worse Lena tolerated the fact that Soma was a carefree fool. While she was in her thoughts, Lena became increasingly angry from the feeling of hopelessness, because she couldn't indulge in this. Her memories, her affection, even if she destroyed every last one, she still couldn't get rid of Soma. Yes, if only she could get rid of everything, then that would be wonderful. Walking through the forest again and remembering how Lena followed Soma on the day of his skills assessment, hearing rustling in his steps, Lena again came to the same clearing and again heard rustling. Looking out from behind a bush, she said discontentedly that she thought so. Soma stood and looked at his hand, saying that since they came to this, he would say that he could not think of anything better. Lena was interested in who Soma was talking to and said, "Feel the magical powers." Meanwhile, Aina was indignant that Soma still could not just stand in the place where someone was using a spell. Because it seemed that Soma would be fried there, Soma tried to justify himself to Aina, and Lena felt irritated by this picture. Trying to get a better look at the stranger, Lena tried to understand what they were doing there and accidentally gave herself away. By rustling a bush, Soma suddenly looked straight at Lena, and she tried to hide by activating the stealth technique, but remembered that that time her brother quickly figured her out and discovered her, which greatly surprised the girl. But deciding that this time it was just a coincidence, Lena relaxed and simply stood up. Noticing Soma's alertness, Aina asked what was wrong, to which Soma hesitantly said that he did not know how to explain it, and asked if Aina felt that there was someone else in the forest at the moment. Besides the two of them, surprised, Aina began to look around, saying that there was no one here, and Soma sighed and looked straight towards Lena's shelter. Then he pointed his finger towards his sister, and Aina was suddenly surprised to find Lena standing in that place. Aina even screamed, because until that moment she was absolutely sure that there was no one in that place, and Lena, taken by surprise, wondered if Soma really noticed her. Having wished Lena a good morning, she looked at Soma, who responded in kind. While Lena was looking at her brother, the wind blew, and in the silence, Soma chuckled, and suddenly, putting the pole on his shoulder, suggested that Lena have a small competition, as they had done before. Lena nodded, and Soma asked Aina to move away a little. The girl agreed in surprise and moved away, and Lena looked closely at Soma's wooden stick. It was the same stick that Soma used for fencing practice. If this is so, then this means that Soma has not changed at all and, as before, did not understand anything. Remembering how Soma had performed his dances full of confidence that time, even the stance that was hard to call a stance at all, posing like that while clutching his staff, Lena decided that today Soma would understand how ridiculous it looked to someone like Lena who had practiced swordsmanship for a long time, using the skill Special Class Swordsman. Lena said that it was such a pity, but she would still put an end to his unsightliness. Smiling, Soma suggested starting the fight, and Lena supported his suggestion and waved her stick, creating a gust of wind. Then swinging, Lena commanded the start of the fight. Soma nodded, getting ready. After delivering the first blow, Lena raised a column of wind and dust, and without hesitation rushed towards Soma, a special class whose power is beyond comprehension, a power that only a few possess, associated with disaster. Lena thought that she would at least leave Soma alive. Even if he used a stick, it could still easily pierce flesh. While moving, activating Lena's skills, she quickly approached Soma, who was holding his stick at the ready but not moving, and swung to strike. However, the next moment, Lena received a loud blow to the forehead with a pole and froze in amazement, not understanding how this happened. Starting to get irritated, Lena thought feverishly, because this simply cannot be. Shaking with rage, the girl looked at Soma with genuine hatred, because it cannot be that someone who does not even have a special class would stand in Lena's way. This cannot happen due to a miracle or luck. Chuckling, Soma said that jokes were out of the question now, and sighing, he added that they were just playing now. Gritting her teeth, Lena rushed at Soma again, thinking that he was making fun of her. Finding herself next to Soma as quickly as possible, Lena was ready to deliver her blow. Activating her skills, Lena was about to land a precise blow on her brother, but Soma dodged again with a calm expression, and Lena only received a blow to the forehead from the stick. Sighing heavily, Lena even admitted for a second that this was a game for Soma, but then she pulled herself together and stood up, because this couldn't be, and it shouldn't have happened, because if that's how it was, then everything was a mistake. Soma's skills, her situation, and her behavior. Lena screamed loudly and rushed into the attack again. Gripping the stick tighter and using all her skills, Lena approached Soma again. Screaming, she began to strike, but Soma dodged this too, giving her a jab to the back of the head with the stick and saying that it was not bad, but Lena still needed to train. Not wanting to acknowledge her brother's superiority, Lena bit her lip and made another attempt to attack, but here again she received a blow to the forehead. Her indignation knew no bounds. After all, For a whole year, everyone had encouraged Lena. Adults, teachers, even her mother, however. Lena realized that she wasn't really happy, sighing. Soma asked if Lena didn't have enough experience in sparring with another person, and Lena became even more angry. Because it was true, since no one was even close to Lena's special class level, and therefore, looking at Soma and Aina, Lena realized that she was just jealous. Using another, more lightning-fast skill once again, Lena approached Soma almost unnoticed, thinking that she had worked hard for a whole year, endured so much, even improved her own sword skills, and Soma simply dodged again and Lena got hit on the forehead again. Soma decided to comment on how it was not bad, but Lena's last movement gave away where she was going to hit, and Lena suddenly thought about whether it was all in vain. This whole year had no meaning, but this simply could not be. Lena turned sharply, screamed, and prepared for a new attack. Raising her hands with the stick up, Lena activated many skills and the technique. Star Sword. A pillar of power struck the sky. The wind swirled around the girl, and Lena screamed, releasing all the power of this technique. Soma concentrated and instantly became extremely serious, swung and dealt just one blow, and this caused an incredible roar throughout the entire forest. Lying on the ground, Lena looked at the sky, gradually realizing that she had indeed lost. Covering her eyes with her hand for a moment, Lena tried to get up, and Soma approached and noticed that Lena's last attack was simply wonderful. These words made Lena look at her brother. Laughing, Soma admitted that it was pretty close, and also noted that Lena had become a good swordsman. Soma was sure that Lena had talent. With these words, Soma ruffled the girl's hair, and Lena sighed, amazed by her brother's praise. Lena remembered how Soma had ruffled his sister's hair in the same way. A year ago, it turned out that her wish that day, her memories were true, and her older brother remained the same older brother. And Soma, in the meantime, remembered something. Soma admitted that it was still quite important to have someone to spar with, and he felt like he was starting to deflate, but it was quite hard without a partner. If only he had a partner to train with, and he looked at his sister with a smile, who almost burst into tears as she called out to her brother. A little excited and blushing, Lena said that she would be Soma's partner, to which he smiled, and Aina sighed smiling and said that then she would go home, to which Lena apologized and suggested that it was because of her that Aina was going to leave. However, Aina denied the girl's words. To this, Soma remarked with displeasure that he wanted to try a couple more things, but Aina interrupted him, saying that Soma had started trying stupid things, like shoving magic into his head, so that was enough for today, and Soma asked if this was what he had always done. Aina replied that if he continued in the same spirit, then the likelihood of something bad happening would increase, to which Soma thoughtfully muttered that since he couldn't learn magic by doing ordinary things, then a little risk wouldn't hurt, and Lena hid her grin behind her fist. Lena giggled and said that this was Soma, and Aina feigned complaint that Odie's brother and sister, and then waved her hand and said that they would see each other again tomorrow. Soma agreed and said goodbye too, walking through the forest. Aina smiled and thought about how amazing it was. A person with a special class, and even with such a level, can be called gifted. However, the fact that Soma was able to easily defeat Lena, even though Aina is a special class, she will not be able to defeat a swordsman like Soba, but Aina remembered Soma's request. He wanted Aina to teach him how to use magic. Aina blushed a little and grinned. She was glad that she met Soma. Until recently, there was something like that. But someone's words that he finally found Aina interrupted the girl's thoughts, and she turned around abruptly. Smiling, the guy said that he had to look for the girl, and he didn't think that he would find Aina in such a place. Recognizing Albert in the guy, Aina tensed up, and Albert, with the same smile, confirmed the girl's words and said that a lot of time had passed, calling Aina a princess. In an ominously dark room, 7 sat at a round table, hiding in the shadows and ruling from beneath them. The fire crackled in the candlesticks in the deafening silence, and the atmosphere was quite ominous. One of the 7 spoke up, asking if it was true. The young guy with the monocle confirmed it and said that he had seen it for himself a couple of days ago. A riot immediately began in the room. Everyone was chatting in turn, interrupting each other, but then the man with the monocle spread his arms out to the sides and said solemnly that it was time to come out of the shadows. Smiling, he said that everything was for the sake of the King of Magicians, and the others picked up on what was said. Meanwhile, the treetops rustled in the forest, and Aina sat immersed in her own thoughts. Lena and Soma were getting ready for training again. The sister asked her brother if he was ready. and Soma gave the signal for Lena to attack, and the girl activated her skills and instantly appeared near Soma. Soma blocked his sister's attack with a smile, also using the evasion skill. Lena was delighted and voiced the reason for her joy. Soma agreed and praised his sister, but immediately struck and said that what was the point then? If Lena stopped there, the girl Lin exhaled in surprise. Rubbing her bruised spot, Lena approached Soma and admitted that she was only thinking about how to make him block her attack and nothing more. Soma only smiled and said that it would probably take some time for Lena to be able to hit Soma. Looking at her brother, Lena said that she would definitely be able to do it. To this, Soma patted her sister on the head and said that when he could, then he would demonstrate. Soma hoped for this. Soma called out to Aina and apologized, coming closer for the fact that he and his sister made her wait. Lena also apologized, to which Aina replied that she had not waited at all and that their fights were very interesting to watch, so-and-so. Soma clarified whether this was true, and Aina said that she saw no point in lying. She would not sit with them to keep them company, to which Lena agreed with Aina, smiling. Soma suggested that Aina had wasted a lot of her free time while sitting there. Aina reluctantly agreed, and Soma decided to make a proposal. Because time is priceless and therefore it must be used wisely, he was asked again and he answered affirmatively, and then suggested that Aina come up with a signal in case the girl was kidnapped. Aina asked in surprise what Soma was talking about, and Moya answered what he meant. However, Aina did not let him finish saying that, to begin with, the situation in which she might need this signal would not happen soon. To this, Soma said that one must be prepared for anything. To this, Aina, looking down, replied that in any case, even if Soma knew about her abduction, Aina was silent and asked if Soma would save her. To this, the amazed Soma, tilting his head to the side, replied that of course he would. These words embarrassed Aina, causing her to blush. The girl asked what Soma was talking about and assumed that Soma was joking, but Soma was irritated by this and said that if she had been kidnapped, he would have saved Aina no matter what. Aina embarrassedly agreed and apologized, to which Soma, glaring at the girl, replied that Aina had done nothing wrong. To this, Aina loudly assured Soma that she understood everything and, saying that the conversation was over, abruptly left, and Lena jumped up to her brother and asked what he would do if she was kidnapped, whether Soma would save her too, to which Soma thoughtfully said that the question was quite complicated, which caused indignation in his younger sister. To this, Soma replied that, to be more precise, Lena was training precisely so that she could protect herself from such people, to which Lena became indignant and asked if, since she wanted her brother to save her, she should stop training, and Aina, meanwhile, said that it didn't seem like it, but lately she had only been ruining everything. Sighing heavily, Aina looked into the distance, and Soma looked at the girl in bewilderment. In the classroom, Camilla recalled that they had talked about mages last time and suggested that they continue their discussion. Soma looked at the teacher carefully, and Camilla said that this information would still be useful to Soma, asked him to just listen, and after receiving consent, Camilla asked if Soma understood what the term humanity meant. Soma clarified that it was used in relation to all humanoid races. Camilla confirmed Soma's words and continued to say that first there were humans, then there were demi-humans, forest spirits, monsters, and vampires. All 5 races starting with humans were humanity. Camilla asked Soma if he knew why the races were called humanity, to which Soma replied that he didn't know. At first he thought that they were called that because of their appearance, but then it remained unclear why dead souls weren't included. Camilla replied that everything was quite simple and it all depended on whether the race had its own country or not, and Soma understood why dead souls weren't counted. Camilla nodded, confirming Soma's assumptions and saying that everything was correct because they couldn't create their own country, and this also applied to phantoms, although there was still a question of whether they should be considered as a separate race, and Soma immediately assumed the same. Camilla replied that the situation with dwarves was a little different, and there were so few of them that they didn't necessarily count as a race, including purebreds. Camilla explained, looking a little sad. But Soma immediately asked if that was the reason Camilla was here. The girl didn't immediately understand what Soma was talking about, and Soma stunned Camilla by saying that she was, after all, a dwarven race, and most likely a purebred. The girl's eyes widened in shock. But, pulling herself together, Camilla said that she didn't think Soma would be able to tell, to which Soma replied that anyone could understand it if they thought about it a little. Camilla interrupted the boy and said that people didn't think that a dying race could be right under their noses, and besides, Camilla was slightly embellishing the fact that she was growing very slowly. Soma nodded understandingly, and Camilla noticed that they had gotten a little off topic. so it was better to get back to it and ask Soma how he thought about how the word humanity was created, and Soma thought about it. Soma then asked if Camille meant that the word was created for a specific purpose, meaning that the word was created by wizards. Camille confirmed this and said that wizards are the ones who officially created the designation. Before the creation of wizards, if one race did not agree with another, they would have serious battles. They soon realized that at this rate they would sooner or later destroy each other. This happened when the hobbits were on the verge of extinction. That's why the magicians were created, to stop these disagreements, a race that would be the enemy of humans, a stupid idea that did not affect the disagreements in any way. Soma asked why Camilla told him about this then, and the girl said that Soma would definitely leave the country and go on a journey. When Soma asked why, Camilla answered that as long as there was a place in the world where Soma could learn to use magic, Soma would definitely go there, and there would definitely be magicians in that place. Soma finally realized that Camilla told him this so that he wouldn't make a mistake in choosing friends, and the girl confirmed this by saying that for now, Soma wouldn't be able to do anything until he became an adult. After the lesson, Aina waited with a heavy sigh while Soma trained in fencing with Lena. Sighing, Aina muttered that she was a complete failure, because she disappointed everyone, and then ran away. Remembering Albert's question whether she was going to return to the reality of the King of Magicians, Aina also remembered that Albert was one of the 4 strongest magicians, divine commanders, the god of death. They are called gods because of the high positions they occupy. And to think that one of them needed a complete loser and disappointment, probably the past. Aina would have definitely agreed to return and would have been happy, but Aina did not think it through as Soma and Lena approached, and after saying goodbye, Aina left first. There was a rustling of clothes behind the girl's back, and Aina turned around, seeing Albert. He asked her if she had made a choice and said that he thought he had come at the right time. But what about Aina? The girl laughed and immediately apologized to Albert, who did not understand her, saying that she was not laughing at him, but simply wondering why she was worried about such a trifle. Albert hurried the girl with an answer, and Aina nodded, getting ready to give her answer. Albert spoke loudly to those present and apologized for the wait. As one of the heavenly generals of the magicians, he announced the beginning of the plan. Someone said that he saw that they would initiate it. Albert confirmed this and apologized that if everything went smoothly, then the plan should be started and finished on the same day. Everyone present should understand that they are not guilty of anything. Someone asked if this delay was necessary so that they could implement the plan. Albert again confirmed the words and lamented that if Aina was more accommodating with them, but the plan should have gone more smoothly, because if they rushed things, the quality might be insufficient. Then Albert said that he would bring Aina to the reality of the King of Magic. So he leaves, and someone from the Sinister Seven offered to do their own part. To this Albert smiled, and the hall began to shout that everything was for the King of Magic. Aina stood alone in her forest, clearing with Soma and Lena, and waited for the boys. She suddenly felt heavy, and she sighed and said that she was lonely. But the next moment she was told not to move, and the girl's eyes widened in fear, and the tip of a sword was pressed against the back of her head. Raising her hands up, Aina immediately recognized Lena, and Soma's sister in turn confirmed this. Aina, tense from the situation, said that Lena knew how bad this was for her heart, and asked Lena to stop and asked if it was Lena who said that she would come to the clearing tomorrow. Lena agreed and said that she wanted to surprise Soma, but the older brother had not arrived yet, but this would do too. After repeating Lena's words, Aina clarified whether Lena meant Aina by "this will do," and said that Lena had definitely surprised Aina, but wasn't it too much of a joke? To which Lena asked why Aina assumed it was a joke, and Aina was now even more scared. Lena asked what Aina found strange about Lena pointing her sword at the magician. Aina shuddered, realizing her failure, and drooped, and Lena sighed heavily and lowered the blade, saying that Aina was very defenseless. To Aina's indignant question about what Lena meant, Lena replied that if it had been someone else in her place, Aina would have been killed long ago, so Aina should be on guard when she comes to the forest. Aina was surprised that Lena was not going to kill her, and Lena looked at Aina skeptically, asking what she was even talking about. Lena admitted that yes, she felt annoyed that Aina was getting along with Soma. However, this did not mean that Lena hated Aina to the point of killing her. To which Aina reminded Lena about the blade at the back of her head, and Lena said that it was indeed a joke, although, to be more precise, instead of a joke it was a warning. Aina asked again in surprise, and Lena explained that from now on Aina should be aware of the danger to the mage, like Aina, because Soma and Aina did not have guards even with Lena. But for Soma, Lena thinks that it wouldn't be a problem to be attacked even if he wasn't on guard. Lena always wanted to tell Aina this because it was very convenient that Aina was alone. To this, Aina grabbed her heart and asked not to scare her like that anymore, because Lena really didn't do very well. However, Lena said that it wasn't a joke, and if she hadn't scared her, it wouldn't have had the same effect. Aina was forced to admit that Lena was right. Lena repeated that Aina should be careful from now on anyway, because if someone else finds her— That's right. Lena didn't have time to finish speaking, as her eyes widened, and the next moment the girl was hit by a powerful spell and thrown aside with a crash. Aina was surprised at first, and then worriedly shouted out the girl's name. Turning around, the frightened Aina saw Albert standing behind her with his hand raised. Calling out to him, she became even more frightened, and Albert, looking with narrowed eyes, ordered her to go away. Aina tried to stop Albert, saying that Lena didn't mean any harm and that there was no need to protect Aina. To this, Albert said that he saw and that it was also his choice. Besides, if he wanted, he would be able to let Lena experience even more despair, and this is a kind of shame. Then Albert thought for a second. Then Albert burst out laughing, saying that it seemed like there was no need for this and that it was probably all thanks to his good deeds, or he should call it guidance from the Lord of Magic. Aina just called out to Albert, unable to understand anything. And then Albert, smiling rather familiarly, told the princess not to worry and noted that it seemed that this girl could also be turned into a real victim, so Albert would not kill Lena. Aina asked what Albert was talking about, and Albert said that, as he had said earlier, the King of Magic was calling her, so she should go with him. To this, Aina asked Albert about whether she hadn't refused Albert earlier, and said that she would not go. At this, Albert covered his face with his hand, and said that he saw, so Aina didn't care what would happen to Lichnaya. Aina screamed in fear and asked why Albert would go so far, and Albert said that this man would never agree. Aina shouted that Albert's father would never forgive him for this, looking at Aina. Albert mockingly said that didn't he mention that everything was going according to the will of the King of Magic, but Lena didn't believe these words. Albert said that he thought that it couldn't be helped and that he would have to use force to take Aina with him, but he had basically planned this from the beginning, raising his hand. Albert grinned and hit Aina with magic. There was a crash and Aina fell to the ground, and Albert said that it was time to go back, and he also acquired some unexpected goods and he thought that the Magic King would be delighted with this. But Aina couldn't answer. Meanwhile, in Soma and Lena's mother's office, the children's mother was checking with the teacher that this month, Lena was not attending class once a week, but she would be showing up until next month, and the teacher really didn't believe that this was a problem. The teacher reluctantly confirmed these words, and Lena's mother continued to say that when Lena disappeared today, the teacher thought that it was a normal occurrence and did not tell the mother anything about it. If you believe the teacher's information, then shouldn't Lena be in class tomorrow? Camilla looked at all this with no understanding of what happened at all, and the teacher tried to justify herself. But Soma and Lena's mother interrupted the teacher, saying that she understood the situation and that it seemed the teacher didn't know anything else. That's why she was apologizing. These words shocked the teacher, and the children's mother looked at the teacher sternly and asked if the teacher heard her. She said that the teacher was apologizing. From this, the teacher shuddered and bowed and left. Camilla decided to speak up, saying that she had actually been thinking about it for a long time, but why would the children's mother hire someone like that teacher? To which Sophia replied that even she didn't want to hire her, but she had no choice, because even a person like her was better than most others. Camilla asked skeptically, and then said that since Sophia used the teacher, she can't just fire her, and Sophia said that this incident is enough reason for that, but what should they do? Camilla concluded that while they know that Lena went missing an hour or even 2 ago, no one could confirm whether Lena is still inside the mansion and whether she was here during lunch. Sophia replied that Lena had lunch with her, and Camilla continued to speculate that either Lena was kidnapped or left alone, but it was easier to believe that she left alone. Sophia asked what made Camilla think that, and Camilla asked Sophia if she really believed that someone could penetrate their barrier at full power, and Sophia continued by saying that if there was a suspicious person there, Camilla would have already acted. Camilla confirmed Sophia's words. Camilla asked if there were any ideas on what they should do. Sophia exhaled and asked if she could ask something. Camilla said she thought it would come to that eventually. Camilla promised she would take care of it, and that no one would know. Of course, Sophia admitted that she would like to leave, but Camilla interrupted her saying that she understood, and didn't Sophia know that Camilla was used to taking care of her problems? This time nothing was different. Waving her hand, Camilla headed for the exit. Coming out of the office, Camilla was lost in thought and did not notice Soma, who immediately asked if Camilla had any ideas on where to start looking for Lena, which of course scared the girl, but he remained completely unperturbed by her shout. Camilla asked Soma if he had eavesdropped on their conversation with Sophia, to which the boy replied that he hadn't heard anything, but to put it simply, he had simply overheard a small rumor while walking down the hallway about Lena disappearing from the mansion, and assumed that Camilla had been talking to Sophia about exactly that. To this, Camilla said that it would be easier for her if Soma knew, then she would immediately go searching and would not know how long she would be gone, so Soma could do some self-study in her absence. Soma asked if Camilla had any ideas about where to look for Lena, and Camilla replied that not really, but she would start searching from the evil forest, or a little further. To this, Soma only said that he would leave it to the girl and turned around and left. Camilla was puzzled by this. Camilla followed Soma and asked if he had something in mind, to which Soma replied that he had not, and that he promised not to follow Camilla. However, as she walked through the forest, Camilla was irritated, because Soma was walking with her through the forest. To Soma's question what was wrong, Camilla asked if Soma had not said that he would not follow her, to which Soma turned, smiled, and said that he was not following her. He was showing the way. Suddenly there was a rustling sound and Soma saw a trail of magic and sped up. Camilla ran after him, saying that it was of course good that they were in such a hurry, but Soma was absolutely sure that he knew the way. To this Soma replied that yes, to tell the truth, he didn't think that they would use it. It would be better of course not to use it. To this Camilla asked what exactly Soma meant. Soma explained that he was talking about the mark that Aina left when they tried to kidnap her. It was not Lena's trace. Aina was most likely kidnapped. Along with Lena, this is the girl that Soma met in the forest, and she left a mark that only Soma can see, and Camilla concluded that, simply put, following Aina's marks they will come to Lena. Camilla asked Soma what they were doing here anyway, but Soma said that she was useful now, so Camilla didn't need to think about it, and it was Camilla who said that Soma could track them because of the mark. Moreover, how did Soma know that Aina was kidnapped? Also, how did he guess that Lena was kidnapped along with Aina? To this Soma said that he found out about Lena by pure chance. After Soma found out that Aina was kidnapped, he returned to the mansion and found out that Lena was missing too. To this Camilla asked why Soma didn't go after her right away. To this, Soma replied that due to the distance between the marks, he was sure that the enemy had used teleportation magic. Camilla repeated Soma's words thoughtfully. Then, reasoning further, Camilla summed up that Soma knows the direction from the marks, but does not know the exact place where Aina was taken, which means Soma is prepared, because in the worst case it could take several days. Soma confirmed Camilla's reasoning. The puzzled girl asked that anyway, but with teleportation magic, if the kidnappers use high-level magic, even if they have a magic item that helps them with it, it does not change the fact that they will have to meet a problematic person. Camilla said that she understood the situation, and it turns out that she now needs to go after Soma. But even so, she is a little shocked when Soma asked what she was talking about. Camilla explained that Soma seemed calm. Yes, she is not saying that he should panic, but it seemed to her that he would look at least angry. Soma grinned sadly and asked again that he looked calm, clenching his fists. Soma said that it does not matter how it looks from the outside. Surprised by these words, Camilla couldn't find what to answer, and Soma said that it might seem that he was still inexperienced, to which Camilla said that she personally would like Soma to be more emotional. Running out onto the cliff, the guys stopped, and Soma concluded that they would have to accept it as a given, that they would not see any more marks. Soma assumed that the enemy wouldn't attack them right away anyway. Camilla said that they had been following the enemy's tracks since they started searching, so they needed to refrain from making any careless conversations. Soma agreed and said that it would be great if they knew the approximate time it would take to catch up with the enemy, and then said that he wanted to inspect the nearby places, to which Camilla said that there was no problem with that. It was clear that Camilla wanted to say something else, but she didn't dare, because really, she has nothing that she could help Soma with. She is really amazed by this boy. Sighing, Camilla said that they first needed to find the city, to which Soma replied that he didn't think it would be difficult, and saying that they needed to go, Soma led Camilla. They passed the sign, and then what Camilla saw shocked her. The city they came to turned out to be more like a village. Soma was also surprised. Then he wondered what they should do, because if they go there, people will immediately understand that they are not locals. The problem is whether they will agree to tell them information. To this Camilla waved it off, saying that there is no need to think about it, and said that they need to go. Soma doubtfully agreed with Camilla. After some time, Soma sat under a tree and sadly complained that everything turned out exactly as he said, and in the future he should not rely too much on the teacher. Soma was suddenly called out to and saw an old woman walking towards him. She asked him that since he had walked around several people, then why did he still look so worried? To this Soma replied that due to some circumstances he came to this city. However, in order to continue his journey, he needed to prepare food, and he would like to know what he should be afraid of. To this the old woman said that then she understood why people refused to help Soma, and Soma asked what she meant. The woman began to explain that it was an unpopular story because Soma had never heard of it, but in that direction there was an altar that had not been used for 100 years, also the place where it was once used to summon a god. Soma asked if the woman was saying that the place was used to summon an evil deity. The woman nodded and said that was why everyone avoided the conversation, because they couldn't imagine what would happen if someone went there, and Soma understood what the reason was. Soma remembered that the evil deity was the god of chaos, who descended into this world several centuries ago, and the legend says that the evil god wanted to destroy humanity, but was defeated by a hero, and the wizards are apparently those who worshipped him. Thinking about this, Soma asked how many days the journey there was. The woman said a day's journey, but advised not to go there, because even without the evil god, there are a lot of monsters there. To this Soma said that even if he did not want to go there, he was obliged, then asked if there was anything else in that direction, and the woman, looking at the map, said that there was nothing else worth mentioning. Soma bowed and thanked the woman for the information she had given him, and when the grandmother said that it was not worth it, because she had not said anything valuable, but was glad that she had been able to help, Soma said that it would help him a lot and asked with a smile if the woman had any problems. He would make every effort to repay the old woman for her help. With this, he surprised the old woman. After thinking for a while, the old lady first said that she had no problems, but then asked if Soma could listen to her story. Soma asked again, and the old lady said that it was not the most interesting story, but she wanted someone to hear it. Soma agreed with a smile, and the old lady said that it was a story about a stupid old man, and it happened about a year ago. That day the old woman and the old man met a little girl. They lived in a small place like this one. Of course, looking at the girl, it was not difficult to guess that she had some problems and it was better to leave her. But they could not, and in the end, they let the girl into the house. They wanted to ask her to leave, feed her, give her some rest, and ask her to leave. But even after resting, the girl looked pale. The old woman suggested that the reason was not in the girl's body, but in her heart. The reason why they could not ask her to leave, because she could die, but they could not help the girl. They knew that the girl was tormented by some problems, but did not even think to ask. Soma began to guess what the old woman was talking about, and the old woman said that suddenly a smile appeared on the girl's face, and she said that she made a friend. After that, the girl gradually began to smile more and more often. The old people did nothing for this, but her smile made them happy, despite the fact that they did not have their own children. They began to treat the girl like a granddaughter, but at times she still looked puzzled. It was not often, but sometimes she looked sad and burdened with something. But recently, the girl laughed. To this, Soma asked, "Didn't the old lady say that the girl was smiling?" And the old lady said that yes, but that smile was not from the heart. They could not do anything. But they realized that someone saved this girl. This fact made them very happy. The old woman trembled and continued that, to be honest, they realized who the girl was, but they couldn't tell anyone, because in such a rural area rumors could start. Looking at her trembling hands, the old woman exhaled, saying that they were really happy. They thought everything was fine, so they decided to tell everything. Soma asked what the woman meant, and the woman replied that they told the man that the girl was okay, but the girl didn't come back, and the old lady thought it was because of her. So most likely the girl went home, and it was very sad that she left without saying anything, and the old lady came to the conclusion that they couldn't do anything since they were in different situations. At this point, the old woman thanked Soma for listening to her and asked if Soma could listen to one more request. Soma asked which one, and the old woman asked Soma to convey to this girl her words that they were very sorry. Soma refused such a request, and the old woman lowered her head in shame and said that this was a completely expected reaction, because in the end the request was very selfish. To this, already leaving, Soma said that he would definitely return Aina home, and then she herself would tell the girl everything, and then turning around said that they would definitely find other topics for conversation with her, The same applies to Aina. With these words, Soma set off on his way. When Aina woke up, she found herself in a prison cell, which shocked her to the depths of her soul. When she asked a question, they answered that it was like nothing else, and Aina immediately turned around. Seeing Lena, Aina was happy, and Lena smiled and wished her good morning, to which Aina first responded, and then shouted that now was not the time for this, and, examining Lena and remembering what condition she was in, said that, thank the gods, Lena was okay. Lena said that it depends on what Aina means by okay, but yes, she will definitely live. Lena said that she had no idea why she was locked in this cell and asked Aina if she knew anything about it, and Aina thought about it, remembering that Albert said that everything was happening under the will of the Demon King, but Aina could not believe that her father could give permission for such a thing. Yes, maybe he ordered Albert to return her, and Albert turned it in his own way, but then Albert really was acting on his own. Lena asked what Aina had thought up, and she said in fear that nothing. Aina sighed heavily and said that she could explain everything briefly. After a couple of minutes of telling the story, Lena was shocked by the fact that Aina was the daughter of the Demon King, and said that then this situation could still be somehow explained, but why Aina and Lena were locked in a cage then remains unclear. To this, Aina said that she also did not understand. Did they want to sacrifice Lena, or Lena just got in their way? Then suddenly Albert's voice was heard, who said that they apparently could not understand why they were here. He could help. To which they skeptically asked him if he would really tell why they were being kept in a cage. Albert said that they themselves almost guessed, said that they would both be sacrificed, to which Aina jumped up to the bars and shouted that her father would never have gone along with this. To this, Albert asked in surprise what Aina was talking about, and then, having understood everything, said that it was a pity that Aina understood everything so incorrectly. Aina asked in bewilderment what she had misunderstood, and Albert looked at the girl with contempt, and said that he meant that she thought that such a pathetic worm as her father could be the Demon King. Albert and the others had never recognized him as the king. Since ancient times, there had only been one demon worthy of this title. However, even at the top there are fools who call this fake the Demon King, but Albert is sure that when their lord is reborn, they will realize how foolish they were. Aina realized that when Albert said Demon King, he meant the old ruler. Albert complained about how many times he still had to be told that the title of king always belongs, and will belong to only one demon. To this, Aina said that the previous ruler was dead, how they wanted to revive him. To this, Albert said that this was precisely why he had been busy preparing the ritual lately, which meant that the ruler would soon be revived. Aina opened her eyes in fear. Resurrection from the dead, but Aina screamed that nothing would work, because even if it was theoretically possible, what were the chances of success? And then realizing something, she was horrified. Were sacrifices really needed for this? Albert confirmed this, saying that of course ordinary sacrifices were no good, they would not have awakened the Lord, but they had 2 gifted children in their arms. At this, Aina yelled that Albert wouldn't get away with this, but Albert suddenly grinned madly, and then described how he and the real Demon King who had returned would drag the fake and his servants to hell, that the hour of rebellion and blood had finally struck and they would take revenge on the ignorant people for calling them demons and driving them out of the land, at which Aina wondered how he had even managed to take off the straitjacket. To this, Aina replied that she understood, and Albert said that he appreciated it. It was a pity that Aina would not be able to participate in the revenge with them, but their sacrifice would serve as the first step towards this. At this moment, Lena quietly said that she was not interested in this at all, and should not have been dragged into this, and in a split second tried to attack Albert. But Albert calmly asked, did Lena really think that such an attack would go unnoticed? And the next moment, a wound appeared on Lena's side. Albert, meanwhile, said that he was one of the strongest generals. Yes, they both had a special class, but he came here extremely prepared. Then squatting down, plus Albert complained that he only repelled Lena's attack, but at this rate she would die. But oh well, one victim is enough. It is not a hindrance to the plan. But then Aina loudly shouted his name. Having gathered her strength, Aina began to cast a fire arrow spell, activating her special class skill in the patronage of the Demon King. Shooting at Albert, she certainly surprised him, but how could an untrained child against a general, and even the strongest one? Albert reflected the spell. Aina froze in fear, and Albert noted that it was surprising that Aina could use magic. Asking how Aina had regained her ability, Albert said that he had tried so hard to seal her. Aina asked again about this, and Albert condescendingly explained that she could not use magic because he was the one who had placed a seal on Aina's body, a decent level for one of the generals, and none of the demons could notice it. Aina, not believing her ears, asked why Albert did this, and he answered that he wanted to plunge her into the abyss of despair, because even then he chose her as a victim. To tell the truth, he did not think that it would have such a strong effect, and her escape caused him a lot of difficulties. But all's well that ends well, and Albert thanked the princess for everything. The upset girl closed her eyes and then tried to attack again, but Albert attacked ahead of the game, wounding the girl and not letting her finish her spell, and said that magic of her level did not threaten him, but since she was making too much noise, let her lie down for now. Aina fell and coughed up blood, and Albert thoughtfully said that he had never been interested in collecting beetles. But it could be quite fun, only the princess would be in the role of the beetle. The next moment Aina screamed, because Albert stepped on her hand with his foot, hearing only his name. Albert said that he expected tears and groans from Aina, but who knew that she had so much courage. Apparently these 2 years were not in vain, and in this case he really could have fun. Pressing harder on Aina's hand, Albert became increasingly heated, telling her that he thought he was dealing with a stupid princess in a cage, but he should still change his mind. Albert said that it was so wonderful to watch how everything was going to one end, that Aina was being held like an animal that would be strangled immediately if she got boring, and he was not the only one who thought so, and even her escape did not prevent it, and if she still did not understand what he was talking about, then he would enlighten her. How in her opinion he found out where she was handed over, but he would not say who, so that she would suffer, but no, that would not do. Aina was still holding on, but it was okay, he would force it into her, but this way she would not even live to see the ceremony, so she had to be kept alive. However, smiling, Albert said that he had come up with something. She could beg him for mercy, and he would heal her wounds. Yes, she was going to die anyway, but it was better not to endure pain ahead of time. But realizing that he would not hear the words of pleading, Albert asked if she really hoped that someone would save her. Such convenient things could not exist. To this, Aina thought that she could not even hope for such convenient things. Dissatisfied, Albert decided that he would knock at least a scream out of Aina by raising his leg over the wounded girl. Preparing to hit the girl, Albert asked Aina if she would entertain him for the last time and ordered her to stretch out a cry of despair with her voice. But suddenly Soma's words were heard that Albert had had enough, and since he wanted to hear cries of pain so much, maybe he would scream himself. With these words Soma struck, throwing Albert back with unimaginable force, and Aina, seeing Soma, almost burst into tears, because Soma was like a light of hope breaking through the haze of despair. Standing with his back to Aina, Soma apologized, because Lena's condition was much worse, and Soma first helped his sister. Aina stutteredly asked if it was him, and Soma, smiling, said that it was him and that he was a little late, but came to save her, as he promised. Approaching Aina, Soma said that they needed to take care of her wounds, and asked her if she could use healing magic on her own. Aina answered negatively, to which Soma said that it meant they had no choice. But Aina told Soma not to worry about her, and that he needed to save his sister, to which Soma replied that he didn't quite understand what she was talking about. Then Soma said that the main thing for Aina was not to move, otherwise Soma might miss. Aina asked what Soma was talking about. But Soma had already raised the pole over his head and activated the skills and imitation of his own technique, the secret technique of the Sword of Goodwill. Aina stared in surprise at Soma, who had lit up and changed the color of his hair, enveloped in power and delivering an accurate blow. Exhaling, Soma looked at his hand, noticing that as he thought, using the Goodwill sword technique, which heals others by sharing the owner's life force twice, turned out to be more difficult. But these are trifles, and Soma asked how Aina was feeling. Because the body should have been fine by now, the girl was surprised to notice that all the wounds and abrasions had healed, and Soma smiled with relief, noting that everything went well. But Aina immediately shouted that she had said to heal Lena first, because she had a serious wound, to which Soma replied that he had said that he had healed Lena a long time ago, to which Aina sighed with relief and said that then everything was fine. But Soma said that he did not think that everything was fine. Aina asked in surprise why that was so, and Soma said that although he had promised to save the girl, he had been late and apologized for being so incompetent. To this, Aina nervously assured Soma that he had nothing to apologize for, and that if Lena was in danger, then Soma really should save her first, and besides, Soma had already come and saved Aina, and she didn't need more. Soma tried to object, to which Aina shouted that it was nothing to worry about and, taking Soma by the sleeve of his shirt, asked him to quickly get out of this place, and that Aina did not want to be here anymore, to which Soma said that it was mutual, but for now it was impossible. Aina widened her eyes in surprise. A spell ball flew towards them, and Soma concentrated inside, then activated many of his skills from his past life, as well as imitating his own style of evil-slaying sword, and struck the spell with his pole, dispelling it. Soma said that no one likes annoying guys. Albert countered that he doesn't care who likes him and how much, and Soma won't take these two away from him, since they are the most valuable victims for the dear Demon King. Aina noticed that Albert was not at all affected by Soma's blow, but Soma said that it did hit. But Albert managed to heal, and Albert meanwhile continued to say that it was precisely because these were such important sacrifices for their lord that he allowed himself to be distracted. Who would have thought that he would show himself from such a bad side? To this, Soma said that of course it was clear from Albert's past actions, but he really is a worthless guy. If he had remained lying down, Soma would have spared him out of pity. To this, Albert repeated Soma's words that he was going to spare him and burst out laughing, and then, enraged, said not to bury himself in lousy trifles. Albert activated his spell, which began to swirl around Soma and completely cover Soma, and Albert said that this is why he does not like children. Let them dare, do not know their place. Does not he understand that he got into trouble, although this is no longer important? Because Soma will die anyway, however, in the whirlwind of the spell, Soma again activated many skills, including the Sword of Destruction of Evil of the second form. In an instant, Soma waved his pole and dispelled the spell, and Albert, amazed by this, asked how Soma managed to dispel one of Albert's most refined spells so easily, because it was impossible. Soma said that he was talking about knowing your place. And unfortunately for Albert, Soma knows him very well, and maybe he miscalculated his strength, because Albert won't even be able to comprehend the difference in their strength. Albert even shook from this, and Soma said that since this is the case, he will help him feel this difference, although it's not important anymore, as Albert said. After calling Soma a bastard, Albert yelled that since Soma was able to dodge his magic once, he already thought something of himself, to which Soma replied that it was Albert who thought something of himself, and then he was distracted by something and Soma staggered, and then looked at his pole. Splitting the pole in two, Soma prepared for battle, and Albert attacked him again, and a roar was heard. Meanwhile, the stranger was waiting for someone, grinning with rage. Suddenly Camilla walked past him and started talking to herself, saying that she had been wandering for so long and hadn't met anyone had they all died out already. Camilla continued to reason. Only 8 people. They looked suspicious. They were planning something, but they would not bother anyone else, and should she check another place just in case? At that moment, a stranger screaming about the death of the warrior princess jumped out from around the corner, but did not reach the target. Calling him a fool, Camilla hit him, cutting him, and said that with such an undisguised thirst for murder, he would never hit her. Having cursed the Princess of Black Steel one last time, the enemy dispersed, and Camilla sighed, throwing the axe over her shoulder. Now that was definitely it. But it was probably in vain that she decided to divert attention to herself. Did nothing work out? In the worst case it could. But Camilla did not finish, and decided that apparently she would have to check the last place. Maybe she could still help with something. Albert attacked Soma with a fire arrow, and it flew upward and broke into many arrows. Soma, looking at this, concentrated LY grouped himself and swung his pole. Once again, dispelling the spell, Soma made Albert go berserk. He asked who Soma was, and then yelled that it was impossible for Soma to do such a thing to Albert. With his magic, did Soma really have a special class too? And still, like such a child, Albert did not finish, and attacked Soma with a fireball. Soma looked towards Albert, and then cut the air with 2 poles, and using a shockwave, Soma reflected this spell, and a roar echoed throughout the room. Saying that Soma thought so, that since a person is worthless, then his abilities will also be the same, but Soma is not a villain, and will give Albert time to repent. Albert will die without regrets. Albert, completely enraged, exploded with a tirade about Soma being a damn boy, and for his arrogant words. As one of the 4 strongest generals of the Demon King, the patron of death, Albert will make Soma die in deep despair filled with regrets. Camilla hurried to Soma. She felt a strong aura from Soma. Remembering 10 years ago, Camilla had felt something like this before. The strongest clan of demons, body snatchers, like then again. Camilla had to hurry. Running up the stairs into the room with the cameras, Camilla saw Aina holding Lena on her lap and looking at Soma. Seeing Albert, Camilla froze in fear. Apparently recognizing him, the strength and power that emanated from Albert was terrifying. Fiery tongues of darkness danced on Albert's hands. Gathering as many as possible, Albert attacked Soma. The darkness flying at him was enormous. Without losing his composure, Soma exhaled and swung his pole, making an accurate strike. With the second blow, Soma repelled Albert's attack, causing him to curse, while Aina watched the fight in fascination and thought that it was beautiful, as if she was in a dream right now. Getting more and more angry from his helplessness, Albert feverishly thought about how Soma was still holding on to him, that he would definitely get Soma and grind him into dust, and he also thought that he had to resurrect the king. Deciding that next time he would not miss, Albert yelled that Soma would answer for his words, wishing him to die, but Soma, swinging his pole, only said that Albert was too noisy. Saying that Albert was annoying, Soma hit him, then asked if he should fight seriously, and also, has Albert not yet realized that he cannot defeat Soma, let him give up. His goal is insignificant, and there is no meaning in his worthless life, Albert roared in rage, asking about the insignificant goal. Albert, extremely angry, raised 2 tornadoes of white and black energy and was enveloped in a black flame of darkness, shouting for Soma to die. Albert directed tornadoes and stone needles at Soma, causing a roar throughout the entire room, but Soma sighed, and the next moment the sound of air being cut was heard. Soma dispelled the spells in a jump and swung his arm to attack Albert. Swinging his pole, Soma wounded Albert, who couldn't believe his eyes. Then Albert tried to attack Soma, but Soma got ahead of him and already wounded his face. Albert hissed that how dare Soma wound him, and lightning sparkled around him, and he tried to raise a tornado again. However, he didn't succeed in this either, and shouting that it was impossible, Albert raised the pillar of magic with a cry that he would kill Soma, but here Soma dealt with the spell and said that he would repeat it again. Albert was too weak. Soma wounded Albert a couple more times. He screamed and cursed, but could not do anything to resist. To this, Soma asked if Albert regretted attacking them. Then an aura of power engulfed Soma's body, and he said that it was too late for Albert to run. He could, of course, try to apologize or kill himself. Albert shouted at Soma not to try to make a fool out of him, and Soma said that he wasn't fooling Albert, then asked if Albert had any conscience left, because in fact, Soma even felt sorry to kill him, because there were enough problems without Albert. And Albert, gnashing his teeth, asked if Soma was being merciful to him. Well then, Albert grinned. Shouting that Soma would regret this, Camilla saw the ground crack behind Aina and screamed, and Albert made a pass with his hand, and an earthen spike flew out of the ground aimed at Aina's head. Albert burst out laughing and said that he would take the girl with him and that his attack could not be stopped, but Soma exhaled and said that he slowly and in a split second repelled this attack, surprising Aina. Hysterically screaming, Albert said that his attack could only be seen by those who use dark arts, to which Soma replied that Albert could consider him a devil if he wanted, but Soma thought it was wonderful. The hair changed color to white, and a black aura came from the wooden swords. Soma said that he gave Albert a chance, but his patience ran out. Albert cursed. Raising new pillars of black tornadoes, Albert attacked again, but Soma told him to die, and a deafening roar was heard, and energy flew to the sides. One lunge and swing of the poles, and Soma cut Albert in half, landing behind the demon and exhaling. Stunned, Albert only asked if he would die, and Soma said that yes, there was nothing left of him. He could regret his stupidity in the other world, and Soma also said that he forgave Albert. Albert was blown into pieces, and Soma turned away. Camilla, who was watching all this, was literally speechless, then said that she came just in case, but it seemed like everything was already over, and as she thought, Soma had figured everything out. Throwing the pole over his shoulder, Soma said that it was just a small thing, to which Aina said that it seemed that Soma didn't know what he was talking about, since Albert was a demon lord, to which Soma asked Aina that if they knew that he was weak, how would they look at his rank? To which Aina agreed, and Camilla looked around in shock, thinking that she had already seen how the Demon King was defeated. However, looking at Soma, Camilla thought that unlike her, Soma didn't have any special skills. The girl sighed and smiled, although now it's not such a serious case. With or without experience, with or without talent, Camilla ultimately chooses the path she will follow. If she had met Soma earlier, she would have still continued to strive for the 7 heavens. Looking at her hand, Camilla said that it was unimportant and there was no point in talking about it. Now, to this, Soma said that in any case he had dealt with everything. Camilla agreed with this. Soma smiled and said that now he was leaving everything else to them, and suddenly fell down, losing consciousness, which greatly frightened Camilla and Aina, while Sophia sat in the office looking at the piece of paper. Exhaling, Sophia asked herself what she should do. Lena disappeared into the demon territory. Sighing and looking out the window, Sophia suggested that this could develop into a terrible war, turning away from the window, and said that in any case she would have to act first. The resurrection of the Demon King. Those who tried to do this themselves became demons. Demons. Those who truly worship and believe in it. They are the real opponents of humans, thirsting for the collapse of the world, and it does not matter whether the Demon King is alive or not. If he is alive, then this is too terrible a coincidence. Demons are hiding in all corners of the world, and when they begin to act, everything will fall into darkness. Smiling bitterly, Sophia thought that if the demons started to act, then Camilla could die. She doesn't care what others think of her, and it will always be like this, although, perhaps, it should be like this. Sophia wonders what Camilla would do in her place. Sophia destroyed her, and Soma fixed her. This is what Sophia calls self-irony. Lowering her gaze, Sophia ran her fingers along the lines of the letter. Taking it in her hands, reading, and squeezing it, Sophia crumpled the piece of paper and burned it. When the piece of paper burned down, Sophia said that she kept it away from the world, but now it has grown up and will travel, and she will watch it sparkle. Soma threw his stick with a bundle, smiled, and said that he thought it was time for them to move on. To this, worried Aina asked if Soma was really feeling better. Soma said that he had been resting for quite a long time. Besides, he said goodbye to the teacher, and Lena would soon wake up, and asked if Aina really didn't want Soma to console her. To this, Aina said that she was just worried about Soma, and clarified that everything should be fine with Lena soon. Soma, closing one eye, said that at least he really hoped for it. But at the moment it was no longer important. Aina did not understand him, and Soma noticed his sister watching them, and, smiling, exhaled. Then, becoming more serious, he said that Aina shouldn't worry about her. Now he was wondering what Aina was going to say in her defense. Aina hesitated for a second, and then apologized, and said that they had known each other for a year, but she still hadn't told him anything and would try to do everything in her power to make amends. Soma accepted her apology, but asked that if he hadn't had time, it would have been extremely dangerous. Aina replied that she understood this and said that he didn't ask, and if she had told, then Soma would have stopped communicating with her. To this, Soma apologized for not finding out more about Aina, and then said that one way or another she had to tell, and immediately demanded that the girl tell him where she had lived all this time. Aina felt uneasy. Aina spoke. To begin with, she couldn't stay on her side, as it was dangerous, so she decided to travel, and a year ago she found that village, and to get to that side, she had to go through it. Well, Aina thought so, and in order not to disturb anyone, she decided to go through it at night. However, she was tired and decided to rest a little. She thought about what to do, and one elderly couple noticed and sheltered Aina for the night. In the morning, Aina left them a note and wanted to leave, but they noticed her and told her to come at any time. She even almost burst into tears. Aina finished her story. The girl asked Soma again if he really wanted to go on a journey, since it had been very little time since Soma had fallen, to which Soma honestly admitted that some parts of his body still hurt. But everything was fine. He could travel. He would temporarily not be able to fight. But with time, his strength would return. Soma said that they could move on and asked what Aina thought about it. She asked what he was talking about, and Soma replied that Aina was traveling alone and he was traveling alone, and since they met, and it so happened that they needed to go in the same direction, even though it was a coincidence, it was inevitable. Aina suspiciously asked what Soma was getting at, and said that it was not connected in any way. And Soma explained that he suggested traveling together and asked Aina if she didn't think it was disgusting, because 2 people are better than 1. Aina hesitantly agreed, but hesitated, and when Soma asked her what the but was, she said that traveling with him she would only hinder him and create problems. Soma exhaled heavily. Grabbing Aina by the hand, Soma said that it meant they were going together and pulled the girl along with him. Aina screamed in surprise, and Soma said that he wanted it that way, and Aina would never be a burden to him. He was not going to let Aina go, and the next time something happened, he would be there and be able to protect her. With these words, Soma smiled warmly, and Aina, embarrassed, squeezed Soma's hand tighter. Walking along the road, Soma suddenly said, "God is in heaven, and the world is nothing." Aina asked what he was talking about, and Soma said that he was just looking forward to a fun journey, to which Aina only agreed with Soma. The wind was blowing in the tavern and people were scurrying back and forth. There was a hum of voices, but at a separate table the girl was clearly bored. Sighing, she turned to the girl approaching her, offering her a drink, but the girl refused, saying that she still had to work. They called her Sheila. The blazing flames slowly consumed the village, and the boy watching this in fear thought that he did not want this. He just wanted to punish them a little. The stranger said that with this, his revenge would be fulfilled. The man admitted that he had overdone it a bit, but it was a small thing anyway. First of all, he thanked the boy for his help and said that he didn't know when the boy would leave, but he would pray to his God, so the boy would be able to handle it easily when the time came, and with these words the stranger vanished into the wind, leaving the boy to watch the burning village. A sharp gust of wind lifted Aina's hair. She sighed and looked at Soma and Lena. Soma pointed to one of the paths and said that his sixth sense told him that something was wrong with this passage, and Lena said that the Rosbrat said so, so it was so, and she would go with her brother. Unable to bear it, Aina called Soma and Lena morons and reminded them that they didn't have time to go around. Soma said that he remembered something like that, but didn't remember him agreeing, and Lena agreed, to which Aina barked at them to shut up. Aina repeated that if they didn't get to the next territory, things would be bad. Soma said that he remembered, but repeated that there was something wrong with this path. Aina said that he always said that, but nothing like that had ever happened to them, however. Lena, with an incomprehensible expression on her face, said that that was precisely why they hadn't encountered anything, and now it was time for something to happen. Aina barked that only spineless individuals said that. Aina leaned towards Lena and asked if she really shouldn't tell Soma that the Newmonts were dukes. Lena replied that everything was fine and that he didn't need to say anything yet. They would tell him if necessary. Aina nodded, and Lena ran to Soma, and Soma turned around and said that he knew what they were whispering about. Aina was apparently lonely when she slept alone, and that was really a problem. To this Aina, dumbfounded, asked Soma again about these words, and then said that she had never said anything like that at all. To this, Soma asked if Aina wanted to say that she didn't feel it at all, not even a little bit. Aina hesitated, blushed, and said, "Of course not." Soma asked what that pause was about, and Lena confirmed that Aina hesitated. Aina told them to shut up, but Soma tried to talk to Lena about it, and Aina snapped that it was a secret. Radial Kingdom, Baranovan's territory, Yester. This city is located in the northernmost part of the territory, and borders with the Newmont territory, a notorious place where there is nothing but monsters and wastelands. Today, the Adventurers Guild branch got lucky again. Doris Hansel was a staff member of the Ystera Guild branch. She wondered why this place was so fun, and Sheila, nicknamed Lionheart, asked her friend what she said, and Doris replied that she was just thinking out loud. Even though this place was full of life, she sometimes thought about the meaningless things she once held in her hands. Doris sighed and said it would be nice to spend her leisure time eating and drinking like the others did, and asked if Sheila would like to do the same. But Sheila said she wasn't so spoiled as to do it while she was working, and anyway they said you couldn't. Doris said she just hoped Sheila would let it slide. Doris would have if it hadn't been in her contract. They had it covered. Lo and behold, she actually drew the short straw. Beer mugs started clinking in the room, and someone loudly asked Nason if she liked it, but Doris said how could she like it when she was stuck here? Doris then said that looking at the guys wasn't so bad, asking herself if she would grow old like that. Doris warned Sheila not to worry about her, because she was talking to herself. She was very happy when they hired her for this position. However, it seemed like things didn't go as she expected. Suddenly someone asked the girls if this was the guild branch office. The girls flinched, and Doris was about to answer when she stumbled. Seeing the head of a boar monster in the doorway, the girls jumped up from their seats, ready to start a battle right away, stunned by the appearance of the monster. Then a scream came from behind the boar's head, and a question about what someone was doing, and another voice said that the first impression was very important, so he thought it would be nice to do it effectively. A scream that such an impression was clearly not the right level, and the boar's head fell to the floor under the gaze of the guild members who did not understand anything. Lena tells Soma that she won't be able to get Soma off this time, and Aina comes up and says that it's pretty easy to surprise him this way. She can bet he's not that surprised. Soma agrees. Someone yells at them to stop making fun of him. The people started talking at once, surprised that the children brought a boar carcass, and Soma apologized for the inconvenience and asked to forget about it. He wanted to ask something. Could he register here as an adventurer, however? Soma thought that this place would be more welcoming after his appearance, but something went wrong. Aina said that everything went wrong from the very beginning, and Lena said that there was no way to get Soma off the hook now, to which Aina loudly asked what the hell, and Doris laughed and said that there was nothing to say when Soma's actions were on a completely different level, where you can't keep up with him, and greeted the guys at the guild branch, introducing herself as expected. After telling the others that it was time to work, Doris sat down at the table, and Soma thanked her for the kind greeting and said that he was at her service, to which Doris asked to leave all this formality, because all sorts of things happened, and it ended with her being in this place, and in any case it would end with her either becoming a figurehead or never daring to move forward. In general, she was only appointed to this place today. Aina noted that for someone who had just been appointed to this position, she was too free-spirited, and Doris joked that adventurers who looked down on others did not live long. Aina replied that it was hard to believe. Doris said that it meant she was easygoing, but returned to business and asked them about the fact that they had come to register. After examining Soma, Lena, and Aina, Doris noticed that there were 3 children in front of her, but they were unusually grown up, especially Soma stood out against their background. Strikingly, so to speak, whoever quickly develops their mind acquires a high level of abilities, and it seems that these children defeated a crazy boar, which can only be defeated by a group of high-ranking adventurers. Doris smiled and said that she would check them to see if they were worthy of becoming adventurers. In general, it seemed that children wanted to earn money through adventures to cover their travel expenses. This was a common reason. Soma said that he wanted to sell the carcass in parts, but no one wanted to buy it. Doris said that unfortunately, even if goods appeared here, there was nowhere to sell them, and Soma, saying that he understood, said that he felt like they were simply not trusted. Doris confirmed Soma's words, saying that partly it was also true. In the end, they had to get everything they needed themselves, and Lena asked that if an unpleasant person brought them materials, they would not buy them, to which Doris replied that the organization existed for adventurers, and in this profession it was easier to get into trouble, and they did not need it. Soma noted that this was the harsh truth of life, and Doris said that this was exactly why she needed to check them. Without further ado, Doris immediately called Soma, saying that she would test him, and he asked if they should take the test together, to which Doris asked that it would really be difficult for them to take the test alone. Everything was quite simple. If he refused, then the girls refused too. If he lost, then they were eliminated too. To this, Soma said that it turns out that their fate is in his hands and he has a great responsibility. Aina said that Soma is somehow too carefree for what he is talking about, and Lena supported her brother, saying that he should not have problems. Doris immediately warned Soma that he would be competing with her, and he would receive a grade based on the competition. Soma clarified that it was a mock battle, but Doris added that winning or losing did not matter and just took out her gun when Sheila intervened. Doris was surprised and asked Sheila again, saying that she wanted Doris to let her fight Soma instead of Doris, and Doris asked if Sheila wanted to be an examiner, to which Sheila nodded and took out her katana and stood in a stance. Soma took out his wooden sword and got ready. Doris gave the signal, and Soma rushed at Sheila, starting the duel first. Using several skills, Soma struck a blow trying to hit the girl, but she blocked his blow, and Soma noticed that, as he expected, Sheila was able to block his attack, even though her cloak completely hides and greatly hinders movement. But apparently this is exactly what this cloak was created for. These words surprised Sheila. She parried his attack and jumped away from Soma to a safe distance, but Soma grinned and attacked again in a split second. Exchanging a bunch of quick blows, Soma remained unperturbed and with a slight smile on his lips, deftly wielding his sword and reflecting or blocking the girl's attacks. Continuing to move at lightning speed, Soma and Sheila continued to exchange attacks, and Lena noticed that Sheila was clearly stronger than her. But the world was huge after all, and Aina said that she could no longer distinguish anything at all, and wondered how Sheila could move so quickly in such a cloak, while Doris silently and tensely watched the fight. Analyzing the situation, Doris noticed that Soma was much more capable than she expected. But Sheila is no slouch either. This is the first time Doris sees Sheila using a katana, but judging by her extensive knowledge, Sheila specializes in this weapon. But why is she showing her hands? If she hid them for a long time, then she didn't need to go that far. Something made her show her hands, or she just wanted to do it. Aina asked how long the fight would continue, and whether the duel should end when Sheila said so, to which Doris replied that they only needed to see the limit of Soma's skills, and then it would all be over. Lena assumed that Soma understood this and continues to fight for some purpose. But why is Sheila fighting? To this, Doris replied that it would be easiest to ask Sheila herself, because this girl is not stupid. Apparently she is interested in something. To this, Lena, with burning eyes, said that in the end Soma is her opponent, so it is not surprising that she is interested in something. It is natural. And Aina said that she is more amazed by the work of Lena's head than by the current situation. After making another blow, both opponents jumped back, preparing for the next blow, and Aina said that this is the end. She wished she could say so. Lena said that the fight was so intense that it even hurt, and Doris realized that they were going to finish everything with the next blow. Looking at each other, Soma prepared to attack and attacked first, while Sheila activated her skill, preparing to counterattack. Soma activated his skills and raised his sword above his head and was about to strike, but Doris fired several shots, saying that she couldn't let them go any further, so it was better to end this now. Sheila also stopped, and Doris said that she would not stop them if they wanted to continue the fight, but the test was already over. If they wanted to continue the fight, then she asked them to postpone it until next time. Soma agreed with this and threw his sword over his shoulder, and Sheila said that there was no need for this because she saw everything she wanted, saying that Doris would like to announce the result right away, but this is not the right place for it. She suggested going back, then said that she could bet that the guys already knew the result of the test and, after a while, said that they had passed it, and from that day on the three of them could call themselves adventurers, but they had no way to prove it today. Soma asked what Doris meant and said that he heard something about guild cards, to which Doris said that the current guild staff cannot issue these cards, so the guys are considered adventurers conditionally, and Doris will be their intermediary, but they need to go to another branch. Aina asked what would happen if they came to another branch without the necessary things. Doris replied that there would be no problems in the nearest cities, but in the distant ones, Doris said that they would have to use acting skills to pass the next test. Lena said that she didn't see a way around it, but taking tests at each branch would be annoying and asked Soma what they should do, but Soma himself didn't know, so he asked in which nearest city they would be given these cards. Doris answered that there shouldn't be any problems in Lamberg. It would take a week to get there by carriage. Aina sighed heavily, repeating the words about a week's journey, and Soma said that it was clearly far away. Doris said that it was far away, but it was worth going there even without maps, because the ruler lives there and rules from there. It is also the most prosperous city in this region, and information and goods flow into it, so it is definitely worth visiting. Doris also clarified the purpose of the trip, and Soma said that it was for the sake of magic. Doris was surprised to note that she thought Soma was a swordsman. Soma confirmed this and said that he had no ability for magic, and when asked why he traveled then for the sake of magic, Soma replied that it was to find a way to use it, which shocked the girls. Soma looked at the girls with confusion, and Doris realized that in a country where skills dictate everything, Soma would stop at nothing in search of a way to use magic. Another matter was Sheila, who now decided to take off her hood and answered Doris's silent question that she could trust the guys. Taking off her hood, Sheila reintroduced herself, saying that she was an elf and that she had a favor to ask of them. There were ancient ruins beyond Lamberg, and she wanted Soma and the girls to take her there. Meanwhile, in the old ruins, the surprised traveler could not believe his eyes, because all this should have been a fairy tale, and the place should have been simple ruins. The stranger in the cloak, meanwhile, was discussing how many people were with the traveler, and that there would be problems with the last place. Since an ordinary person could not do such a thing, he gave him some freedom of action. He could go and have a look. After all, no one had started moving yet. The traveler, looking at the man in the cloak, trembled. The stranger said to himself, decided to try it himself, and if everything was bad there, then he would reconsider his plans and, as if remembering, turned to the traveler, saying that it was not in vain that he left him alive. He overheard the conversation and learned that he wanted to make today's events part of history. The man in the cloak grinned and said that it was a great idea, and asked the man to tell everything about what would happen today on the ruins, without hiding a single detail, about the stranger and about a certain hymn. The gears of the conspiracy began to move along with the shadow of a mighty dragon. Soma and the girls watched as the last things were loaded into the cart. Doris said that she was handing Sheila over to him. Soma, he replied that Doris could count on him, but was Doris against it, and Aina confirmed that trusting a stranger was a bit too much, but Doris said that Sheila herself asked for it, and in case Sheila was deceived, it meant that they did not know how to evaluate people correctly. After leaving, Soma asked Sheila about the old ruins, and that one needed to have magic to get there. Sheila nodded and said that she heard this from a madman in a black robe in Lamberg's bar. The madman said that the source of the demon's power was dormant, and also about the old ruins nearby, and although he knew of the ruins' existence, he was unable to investigate them, which is why he gave information to adventurers who could do it for him, and Soma clarified that the payment for this information was also information if the expedition was successful, but this was too suspicious. Sheila said that after being there she felt someone was irritated. It was just intuition, but it would be difficult to excavate alone. Lena said that now it was clear why Sheila went with them, but perhaps it would be easier to find adventurers in the capital. Soma supported his sister's words, but said that it would have spread throughout the capital. Sheila said that it was out of the question, and Soma said that no matter how you look at it, it looked suspicious, but if it turned out to be a trap, they would simply break through it. Standing at the ruins, the guys looked around. Aina suggested that it was difficult not to know about such a large place, because it was next to the city, but Sheila explained that there was a hidden barrier, and it could not be detected, even with magic. If you did not know its location, Aina said that they came immediately upon arrival, and it would be better for them to prepare. But Soma assured that now they would only look around. Having decided to go in, the guys slowly walked into the ruins and immediately ran into a trap from which they could not escape. Then Soma said that he was preparing for a pit with spikes, but this place turned out to be surprisingly ordinary. Sheila nodded in agreement, and Aina angrily noted that they were talking too carelessly about this, and in general, it didn't matter that they were surrounded by strange creatures. To this, Soma took out his sword and rushed into battle, saying that it was not a problem. Like Sheila. Using several skills, the elf dealt with the monsters and looked around. Soma said that he was worried for only a second, but everything ended without problems, and Sheila mentally noted that, as expected, the monsters were after her. Aina asked Soma and Sheila if they really knew how to kill ghosts. To both of their questions, why not? Ayla replied that in a normal situation, they couldn't be defeated without magic. To Sheila's question about a special class, Lena said that she was also a special class, but she didn't touch the ghosts, and Soma didn't have a special class to begin with. These words surprised Sheila. Sheila immediately asked Soma how he didn't have a special class. Soma asked Lena if she told Sheila about this, and said that since we were talking he didn't think he had a special class, because he didn't have any skills. To which Sheila was surprised to remember Soma's fencing skill, and this without skills is such skill. Not fully believing Soma, they dubbed him an incomprehensible person, and when Soma asked what happened, Sheila replied that nothing, and the guys continued on their way. As he went deeper and deeper, Soma found traps every time and cleared a path for them to move forward. Entering the last room of the ruins, the guys looked around and were surprised to find something in this room that looked like an altar, and then they noticed someone behind the altar itself. Aina's eyes widened in shock. It turned out that behind the altar there was a statue of the Black Dragon. This place was a place of worship for the dragon. Soma immediately moved towards the statue under everyone's shouts and touched the statue, but was left slightly disappointed. Aina scolded Soma for being reckless and asked him what he would do if something happened, to which Soma said that he would deal with it as usual. Soma then noticed that the place seemed empty, and asked Sheila if she had any idea what they should find, to which the elf said that all she knew was that it would lead to something leading to the source of the demon's power, and Soma suggested that he could grant a wish. Sheila thought about it and said that it was strange, because she never spoke about her desire, only Doris knew. Soma agreed with Sheila and said that, in general, there was nothing new. The elf apologized for not asking more, and Soma said that in the end it was not difficult to guess. The source would allow you to use magic. Saying that they would have found out about it sooner or later anyway, Soma asked Aina what she had just done and whether that thing was empty. The girl replied that yes, but something seemed wrong. When she touched the altar, there was a grinding sound, and Lena asked what Aina had done. Soma told her to calm down and asked if this thing was made specifically to be filmed. Sheila nodded, and Soma asked what it was and then said that it looked like a letter. Sheila said that it looked like ancient writing, and that it was used several centuries ago, although the writing is not that old. What could it mean? Sheila shook her head and said that she had no way of knowing, and Soma read the words, "Here lies the dormant source of demon power," which surprised Lena, and then he began to reason that what Shino had heard was true, and if there was anything here, it had probably already been stolen, and Sheila said that although it was small, there was hope, to which Soma said that, yes, it was logical. Soma thought about the fact that some tricks were used here and there, but was there something that prevented Sheila from entering alone? Was there anything of that level here at all when she came? And these hieroglyphs, the alphabet of his former world? But Soma decided to suggest going back, and the girls unanimously supported him. In the already empty room, a stranger in a cloak materialized and rejoiced that at least some potential had been discovered. He could give them the task of erecting a seal, although no, the current situation suits them completely. Everything for the sake of their master and for the sake of their ideals, but still, there is nothing more annoying than this. After exploring the ruins, the guys got something to eat. Soma counted something and asked what they were celebrating. Aina said that successful collection of information, isn't that enough? Lena said that even though they didn't find what they were looking for, they collected an impressive amount, and Sheila said that since they can't think of anything else, then let it be so, and 3 mugs of milk and 1 of water clashed with a toast to their success. Soma began to wonder if they were lucky, because the result was unclear. They did not find what they were looking for, but on the way back they found a treasure trove. Not to say that they had little money, but this way things would go much easier. The profit from that boar was also not bad. If you are not generous, the money will be enough for a year. At that moment, a stranger in a cloak called out to the children. Seeing the man in the cloak, Aina cautiously asked if the man had addressed them. He said that he had addressed them and wanted to share a story with them. Lena tried to refuse, but the man assured her that she shouldn't take it so suspiciously, because Sheila should understand this well, the man said, pointing at the elf. Soma asked Sheila if she knew him, and the girl confirmed it, saying that it was he who told about the ruins. The man thanked the elf and asked if the guys had been to the ruins. Soma pointed to the fruits as the result of their expedition, and Sheila said that there was a treasury, but the artifact was not there. The man assumed that it had been stolen and apologized profusely. Then the man grinned and offered information about other ruins as compensation, and said that another sleeping force rested there. Soma and Aina exchanged glances, and the next day they were already standing at the tower and discussing the charm of the building, and whether it was safe. Sheila said that there shouldn't be any problems. She hoped so. Aina came closer and said that even if this tower is crumbling, why should it contain all the things? Sheila said that the interior should be different from the exterior, and Soma sighed and said that one can only hope for this. Entering inside, the guys were a little puzzled. It was dark inside, and they just rustled in the darkness, and the lamps that were supposed to be there didn't work, and the guys were clearly not exploring much. Soma said that there should be lamps somewhere, and Aina said that she would do it herself, and used light magic to illuminate the room. Then Aina asked Soma why he was moaning, what he saw, and Soma said that he was just jealous that the girl could use magic so easily. Sheila agreed, and Aina said that she couldn't help in any way, to which Soma concluded that the walls and floor under their bodies would not cave in, but Aina was forbidden to use attack spells, and on this they moved on. Next, Sheila had to fight the skeleton. Using many skills, Sheila tried to cut through its bones. Sheila dodged the blow, and Lena immediately came to the rescue. The elf thanked Lena, but she said that she did not think it was necessary, but she was glad to help. Soma started talking about whether this was the 4th floor, that before only skeletons appeared, but often there is something here too, Soma said, looking at the black haze. Soma asked if everyone had finished preparing, and only Aina asked if it was too late to ask. Soma said that he just wanted to make sure, and that he assumed that Aina would be more worried. The girl said that she had traveled before and had encountered similar things more than once, and besides, Soma was here, and the rest did not matter. Lena immediately asked if Aina really felt safe behind her brother's back, to which Aina first became indignant, so that she wouldn't stretch the truth, and then, blushing, she said that there was something to it. Soma said with a smile that it was a big responsibility, and Sheila, also smiling, repeated the word big, and they moved up the steps looking around. Soma said that he expected something like this. It looked like they had reached the top floor. The guys weren't surprised to see the black dragon statue again, but they still didn't find the altar. Aina said that it was good. Anything else? Lena asked. Just this, but it should be everything else. Soma said that everything was clearly visible now, and Sheila said that if they were attacked here, they would have a lot of problems, and Aina looked up. In front of Aina, a huge skeleton suddenly gathered and materialized from many bones. Soma, looking at this, calmly said that this was a terribly boring trick, while Sheila said that it can often be found in such places, so here is the line between idiocy and genius. Aina screamed, and Soma asked her what happened and why she was making noise. Aina said that a huge thing appeared in front of them, and she was of course surprised, But why were Soma and Sheila so calm? At this, Soma looked at the elf and said that yes, he was huge, but that was where it all ended. Sheila nodded again and then turned around abruptly. Having activated the skills, the elf attacked the skeleton, saying that the resistance was too low. But it turned out that the skeleton had instant regeneration. Attacking again, Sheila only made sure that no matter how many times she attacked, the monster regenerates at the speed of light. To this, Soma said that in such situations, you need to hit faster than it has time to recover. And Sheila said that yes, but it is too huge. Soma agreed with her. Aina attacked with the spell Tearing Flame. Soma also hit Sileth, but noticed that the monster had monotonous attacks and did not move. Noticing that the walls were starting to collapse, Soma realized that the skeleton wanted to bring down the tower. Aina asked what Soma was going to do. Soma said that it was obvious, because there was only one way to defeat him. But there was no time for that, and Soma said the word flash. Using the cheating technique of the swordsman, Soma in an instant disassembled the Sileth to pieces, and turning to the girls told them to start looking for what they came for. Meanwhile, at the Newmont mansion, Sophia was reviewing the reports, the 7 witnesses of the dragon-like creature and the incident in the Kingdom of Veritas. Sophia sighed heavily and hoped that she was just hoping that she was imagining things and wondered if she should tell him. The young man sighed. The servant asked what happened, to which the man said that nothing. He just thought that everything was as usual. This man was in one of the kingdoms of the radius of the 7 heavens. He is also known as the first king, the Sword King, Klaus Newmont. Klaus noted that they had been in this stalemate for 3 years, and the servant said that he had been told over and over that they were up to something. But the servant thought it was a bluff, to which Klaus said that was precisely why they should be vigilant. He would be happy to think that it was all an exaggeration, and then saying that that was enough for today, Klaus and the servant headed back to the city. Meanwhile, Soma moved the slab and said that it was the same mechanism as in the previous ruins. A ball rolled out of the mechanism and Soma picked it up, and after examining it, quoted the words, "The power that is connected to the demonic crown rests here." However, Aina asked what kind of thing it was, and Soma said that he did not know. They needed to go to the guild and gather information. They had no other choice. When the boys left the room, the same stranger appeared in it, and, noticing that the children had taken him, noted that the plan had worked. They were surprisingly literate. Maybe it was time for them to take the next step, or he was expecting too much from them, but at the same time the goal was becoming clearer, which meant it was time to make the final push, all for the sake of the Lord and their ideals. The guys went around several guilds but returned empty-handed. Everything turned out to be useless, not that Soma expected a different result, but still. Aina shared that she heard that a village near the ruins was destroyed, but this information only concerns the ruins they visited. Sheila said that they showed this object to people and asked, but no one knows anything. Soma concluded that he would have to turn to someone who knows, and turned around to find a stranger behind him. The stranger noticed that they were waiting for him here, and he hoped to surprise them with something. Aina stared at the stranger in shock, not understanding where he came from, and Soma said that Lena had warned them, of course, but Aina knew little about weapons, to which Iona, sweating, asked if she was the only one who was so inattentive. Lena and Sheila sighed and said that they were also inattentive, but Soma said that one way or another, she was the only one who lacked attentiveness and vigilance. Then Soma turned around and spoke to the strangers, asking him if he came to give them a hint. As always, the stranger confirmed this, saying that Soma was smart and would not be surprised so easily. Soma asked if the stranger would tell him how to use this thing. He again gave an affirmative answer, and Aina asked if the man was too kind, to which he said that he had lived a long time and wisdom comes with age. Having asked whether the children would listen to what the man would say, he received an affirmative answer and said that this sphere itself is meaningless. In other words, it is the key, and the meaning of its existence lies precisely in this. The children began to figure out on their own where they could use the key, since it was in ruins. The man chuckled and said that they were very smart, and he would go there with them, because even he didn't know if what they needed was there. With these words, the man fell silent, and then left. Soma concluded that at least the next goal was clear. Aina asked if Soma was too calm, and Lena said that he was not mistaken and asked Soma why he was so silent lately. Aina also noticed this, and Soma said that there was nothing unusual about it, he was just thinking about something. And so, standing again at the ruins, Aina said that trips to the ruins had now become commonplace. Then sighing, she asked how this could be. She had been worried before, but now she felt relief, just because they had finally gotten here. Lena said that they often travel now, All sorts of things had happened. Sheila noted that this was the first time she had visited the ruins so often, and Soma said that in any case, this was the first time they had encountered such ruins, to which Aina responded that in fact before this, all the ruins had been firsts. The appearance is definitely different from the previous two. Lena asked how it happened, that no one knows about this place. She knows about the barrier, but still, Sheila replied that most likely this is how it works, that if you don't know about them, then you won't find them. Lena said that she was getting a little creepy. This place is far from the city and surrounded by a barrier. It's better to leave it like that. Soma said that they couldn't judge the size from the outside because it was an old ruin. Sheila repeated that the interior could be very different from the exterior. Lena enthusiastically suggested trying to go inside, and Soma said that they wouldn't achieve anything by standing outside. Making their way through the branches and passing the tunnel, the guys came out of it, and Soma said that it was strange to him. When asked what exactly Soma said that, probably, the atmosphere was strange, and the fact that they had not yet met monsters was really strange. Lena also noticed this when Soma brought it up and asked if it was normal. Sheila replied that it wasn't really. It could be because the ruins were sealed at the entrance, but there were bound to be monsters in places like that. Aina understood and suggested that they needed to be more vigilant. Soma was so used to it that she was even surprised, but it was not surprising because she spent so much time near Soma, and Soma asked what this had to do with it, to which Aiga became embarrassed, and Lena asked why Aina was so embarrassed. Lena immediately jumped up to Soma and said that she also seemed to be getting used to it. Soma praised his sister, and Aina indignantly noted that they were talking about how being vigilant is normal. Sheila giggled and they moved on. Suddenly noticing something, Soma froze. Aina asked him what he was doing. Lena suggested that he might have seen something. Soma thought about it, mumbling incoherently. Aina asked him if this was their goal. Soma said that it seemed to be somehow connected. Lena said that they can go wherever Soma wants. She will follow him no matter what. Aina said the same, and Sheila also said that she relies on Soma. Soma nodded and said that he is leading then and everyone should be as prepared as possible. Noticing the figure of a girl in the distance, Soma stopped. The girls immediately wondered what the person was doing in the ruins, but Soma hesitantly said that it was most likely not a person. Lena, looking closely, said that something was wrong with her, and Soma said that if he was not mistaken, he knew who it could be. Suddenly, the silhouette swayed and sharply opened its snow-white wings, scattering feathers hanging in the air with a sword in its hand. The dumbfounded girls tried to guess whether it was a humanoid or a harpy, and Soma said that it looked like an angel, which surprised the girls even more, because none of them had heard of angels before, and this surprised Soma. Soma decided to clarify if none of them had heard of angels before. The girls all said that they had never heard of it before, and assumed that it was some kind of monster, and Soma only said that, in any case, she was in their way. Angel and Soma clashed. The boy tried to hit the girl with wings, but she blocked his blow with her shield. Soma attacked again and ran into the shield again. Exchanging attacks, Soma tried to hit the angel, but she deftly parried his attacks, which surprised Aina greatly, not believing her eyes. Aina asked Lena and Sheila if they were going to help, but both assured her that there was no need. Their lives were dear to them and they would only get in the way, and Soma was thrown back to the girls in the meantime. Soma said that it was an illusion of the angel type, the level that was needed, but it was strange that no one knew about angels. To this, Sheila explained that illusions surpass human understanding and imagination. The same dragons take the form of strong creatures in the understanding of people, and this is how illusions are transformed into the world. That is why, Soma finished for Sheila, people do not know about the existence of angels, so it should not exist. Soma thought that the knowledge of the monsters of the past world, and this one, are similar in part. The previously unknown angels came as a surprise. The question is, what is it? Is someone trying to create a creature similar to an angel or a biological weapon? On the other hand, in the distant past, angels could have existed, or... Sheila asked Soma if it was hard to defeat her. Soma said that he had to defeat her, but if this continued, she would slow them down a lot. Aina asked about the trump card she had, and Soma said that the same applies to the angel. If you forget his superior defense, which Soma cannot penetrate, Sheila said that you can't always rely on him and she will help. Saying that she could make an opening for Soma, Sheila used a concealment spell and disappeared. And Soma attacked to distract the angel. Attacking at the same time as Sheila, Soma was able to catch the angel off guard and landed a kick to her face. Soma swung his arm and was about to strike When the angel opened her mouth, Soma's eyes widened. He was called out, and he even growled. While the angel was trying to sing something, Soma said that he was a sword that slays demons and struck the angel with all his might. The sword shattered into pieces, and the pieces flew in different directions, and Shayna said that after these words, she did not want to die, shame. Aina asked what she was talking about, and Shayna said that in order to protect them, Soma broke his wooden sword. This attack itself destroys the principle of destruction. The trembling angel girl stood up, which shocked Aina and Lena with Sheila. They realized that it was probably because Soma protected them, and the angel prepared for a new voice attack. The girls decided to retreat, because Soma could not defeat her, as the girls thought. Shayna asked if Aina and Lena could do something, and the girls decided to do it. Aina said that she couldn't be protected all the time. Lena said that she wouldn't forgive herself if she didn't do anything, and Shayna also prepared to attack. With one swing of the katana, Shayna delivered one precise blow, cutting through the angel's attack, and the angel was unable to attack immediately. Everyone froze, and realizing this, they exhaled a little. Sheila looked at Soma, then at the girls, and suddenly threw her katana at Soma with all her might. Soma caught it with words just in time. Just as the angel was about to attack, Soma also used the one-strike slash skill and delivered a precise strike from head to toe. The angel was cut in half and eventually fell down, dissolving, and Lena said that with the right weapon, everything turns out to be much easier. Sheila agreed, and Aina asked if it was strange how Sheila quickly threw the katana at Soma, and Soma easily intercepted it. To this, Sheila asked what was wrong with that, and if she had delayed and thrown it at a different speed, they would have been late, and Aina covered her face with her hand, and said that she had forgotten that she was the only normal person among them. To Soma's question what she was talking about, Aina answered that everyone except her was crazy. Soma thanked Sheila, and when she said that it was her technique, he said that he imitated her and her technique was breathtaking. Sheila asked if it was a compliment. Aina asked what they would do next, go back, because Soma's sword was broken. But Soma took the angel's sword, and only then said that it was not cursed, and Aina sighed heavily, so the guys went on. When the guys reached a dead end, Soma said that he would never have thought that after such an opponent there would be a dead end. Lena suggested that this door could be opened with something, but Shayna suggested that then it was something else. And Aina said that they should go back, but Soma did not agree, confident that what was needed was behind this wall, which meant there was no need to go back. With one swing of his sword, Soma cut through the wall from ceiling to floor and kicked the severed piece away. Soma said that it was easy to see that the entrance remained safe and sound, to which Aina was indignant that Soma should not pour it on her, since all his concepts were somehow perverted, and Sheila said that now there was really no need to go back. Lena supported this. Aina told them not to overpraise Soma. Soma said what was done and called to come in. Going inside, Soma said that nothing unusual. As expected, a dragon statue and no one else. But there is no altar anywhere and the statue looks different. But since this statue is here, then they have only one thing left. And Sheila chuckled. Aina asked if the statue was too tall. Lena suggested that it was about 5 meters. Sheila took out a sphere, and Soma said that something would definitely happen after that. Sheila jumped up and placed the sphere into the statue's eye socket. And upon landing, she noticed that nothing had happened. Suddenly, claps were heard throughout the hall. Soma turned around and saw their familiar stranger. The man said that it was like a balm for sore eyes. They didn't even have to look for the key to the door. He didn't think that they would break through by force. Smiling, the man said that it was all wonderful.
The mysterious blonde in a black coat expresses admiration for how easily the other person arrived. He says that the person was a great help and thanks him for it. The dark-haired character responds that he sees no reason for gratitude. Nevertheless, the other insists that he did a great job and shouldn't be so modest. The dark-haired guy is surprised that his actions are considered great. Instead of gratitude, he asks for permission to ask a question. The blonde in the hood smiles and says it's a beautiful day. He allows any questions, not just one. The guy says he'll take the opportunity to ask as many questions as he wants and is curious about the mysterious object in front of him. The blonde confirms that he has the right to do so. He adds that soon everything will lose meaning, so it's okay to ask. According to him, what's happening is truly astonishing. The blonde man explains that what they see is not an ordinary statue. He tells them that this creature once brought disasters to humanity and was sealed away. It's an illusion of an evil dragon named Fafnir. The man clarifies that the sphere the hero obtained is the heart of the seal, and he removed it himself. The elf with the braid remembers that the evil dragon was sealed at the cost of her people's sacrifices. Hearing this, she is horrified to realize that she broke the seal with her own hands. She breathes heavily, looking at her palms in disbelief. The blonde insists it's true, pointing to clear evidence, but the girl denies it, trembling in shock. The young man admits he knows nothing about the evil dragon but guesses its nature from the name. He exhales and stays calm. Then he asks what the purpose of awakening this creature is. He turns to his companion, waiting for an answer. The blonde man with the smirk says he doesn't plan anything complicated, and just wants the dragon to cause some destruction. He adds that he aims to bring chaos back to the world. The dark-haired guy calmly asks if that's really the whole goal. The man replies that it's a simple reason, but still achievable. The young man reasons that if the dragon was once sealed, it means it has been defeated before. He assumes that if it causes trouble again, it can be stopped once more. The blonde man smirks and claims that it's impossible. He assures that there's no reason to worry. The man explains that the dragon was divided and sealed into 12 parts. He notes that such a seal requires a life. The victims were elves and their royal nobility. The seal relied on the lives of high elves. The blonde explains that each of the 12 seals required one life, totaling 12 sacrifices. He notes that currently only 6 high elves are alive. Their number has not increased since then. The elf woman says that because of this, resealing is impossible, no matter how hard they try. The guy agrees that the situation is serious. He states that they need to stop those trying to remove the last seal before the dragon awakens. The blonde guy smirks and replies that it's already pointless. He explains that the last seal applied was the final one. A creature with the head of a beast asks why chaos must be brought into the world. The blonde man replies that chaos is their goal, not a means to an end. He adds that their god desires only death and destruction. The man says this with a smile, openly revealing his intentions. The girl with long hair exclaims that she suspected it, but now she's sure. The person she's talking to is indeed from a heretical group. The blonde calmly admits it's true, though he doesn't like that label. He notes that the concept of heresy will soon change. After that, he suggests postponing further discussions. The girl in light clothing notices that the opponent is too confident and doesn't think the dragon's burst of rage will change much. The man in the cloak replies that this is just the beginning. He says their allies are already in action and mentions that 1 or 2 setbacks won't affect their plan. The guy says that a lot has become clear and asks to pose one last question. He wants to know why they were told all this. The blonde man replies that he doesn't mind questions and asks him to go ahead. Then, with a smirk, he notes that the answer is obvious because they are all going to die right here, and he starts laughing. A massive eye appears in the sky, emitting a sinister energy. 3 girls suddenly feel a strange effect on their bodies. One of them panics as she realizes she can't move. Another, surprised, asks what's happening to her body as she loses control. The blonde man explains that paralysis happens to those who look into the dragon's eye. He adds that he hasn't lied about anything, and now everything should be clear. Then he says he will give a reward for how easily the seal was removed. The girl replies that they don't need a reward. The blonde man says that all their allies have already received a reward, and there's no need to be shy. He specifies that he will give a reward to only one of them as a token of appreciation for their company. The dark-haired guy has to decide who will receive it. The man adds that the chosen one will be preserved as the reward. A girl in tears asks how saving someone can be considered a reward. She is breathing heavily and is in despair. A blonde man, surprised, notes that judging by current events, they will all perish. Then he claims that the chance to save even one person is the greatest reward. The girl, in anger, shouts a curse, unable to hold back her emotions. The guy calmly says he has a rule to accept everything offered to him. Then he clarifies that he doesn't actually need a reward. He concludes by saying that it's the end for the opponent, and they can't go any further. The blonde man admits it's a pity, but advises not to despair. He says their plan has progressed, thanks to the young man's involvement. The man promises to tell others about his actions. He then adds that if the young man doesn't choose anyone, no one will survive, as they can't control the evil dragon. The guy sighs heavily and calmly says there's nothing to worry about. He insists that the other person's concern is unnecessary. Then he delivers a powerful sword strike. The winged creature is cut in half with a single slash. The blonde man starts laughing and mockingly asks what that was. He is surprised, wondering if the guy really thinks he can handle the dragon. Then he declares that the very evil dragon feared by the whole world is right in front of him. The man insists that despite the opponent's abilities, he has no chance of doing anything. The blonde man sighs heavily and notes that he once considered his opponent promising, but now doubts his own judgment. He says that if the opponent had been obedient, his usefulness might have been valuable. Then the man mocks, suggesting the young man might have gone mad from fear. Suddenly, he exclaims "What?" in surprise, seeing something unexpected in front of him. The body of the fierce dragon lies defeated on the ground, split by a powerful blow. The blonde man steps back in shock, saying it's impossible. He can't believe that the dragon, a creature that instills fear in the whole world, has been killed. The man repeats that it's absurd, refusing to accept what has happened. A young man asks why killing a dragon is considered impossible. He points out that the dragon is just a life-infused illusion. The young man explains that if you inflict enough damage, it won't be able to sustain itself. In that case, the illusion will vanish. The young man claims it's an undeniable truth. The blonde reluctantly admits it's absurd. He says logic doesn't matter, only the result does. Out of the 12 parts of the seal, one was lost, and that's all that matters. The blonde man admits that losing part of the dragon is painful, but considers it a small price to pay for information about the threat. He then says they will need to adjust their plans. The young man notes that during their conversation he couldn't bring himself to let the enemy live. He adds that now the enemy won't have a chance to try again. The blonde man claims he's too smart to reveal his true nature in such a place. Suddenly he starts coughing and looks at his body in surprise. The young man calmly states that his opponent was already cut down a while ago. He adds that he just forgot to mention it as the man falls to the ground. The blonde man, in defeat, realizes that his body is just a duplicate. He explains that the space was distorted to create the illusion of his presence. Then, with disbelief, he asks how the young man managed to cut through such a defense. The young man replies that when he sees a target in front of him, it's only natural to cut through what's there. The blonde man admits that he was the truly foolish one. He starts laughing and says that everything is clear now. Then he notes that his role is almost complete. As he falls, he says the rest depends on his comrades and considers the outcome not so bad after all. One of the girls, speaking to Soma, admits that the timing is off, but he has left her speechless again. The second girl exclaims that such behavior was expected. The third asks what he plans to do next. The young man replies that they were going to be deceived anyway, so it made more sense to gather information first and then destroy the enemy. The girl says they can't just sit back after everything they've heard. She notes that probably none of them can do anything except Soma. Then she asserts that as long as Nia-sama is with them, everything will be fine. Another adds that their goal is to help him reach the right place. Soma says that, as expected, dealing with the dragon won't be easy. He doubts it will be as careless as their previous opponent. Then he suggests that everything should work out in the end. One of the girls asks where they should go first. One of the girls notices that the enemy didn't mention a specific location. The second suggests gathering information for now. The third is hesitant, thinking it's safe but might be too late. Her companion agrees, adding that moving around also takes time, and they can't afford to hesitate. Soma says not to spend too much time thinking about the direction. The girl, surprised, asks if he knows something specific. She addresses him as Ni-sama. The others listen closely to his words, waiting for an explanation. Soma suggests that the heretical group plan to act immediately afterward. He concludes that the location is somewhere nearby. The girl agrees but says they don't know exactly how to find it. The others silently watch the events unfold. Soma says there was no need to think it over initially. He points out that, if we believe the opponent's words, just moments ago this place was linked to his location. The guy concludes that everything important happened right here. He prepares for the next move, gripping his sword. One of the girls is worried about how Soma is holding the sword and says she has a bad feeling. The guy exhales and replies that she's imagining things. He calmly says it's time to go and calls everyone to follow him. The girl, confused, tries to stop him, but he's already moving ahead with the others. The beast-like creature senses that part of its power has vanished. It is surprised and wonders if something unexpected has happened. The creature finds it strange that anyone could destroy even a portion of this power. Meanwhile, 3 cloaked figures discuss how one of the sealed creatures has yet to return, and it's time to move forward without waiting. A massive dragon soars into the sky, casting its shadow over the land. Meanwhile, another winged figure rises with a cry, calling to fight in memory of the fallen. The creature declares that it's time to resume the battle from where they left off. The atmosphere fills with tension before the new fight. Soma asks if it's really true. The man in the coat confirms without hesitation. He says these are the results of an investigation conducted together with the mages. Soma notices that the enemy is mobilizing their entire army. He asks if there are any reports of reinforcements or an ambush. The man in the cloak replies that there have been no signs of incoming troops. He also adds that there is no suitable place nearby for an ambush. Soma admits he asked a silly question. He notes that there are only planes around. Then he reasons that flying mages would be more likely, but that would make them easy targets. He stays calm and continues to analyze the situation. Soma asks if the officers are aware of what's happening. Then he says there's no point in thinking about it any further. The man in the robe replies that since they can't figure out the enemy's intentions, they've left all decisions to him. Soma agrees and says he'll go himself, and the other person asks if everything will be all right. Soma says this is the best option and that's why he's here. He adds that he can't let his soldiers die in vain. The man with the report finishes his briefing and asks for permission to leave. Soma prepares for action, receives confirmation, and steps out as a menacing shadow draws nearer. A man in knight's armor appears, exuding confidence. He is asked about the current situation. One of the observers scans the field with binoculars. Soldiers excitedly shout his name, calling him Klaus Soma and the Sword King. Klaus observes the enemy and confirms there are no reinforcements and no worthy opponents among them. The adversaries shout that today is his last day, but Klaus calmly decides it's better to strike first than to delay, and he gives the order to act. Klaus is about to enter the fight. One of his allies jokingly asks him to leave some opponents for the rest of them, to which Klaus, with a smirk, replies that it all depends on the enemies. Then he announces his move and, with a determined look, charges forward, ready to attack. Klaus is rapidly approaching the enemy line. He warns that he'll try to miss, but some opponents will still get hit. With a stone-faced expression he adds, "At least try to run," showing he has no illusions about the outcome of the clash. Klaus unleashes his most powerful technique, Meteor Strike, channeling all his skill, strength, and blessings into a single blow. Energy descends from the sky, exploding the ground beneath him, reflecting not just physical power but the culmination of decades of combat experience and determination. Klaus stands calmly at the edge of the giant crater created by his strike. Assessing the situation, he notes there are no casualties. His attack was powerful yet precise. Addressing his enemies, he offers them a choice: surrender and receive fair treatment or flee, as they won't be pursued. Despite his composure, the exhausted and frightened enemies shout back that they are not accustomed to such brutality by choice. It was a path forced upon them. Klaus, drawing his sword, warns his opponents that he will try to hold back his strength, but he can't guarantee their survival. They can only try to stay alive. Hearing this, one of the enemies laughs and exclaims that their choice is obvious. Klaus, calmly accepting their decision, says he has nothing more to add. The soldiers watch in panic, believing they're witnessing the impossible. One of them, terrified, asks if it's a hallucination. Klaus is also surprised, reacting calmly but clearly on edge, realizing something is amiss. Their reaction suggests the appearance of something, or someone, so unbelievable that even seasoned fighters can't trust their eyes. The powerful, menacing silhouette of the creature with outstretched wings and a terrifying gaze creates an atmosphere of impending disaster. One of the characters exclaims in astonishment, "A dragon," confirming that what stands before them is not an illusion, but a real and extremely dangerous threat. The warrior looks ahead in surprise, noticing a black dragon. He can't believe that it's truly an evil dragon before him. The thought of the 12 seals being broken fills him with doubt. He considers that it might just be a resemblance, but dismisses that possibility as even more unlikely. The warrior looks at the dragon soaring in the air and loudly shouts a battle cry. He turns, drawing his sword from its sheath. The hero notes that he doesn't need to change his plan. His expression remains focused and determined. The warrior activates various techniques and skills, including life sacrifice and battle cry. His body is enveloped in an aura that reflects the power of each move. He wields a single sword, combining all martial arts and physical strength. A fierce thrust is aimed directly at the enemy. The warrior's sword begins to crack under the pressure of accumulated techniques. He presses his lips together, quietly expressing frustration at the situation. Without stopping, the hero moves on to a new technique, strengthening his body and will. Focusing all his skills, he delivers a powerful blow called the Grand Strike. The warrior is surprised to see that the attack didn't harm the dragon. His face shows shock and concern. He concludes that the sword breaking wasn't an accident. The hero realizes that the enemy reflects all damage back. The dragon opens its mouth wide, preparing to unleash its destructive breath. A powerful energy envelops its body, gathering in its chest. The warrior warns the others to take cover and not to attempt any defense. He orders them to focus solely on escaping, believing resistance to be futile. A stream of fiery breath engulfs the defenders, who barely manage to shield themselves. The hero takes a hit and struggles to stay on his feet. After the attack, he breathes heavily and lets out a brief cry of pain. An ally rushes over, relieved that Klaus is okay. Klaus asks in surprise why his allies didn't retreat. In front of him stands a group of soldiers led by a young mage in a robe. The mage explains that they were on the front line when they saw the dragon's breath. He adds that he thought it was wiser to move closer instead of fleeing. One of the knights explains that the mages covered them during the retreat. He adds that part of their escape was just luck. Klaus lowers his gaze and briefly confirms what he heard. His face remains serious as he continues to ponder the situation. Klaus asks if they know how extensive the damage is. The mage replies that they were retreating desperately until the very end. He admits he can only guess the consequences. In his opinion, almost everyone was wiped out during the attack. Klaus calmly says that his request is quite natural. He explains that first and foremost, he needs a sword. Any will do. The mage clarifies that the primary task remains providing medical assistance. Klaus points out that without a weapon, fighting is pointless. A girl appears before Klaus and offers her help as a mage. She is confident in her protective and healing abilities and asks if he needs her. Klaus exclaims her name in surprise and wonders why she is there. His face shows shock and confusion. Sophia says she has come to deliver bad news. She adds that she might be a little late, but she still made the right choice. Klaus responds that even if they had known in advance, it wouldn't have changed much. He notes that in that case, they still wouldn't have been able to do anything. Klaus reproaches Sophia for arriving via teleportation, considering it reckless. He maintains a serious expression. The girl smiles and admits she panicked a little when she got there. She tries to stay calm despite the situation. One of the knights suddenly interrupts the conversation and starts a report. The mage protests, reminding him that Klaus is still speaking. The soldier apologizes and insists he has urgent news. He emphasizes the need to immediately relay the information to the commander. Klaus says he doesn't mind the interruption since it's not the time for talking. He asks Sophia for help. She readily responds that of course she'll help. She confirms her agreement with a slight nod. Klaus allows the knight to report and gives him the floor. He is interested in the essence of the report. The soldier, with some anxiety, confirms that he has urgent information. He states that the army of the Kingdom of Veritas has resumed its advance. Klaus reacts with surprise and indignation to the news of the army's advance. He wonders if they realize there's a dragon here. After a brief pause, he considers the possible reason for their actions. The hero suggests that the presence of the dragon might be the reason for their movement. The dragon hovers in the sky, maintaining its intimidating presence. Klaus is frustrated that the enemy isn't giving them time to regroup. He asks Sophia to come with him and heal his leg first. She agrees, and then Klaus orders everyone to retreat with all their might. Klaus and his companions arrive at a new location through a spatial transition. One of them notices that this time, there's a real dragon in front of them. A girl in a cloak asks if everything went according to plan. Klaus confirms but admits the method was quite risky. The girl in the cloak notes that typically, no one would use a spatial shift in such a situation. She emphasizes that most people wouldn't even consider it. Then she recalls that they had already experienced a shift near those ruins. In the distance, a group can be seen standing by the remnants of a magical circle. Klaus notices something is wrong with Lena and approaches her with concern. He moves closer, asking about her condition. A girl with long hair mentions that Lena has been silent and unresponsive for a while. The hero is surprised and tries to understand what's happening. The dark-haired girl suggests that Lena might have felt unwell due to spatial displacement. She adds that some people have a similar reaction. Another participant notes that the reason is someone's excessive insistence. Lena slowly regains her senses and makes a short sound. The companion anxiously asks Lena if she's okay. Lena replies that she feels fine, though a bit uneasy. The girl in the black cloak calls Lena strange and adds that she shouldn't be lenient with that idiot. When asked again about how she's feeling, Lena confirms that everything is fine. Klaus tells Lena she doesn't need to hold back if she's feeling unwell. She replies that she's fine despite feeling under the weather. He watches her with a serious expression. With a brief comment, he expresses doubt, but doesn't press further. Klaus notices that they have arrived at their planned destination, but the problem is still unresolved. He wonders why it's still unclear exactly where they are. One of his companions agrees with him. The surroundings resemble a fortress with an armory wall. Klaus suggests taking a look outside first to gather some information. He believes this is a sensible step in the current situation. The girl in the robe agrees with him and confirms his words. She notes that there are no clues inside the building. One of the companions hopes they haven't ended up in completely the wrong place. Another confirms that it's a possibility. Klaus silently wishes it isn't true. The group heads toward the exit, hoping to clarify the situation. A massive dragon approaches menacingly, radiating fury with just a glance. It effortlessly deflects an attack, launching a powerful counterstrike. Klaus watches and admits he didn't expect such a one-sided battle. Sophia notes that her initial assessment of the situation was mistaken. Klaus tells Sophia that this is it and asks her to go to the capital with the report. He admits he doesn't know how much longer he can hold back the dragon. Sophia tries to object, but he continues, reminding her of past difficulties. Klaus apologizes for her having to go through this again. Sophia replies that she doesn't think his presence would have changed anything. She adds that she couldn't really do anything for that person. Klaus apologizes for everything that happened. Sophia says she has known his awkward side for a long time and accepts it with understanding. Sophia, with a slight smile, announces that she's setting off. Klaus silently looks at her, then affirms her decision. His face shows calmness and a hint of sadness. They say goodbye without unnecessary words, understanding the significance of the moment. Sophia activates the magical device for spatial transition, gripping it in her hands. She notes that she is using two artifacts at once. Klaus, watching this, covers his face with his hand. He points out that this will once again worsen their financial situation. Sophia explains that the artifact they are using is less versatile but more affordable. Klaus responds with a slight smile, saying he didn't know that. They exchange glances, staying calm before parting ways. The girl holds the device in her hands, preparing to activate the transition. Sophia is surprised to notice that the spatial transition suddenly stops. Klaus, in shock, exclaims that this is impossible. He emphasizes that stopping a spatial transition is not something that can be done easily. Both of their faces show anxiety and confusion about what is happening. Klaus is horrified to realize that the dragon is speaking. The creature mocks them, asking if they tried to escape. It claims it won't let them go so easily. The dragon menacingly exclaims, threatening death, while Klaus and Sophia watch in disbelief. Klaus reflects on the nature of the dragon and calls it an illusion. He realizes that the creature exists only by maintaining a delicate balance between reality and uncertainty. If this balance is disrupted, the dragon will vanish from the world. The image of the creature is surrounded by streams of energy, highlighting its unstable nature. The dragon looks at its opponent with disdain and mocks his carelessness. It claims that the human is not far enough from death to worry about an enemy. The creature emphasizes the opponent's weakness, considering him harmless. The dragon's gaze is full of arrogance and menace. The dragon asks if the opponent thinks it won't be killed. It hopes that's not the case, and menacingly clarifies its intention to kill. The creature admits it hasn't done so yet, only out of interest in what's happening. It considers the enemy's plans insignificant, but still watches. Suddenly, a new warrior appears and addresses the dragon. He loudly declares that it has no right to kill the two people. The hero insists that the creature understands this itself. His stance radiates confidence, and his gaze is fixed directly on the enemy. The warrior angrily declares that he must kill those two with his own hands. He orders the dragon to hold them tightly, to prevent any resistance. The dragon is outraged at being given orders. Its eyes blaze with fury, unable to believe that a human dared to command it. The dragon furiously orders the man to remember his place. The creature powerfully soars into the air and strikes down. The warrior watches in fear, unable to react in time. The dragon disdainfully warns him to remember this well. The dragon towers over everyone and loudly announces its name. It calls itself Fafnir, an ancient dragon. The creature claims that its name embodies terror and despair. Its figure exudes power. overwhelming all with its presence. Klaus notices that the dragon mentioned its name, and asks if the Kingdom of Veritas wasn't its ally. Fafnir replies that perhaps he revealed his name as a gesture of gratitude for breaking the seal. He claims he promised not to harm them without reason, but warns that if he is insulted there will be no mercy. Sophia looks at Klaus with concern, asking if he really intends to die. The kingdom soldiers are under attack, and scream, in pain and panic. One of them accuses the enemy of deceit, recalling that they were told about an alliance with a dragon. A warrior pleads not to die, gripped by fear. The screaming soldiers groan in pain, lying on the ground, shocked by what is happening. Klaus thinks the dragon has gone too far in trying to make a strong impression. He notes that this might make it stronger, but it also brings it closer to destruction. According to him, the creature's disappearance now wouldn't be a surprise. The hero maintains a serious demeanor as he assesses the situation. Klaus asks the dragon why it resorts to such extreme measures. He recalls that illusions created by the world usually don't seek death. Fafnir replies that everything happening is the will of his master. The creature admits it doesn't expect to be understood but decides to reveal the reason due to a special circumstance. Sophia asks if the dragon is talking about the master known as the evil god. Fafnir confirms her suspicion without hesitation. He angrily declares that their actions led to the master's downfall. The dragon accuses them of slandering and destroying his master. One of the characters apologizes, with a slight smile, saying it seems he said something unnecessary. Sophia looks a bit embarrassed. Nevertheless, he assures her there's no need to worry, the outcome will remain the same. Fafnir, an ancient dragon whose existence hangs in a delicate balance between illusion and reality, declares his final wish to bring death and destruction before vanishing, fulfilling the will of his master, a being once cast down and branded as an evil god who once ruled over destruction and doom. The man admits he sees himself as just as much of a failure as the woman, and she, with self-irony, calls herself a failed mother, realizing she doesn't even have the right to judge others. With a triumphant roar, the dragon announces the impending doom of the heroes, emphasizing that this was exactly what someone in the past had intended. The heroes calmly clasp each other's hands. One admits he wanted to discuss many things, while the other replies that he will wait for their meeting afterward. The enemy launched an attack, but the white-haired warrior quickly seized the initiative. He struck the opponent forcefully, sending him flying. The blow was accompanied by a fierce shout and a sharp hand movement. The hero declared that the time had come, but it would not be him who perished, but the enemy. The enemy crashed into the stone surface, sending up a cloud of debris. The impact shattered the ground, creating a crack. The enemy's body was pinned against the rock, surrounded by signs of destruction. The hero's strike was so powerful that it completely immobilized the opponent. The guy in the hood noted that he slightly missed. He turned to the girl standing nearby and explained that he was just a wandering swordsman. The stranger admitted that he had interfered in someone else's affairs but hoped it would go unnoticed. The girl, surprised, tried to find out who he was. The wounded swordsman doubted the stranger's words, claiming that such a suspicious person couldn't have just been passing by. He expressed skepticism about the coincidence of their meeting. The hooded guy pondered this and admitted there was some logic to it. He listened to the accusation silently, without trying to argue. The guy in the hood expressed hope that they could simply trust him. After a brief pause, the wounded swordsman agreed and said he trusted him. Hearing this, the stranger was surprised and asked if it was really possible. A girl standing next to the wounded man watched the scene unfold. The injured man admitted it would be a shame not to trust their rescuer, even if he seemed suspicious. He emphasized that the stranger saved them, and that deserves respect. The girl agreed with him, noting that doubting after such words would be odd. The guy in the hood said he would just go deal with the dragon, and the girl cried out, urging him to be careful. A stranger announced that he was setting off on a journey. He activated a technique called the Sword of Magical Beheading, combining many powerful skills. Looking around, the swordsman realized that he was likely facing the dragon's main body. He admitted that he had rushed a bit, but there was no need to hurry after all. The guy noted that the opponent was disappointing compared to the dragon. He thought about the situation and concluded that maybe he should just be glad the journey would soon continue. His face remained calm, showing no signs of anxiety. He silently observed what was happening, without showing any emotions. The monster was astonished to realize that its attack had not only been deflected, but also pushed back. It couldn't believe what was happening and tried to figure out who was standing before it. The swordsman calmly repeated that he was just a passing fencer. He expressed confusion about how many more times he would have to explain this. The guy in the hood declared he would fight the dragon. He asked if those accompanying him could leave the other enemies behind. In front of him stood a line of enemy soldiers, ready to continue the battle. Despite their hesitation, there was a chance they would resume fighting. The wounded warrior admitted that they would likely be a hindrance at the moment. He agreed it was better to entrust the fight to the stranger. The girl hesitated at first, but then realized there was no other choice. The man assured them they could leave the enemies behind to him, and she agreed. The stranger asked if they could take care of the others and received confirmation. He suggested finishing the fight before things got more complicated. The guy noted that the opponent was unlikely to cause more damage at his level. In response, the enraged dragon shouted for the man not to get too full of himself. The dragon charged forward in fury, tearing up the ground with its movements. The hooded guy watched calmly. He noted that despite the threats, it was just an oversized reptile with wings. His words were calm and restrained. The warrior in the white cloak pointed his sword at the monster, noting that its size didn't change the fact that it was just an oversized lizard. The creature, with its distorted face, screamed furiously in protest. The hero continued, stating that if the opponent considered itself a reptile, it should act accordingly. He raised his sword and finished with the command to die. The warrior continued his attack, swiftly closing in on the dragon with his sword raised. He struck the creature's neck, giving it no time to respond. Two onlookers expressed their admiration from afar and acknowledged his strength. One of the girls added that she hadn't expected such bravery and skill from him in a fight with a dragon. The guy asked in surprise if the girl didn't know about it. She replied that she really didn't know because she wasn't supposed to be informed. Then she admitted she had heard about his victory over one of the demon generals. However, she didn't expect him to be that strong. The girl was surprised to learn they were talking about a demon general and admitted it was the first time she had heard of it. The guy calmly confirmed that such information is not disclosed. He explained that revealing state secrets is unacceptable. Then he added that this should be taken for granted. The girl said that this was exactly what she wanted to report the day before. The guy looked at her with mild surprise and thought for a moment. He slowly touched his chin, showing concentration. After a brief pause, he said he understood her. The girl smiled and remarked that she would have preferred to hear all this over a cup of tea. The guy, closing his eyes, smirked and called her a liar, adding that she would have believed it anyway, even without a demonstration. He noted that this outcome might actually be better. This left no doubt about Soma's brilliance. The girl admitted she lost the argument. Then she surprisingly noted that she didn't quite understand what it was about. The guy pointed out that she recognized the warrior's strength as soon as she saw him. The girl replied that she only realized it after noticing her companion's reaction. The girl suggested that her understanding of the situation was simply because she had spent more time with the child. The guy noted that, in comparison, she had been with him for only about 3 years. He acknowledged her words, confirming that it was indeed true. However, he added that he would like to clarify something. The girl wanted to add something, but the guy interrupted her, saying it wasn't important. She calmly replied that she understood. Then they both watched the fight and noticed it looked like the warrior would easily handle the dragon. The guy admitted he thought the same. The guy argued that an ordinary person shouldn't be able to kill a dragon. He noted that this defies the understanding of human physical capabilities. Meanwhile, the dragon was horrified to realize it couldn't feel its leg and couldn't understand how it had sustained so many injuries. The creature couldn't believe what was happening and couldn't accept its helplessness. The monster shouted that it couldn't accept what was happening and refused to acknowledge it. It sensed the enemy's power and fiercely opposed its existence. The warrior calmly stated that denial was pointless, as this was reality. He urged the opponent to face defeat with dignity. The couple watched the fallen dragon from a distance. The girl admitted that the scene made her think. The guy asked what she meant, and she explained that it all seemed too unbelievable. He agreed with her and added that if this was just a dream, it was too good to be true. The girl admitted that she sometimes feels the same way. She added that she was thinking about something similar that day. The guy recalled the moment when her brother saved her and tried to clarify. Then he noted that he was unconscious, so he doesn't remember the events of that day well. One of the girls complained that everything seemed unfair and hurtful to her. Another calmly asked what she was supposed to do about it. The third admitted she was a bit envious and asked to share the experience. The last one, surprised, asked how that was possible. The girl was surprised to recognize Rina and said her name. Rina calmly greeted her, mentioning that it had been a long time since they last met. The guy, confused, fumbled for words, trying to remember where he had seen her before. He noted that he remembered her disappearing and expressed bewilderment about her being here now. One of the girls reminded Rina that she was supposed to be undergoing treatment for her illness. She became embarrassed and couldn't respond right away. Then she tried to explain, saying they ended up in this place by accident during their trip. Her expression remained awkward and uncertain. Rina began to defend herself, claiming that during the country's severe crisis, a hidden strength awakened within her. The girls standing opposite reacted with skepticism and advised her to be more convincing. One of them suggested that she simply wasn't good at lying. Rina quietly added that her words were true in a way. The guy mentioned that he had heard about Rina following Soma, so her appearance on the battlefield didn't surprise him. Then he asked why she came to such a dangerous place. The girl tried to explain and said she was asked to wait. She sheepishly added that it was her brother who asked. The boy sighed and admitted that nothing could be changed in the situation, since they had already come. The girl thought for a moment and agreed that they might not be able to help. However, she added that she had understood this from the start. Despite that, she still decided to come. The guy warned the three girls to be careful and not lose each other. He added that he couldn't face a certain person if anything happened to them. The girl with long hair remarked that she didn't have much reason to appear before that person anyway. Another guy agreed with her. The younger girl admitted she didn't know what excuse she could come up with and wished no one would find out. The guy replied that he understood her point of view. The warrior noted that in the event of a dragon attack, she wouldn't be able to protect anyone. Her expression remained serious and thoughtful. One of the girls admitted she wasn't worried about what was happening. Another asked in surprise why that was. The girl with black hair confidently stated that she didn't believe someone like that could be defeated. The younger girl agreed and added that she came here driven by the same feelings. The young man, with a slight smile, noted that he understood his conversation partner. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. The dragon, watching him, remarked that apparently, they really do trust him a lot. His voice carried a hint of surprise. The young man quietly remarked that even though he shouldn't say it, he still felt proud of the warrior. The girl next to him asked in surprise if he had said something. The other two, watching the fighting hero, confidently replied that anyone would be proud of him. The hooded warrior continued to stand before the dragon with his sword raised. The warrior struck with force, his sword slicing through the air with fierce speed. The blade swept through the monster's neck, leaving a bloody trail. The dragon's head separated from its body and flew into the air. Moments later, the massive body began to fall forward, losing balance. The dragon struggled to grasp what was happening, unable to believe its defeat. It couldn't understand how this was possible or why it happened here. The creature blamed the human for what had occurred, seeing him as the cause of its demise. Blood continued to flow from its jaws as its body weakened. The warrior noted that the enemy might have had their reasons, but that was none of his concern. He added that the monster had done something unforgivable, and that's all that mattered. The dragon, with a weakening voice, tried to convince itself that it could still move. Meanwhile, the hooded figure confidently approached without stopping. The warrior struck the monster's body with force, delivering blow after blow. His movements were precise and relentless. He approached the fallen dragon's head and looked directly into its eyes. Then he calmly said for it to die, finishing the attack. The warrior's sword sliced through the monster's neck with force, completing the strike. The dragon's head flew into the air, leaving a trail of blood behind. Its wings drooped lifelessly and the body began to topple forward. The final blow was fatal. The severed dragon's head crashed to the ground with force, leaving a trail of blood. The creature's eyes remained wide open, frozen in an expression of terror. Sharp horns and jaws loomed over the ground, emphasizing the scale of the defeated foe. This moment definitively confirmed the complete victory over the beast. The dragon's body fell to the ground as the warrior with the sword stood calmly beside it. Behind him, a group of companions watched in awe, unable to hide their surprise. Each of them understood the magnitude of what they had witnessed. The victory over the dragon was decisive and highlighted the hero's strength. By the ruined gates stood the walls of an ancient structure, partially collapsed and cracked. Inside the building, a young man in uniform sat at a desk reading papers. A girl peeked into the office and asked if he was available, as she needed to check something. The young man set aside the report and replied that he was free. The girl came closer and said she wanted him to check something. She immediately added that it was about Soma. The guy, looking at her, calmly replied that he expected this. He still held a sheet of notes in his hand in front of him. Until now, Soma was not acknowledged by the Noimont household. His existence remained in the shadows and was not widely known. However, now news about him has spread everywhere. People talked about his victory over the dragon, and were surprised that it wasn't Klaus or Sophia who did it, but someone from the Lemont family. Soma stood with a sword in hand next to the defeated dragon, his gaze calm and focused. His feat became known to 3 realms. The kingdom of Barista was one of the witnesses to his strength. The kingdom of Radius could not ignore the existence of such a powerful person. The young man sat at the table, contemplating Soma's situation, acknowledging that his achievements couldn't go unnoticed. He noted that it wouldn't be right to claim Soma appeared out of nowhere. The girl listened silently, sitting across from him. He considered declaring Soma as a child born from a random affair, but dismissed the idea because he didn't want to change Rinna's status as the heir. A woman stood by the gravestone, wiping her tears, with Soma and an elderly couple beside her. One of the men offered to share how he met Soma when he came to thank him for a rescue. He acknowledged that Soma would now be considered an illegitimate child. Soon, a young man in a cloak was surprised to learn that Soma was Amelia's son. The guy, with a slight smirk, remarked that it was the girl who would lose face in this situation. She calmly replied that it wasn't that important, as having Soma on their side was far more valuable. Then she added that she wasn't losing anything irreplaceable. He stood up from the table and looked away, agreeing with her reasoning. The girl asked if he had talked to Soma about what was happening. The guy confirmed that he had already discussed everything with him. He added that everyone understands it's just a formality. The girl noted that Soma expected this and took it calmly, and the guy agreed, emphasizing that Soma is smart. The guy calmly stated that it wouldn't change anything or affect their actions. The girl lowered her gaze and agreed that regardless of Soma's or Rinna's opinion, she couldn't stop him. Her voice was restrained but firm. He kept looking at her with a slight confidence. The young man sat behind bars, looking at the woman sitting across from him. She thought that if they were still in this country, things might have turned out differently. She admitted that such an outcome was now impossible, and was just a dream of a future that would never be. The young man nodded in agreement, adding that he wouldn't have let the country reach its current state. 2 of the strongest fighters, who led the uprising and fought on the front lines against the Demon Lord, disappeared before they could witness the founding of the state they created. The young man, reflecting on the past, admitted that back then they were just secondary figures. Now, with only them remaining, everything depends on their efforts. He looked away, accepting responsibility for the present. The girl acknowledged that to save the country, sacrifices would have to be made, as their resources weren't enough to save everyone. The young man replied thoughtfully, either agreeing or doubting something. He got up from the table preparing to leave when she asked if he had finished the report. At that moment, he thought that if it was about Soma, things might be different. The guy said he had finished all the tasks that needed his attention and was now ready to move on to the next stage of work. He glanced out the window, where he saw a girl watching him from a distance. He noted that, judging by the current situation, everything would be wrapped up in a month or 2. His expression remained confident and determined. The young man approached the gate and reflected on the fact that a year had passed since his arrival. He acknowledged that although not everything went according to plan, overall, things weren't so bad. At the table, he said goodbye to 3 acquaintances who were seeing him off. One of them was surprised to notice that only one person had come to see him off. The young man was surprised to see that his father had come to see him off. He had expected his mother to come to say goodbye. The man in armor looked at him calmly, confirming his presence. His gaze showed restraint and determination. The man explained that the mother didn't come to say goodbye, not out of indifference. He noted that she just wasn't ready to let her son go yet. Then he added that the young man shouldn't worry about it. The young man listened intently, with his backpack over his shoulder. The man admitted he wasn't fully prepared for this moment either. He added that the woman would have been too busy to come anyway. Then he calmly explained that he was there simply because he had some free time. The young man quietly acknowledged his words. The man asked where the girls were, as he thought they should have arrived by now. He stood in front of the gate, looking around. The young man replied that if he hadn't been told about the meeting the day before, he would have already left. He added that his father apparently had a lot to do today. The man, with a slight smile, noted that it seemed he was lucky to avoid a difficult situation. He stood at a distance, looking towards his son. The young man looked at him in surprise and quietly said the word, "Father." A brief pause settled between them. The man scratched his head and awkwardly apologized for his words. He admitted he was anxious and unsure how to talk to his son properly. Then he added that it seemed this was the only way he knew how to express his feelings. His voice was restrained but sincere. The man pointed his sword at the young man and ordered him to draw his weapon. He explained that there was neither time nor point in unnecessary talk and suggested attacking with full force. Soma silently drew his sword and confirmed his readiness. They both took combat stances, preparing for the duel. Soma charged forward with a shout, putting all his strength into the attack. His father calmly waited, standing in a fighting stance with a sword in hand. The young man struck with determination, aiming the blade precisely at the target. His gaze was focused, and his movement was confident. Soma activated a special technique, focusing and taking a stance with his sword. Around him, ability names like Limit Break, Overdrive, and Sword of Reason appeared. His blade glowed, ready for the decisive strike. He gathered all his power into a move called Bisection. The man admitted that from the very first day Soma picked up a sword, he realized he was in the presence of a genius who surpassed even himself. He said this with a slight smile, recalling the past. Then he added that when he shared this with others, they called him an overbearing father. He kept moving forward without looking back. Soma admitted that, if he had heard such words from someone else, he would have had a hard time believing them. His father smiled and replied that everyone thought he was just a ridiculously proud parent. Then he added that today proved he was right all along. Father said that Soma is the next king of swordsmen. He noted that the title of the world's greatest fencer suits him perfectly. The young man listened silently, maintaining a calm expression. His gaze remained serious and focused. Soma noticed that this title was similar to those previously imposed on his father. He asked if anything was expected of him in return. The man confidently replied that it was just a title and required nothing. He added that there were no obligations attached to it. The guy grumbled that the award ceremony sounded tedious. The man explained that you only need to attend once to receive the title. Soma sighed, agreeing that it was indeed inconvenient. He added that in the future he would be called the Sword King, which would also create complications. Soma asked if being an adult was necessary to earn the title. He then added that until that happened, the public would still see him as the Sword King. The man replied that it didn't matter to him. He explained that it all came down to politics and was done for Soma's convenience. Soma asked if everything had already been said and thanked his father, adding that there was no need to worry about the time. The man apologized for taking up too much time. Then he asked if Soma had forgotten anything. The young man closed his eyes in thought and responded with a brief, considering the question. Soma said he was ready for the journey and assured his father that he was fine. The man wished him to take care of himself. The young man confidently turned around and set off, carrying a backpack and a sword. As he left, he promised he would definitely return. The girl watched Soma leaving from the window, touching the glass. She admitted to herself that once again she hadn't managed to talk to him the way she wanted. She realized she had opportunities but didn't take them. Her gaze remained sad and thoughtful. The girl was unhappily wondering why she woke up at this hour. She justified to herself that she was still a child and didn't have to know what to say. Her words carried a hint of irritation and embarrassment. The girl tried to convince herself that this time everything would go smoothly, despite past events. She thought about the guy, calling him a magnet for trouble, but hoped he wouldn't cause any new issues. Doubts still lingered. The girl sensed someone's presence and decided not to interfere, noting that they were never meant to coexist at the same time. With a slight smirk, she acknowledged that she had never been the priority. At that moment, Rena entered the room, surprised, and asked what was going on. When she saw the girl enter, she was surprised to recognize Rena and quickly asked what she was doing there. Rena replied that she was looking for a lost item and was checking the room for it, adding that she was going to ask anyway if it might be nearby. The surprised girl noticed that her brother had already left and asked if that was normal. The second girl quickly replied that it wasn't and they needed to hurry, but then realized that her friend had seen everything from the window and was aware of what was happening. One of the girls noticed that her companion seemed too calm and asked if she had finished everything. She replied that she realized she was missing some things and was just about to gather them. The first girl immediately expressed concern. The boy received a new title and said goodbye to his father, promising to return. The girl watched him from the window, regretting not taking the chance to talk. Soon, Rena approached her, and they hurried off together on errands. In the end, it's emphasized that the country was not destroyed, and the girl survived. The heroine watched a solitary figure in the distance and thought that things had taken a turn for the better. She felt that everything had changed, and now her life had meaning. Confidently stating that she understood everything, she was ready to act. Another girl was approaching her from below. The advisor tried to explain that the army's morale had reached a critically low level. He suggested a truce, but the king was furious at these words. Clenching his fist, he angrily demanded that he repeat it. In his anger, the king demanded an explanation for why he should yield to the enemies. The advisor tried to object, suggesting there might be another way. However, the king firmly stated that there were no other options left and gave the order. Hearing this, the advisor immediately confirmed receipt of the directive. The king grumbled irritably, considering demons the most useless people. He was angry even though they had met his demands. From the darkness, someone reminded him that everything was done at his command. An unknown voice insisted that, although they had failed, they had created chaos as ordered. It also noted that the blame for the failure lay with those who didn't seize the opportunity. The king asked in surprise who he was dealing with. The king tried to find out the identity of his conversation partner by asking to see his face. The stranger replied that this was their first meeting and was surprised that he wasn't recognized by his voice. He called the king an idiot for not realizing who he was talking to. The old man in the crown mockingly stated that the demon's words sounded hypocritical. He smirked and asked about the reason for the visit. He went on to suggest that the visitor had come to ask for forgiveness. The man with the sword standing by the throne room refused to engage, noting that he had no intention of speaking with him. The warrior stated that he was tired of dealing with fools, and noted that other people's problems were none of his concern. The old man jumped up from the throne, outraged at being called an idiot again. The stranger explained that he had come to kill him, as that was his mission. He then added that he intended to clean up the aftermath since the person who was supposed to do it had died. The old man admitted he couldn't avoid punishment if the truth came out. He added that it would be easier to eliminate the evidence to cover his tracks. The warrior noted he wasn't going to ask for forgiveness, but considered the situation fair since the man had dealt with demons. The wounded man tried to say something, gasping for breath, but the stranger, not waiting for a response, prepared to leave. A figure in a dark cloak noted with interest that the color of the victim's blood matched their own race. They wondered whether to continue destroying the castle. After surveying the damage, the character concluded that the structure was already half destroyed. It was then decided that the kingdom held no interest and wasn't worth the effort. The stranger stopped and noted that this was a good place to end. He pondered what to do next after what had happened. He was puzzled by who would dare ask to get rid of someone capable of killing a dragon. Then came the realization that he hadn't expected a dragon could be slain by a non-dragon. The mysterious stranger suggested that the murdered man might be the same person who had previously dealt with Albert. He noted that he didn't expect to encounter any obstacles other than those he was aware of. Then he speculated that the opponent might be more than just a strong person. In conclusion, he expressed the opinion that this person must be a hero, not just an ordinary man. The stranger decided to turn back, seeing no reason to stay. He noted that he should forget about it for now and focus on other things. The thought of visiting the academy seemed burdensome, but he felt he had no choice. Then he concluded that the purpose would reveal itself sooner or later. In the heart of the kingdom of Radius lies the large city of Luvtalun. The area within the walls is densely built, with the main road stretching from the gates straight to the majestic palace. The architecture stands out, reflecting the status of the capital. The Royal Academy towers over the area, surrounded by impressive towers and massive buildings. A woman in a robe entered the library, energetically swinging the doors open. She noted that the familiar time of year had come again. She was introduced as Hildegard Rinderum, the head of the Royal Academy. On the table in front of her were papers with signatures and forms, among which an application for a lecturer position stood out. The woman examined the impressive stack of documents in front of her. She admitted that even for her, it was unexpected. Her face showed surprise and focus. Hildegard continued to study the contents, openly intrigued. One of the teachers noted that if the head of the academy is surprised, it truly sparks interest. Hildegard handed her the documents, suggesting she take a look and understand the essence for herself. The woman took the papers and began to read them. Soon she was visibly surprised, not expecting to see such things. The form listed a man with the skill swordsman of a special rank. The woman carefully examined the document and immediately noticed this detail. She exclaimed, surprised by what she saw. Hildegard also appeared focused, continuing to hold the papers in front of her. One of the teachers stated that the questionnaire looks impressive. Hildegard admitted that the situation is indeed challenging. Another woman noted that the main issue is the need to make room for a new candidate. The attendees continued the discussion, exchanging views on the advisability of acceptance. Hildegard advised paying attention to the candidate's age. The woman holding the document was surprised and asked if it was even possible to accept someone so young, even in the junior department. After receiving the sheet, she carefully reread it. Her reaction revealed surprise and doubt about the accuracy of the information. One of the women suggested immediately rejecting the candidate, considering it the most sensible decision. Hildegard refused, stating that he should be invited first. She emphasized that there were several points to clarify beforehand. Her expression remained serious and focused. Hildegard stretched with relief, announcing that the work was finally done. She expressed her joy at the chance to take a little break. One of the teachers noted that this time the candidates were stronger than before. Another added that there were many surprises among the applications, including an adventurer with 2 titles. Hildegard suggested that one of the candidates was counting on being recognized. She noted that this could improve their chances of being accepted. The woman added that one of them would indeed show up here. Her face showed confidence in her words. Karina Shattermish, head of the Academy's magical department, held the application form and struggled to hide her surprise. She called what she saw incredible. The document included recommendations from 4 influential figures, including Klaus and Sophia Newmont, Alexis Radius, and Carmilla Henfeld. The dark-haired young man standing before her calmly asked if there was a problem, noting that he had been told such recommendations would be sufficient. Karina quickly replied that there were no problems, but her voice betrayed some confusion. She noticed the names of the referees listed on the form. Among them were a duke and duchess, who were part of the 7 heavenly kings. There was also the name of one of the kingdom's greatest adventurers. Karina returned the documents, apologizing for the time spent and noting that no issues were found. She mentally added that if complications arose, it would no longer be her concern. The young man listened carefully and took the papers back. Then came the question of whether he knew where he should go next. The young man clarified that according to his information, they needed to go straight ahead, where they would be assigned to different departments. Karina confirmed his words, adding that the exact location of the exam would be specified on site. He thanked her and wished her all the best. The woman said goodbye, promising they would meet again. The young man paused when he heard the woman wanted to add something. She admitted she didn't know if he would be accepted, but decided to say something important anyway. Hildegard smiled and welcomed him on behalf of the Academy. Her voice was soft and confident. In the testing hall, participant number 153 was called. A young woman responded and quickly stepped forward. 2 people stood near the exam area, observing the events. One of them noted that the target was already on fire, causing some confusion. The young woman anxiously asked why the target was on fire. The examiner explained that the previous participant had set it ablaze. He asked if there was a problem with that. Then he informed her that the test had already begun, and she could start if she understood what to do. The examiner asked her to use the strongest spell on the target. The girl hesitated, thinking about what exactly she needed to do. She concluded that she could complete the task, and began preparing for the attack. After activating her magic, she cast an ice spell, summoning icy spikes and using a mid-level spell. The target was completely covered in ice after the spell was cast. The examiner gave a positive assessment and said it was not bad. He added that it was sufficient for the exam, but if she wanted, she could wait for the target to burn out. The girl was surprised, noting that the target might disappear in the process. The examiner noted that the participant wasn't the last one, so he was worried he might have to prepare a new target. The girl reacted with surprise upon realizing the situation. The man added that with experience, such things would become clearer. In conclusion, he said it was a good opportunity to demonstrate the strength of her magic. The examiner pointed the way and explained that the next guide would show the path. The girl nodded silently, accepting the instruction. After that, she happily clenched her fists, celebrating her result. Her face lit up with a smile, feeling satisfied with the completed stage. The examiner announced that the next candidate would be number 154 and noted his timely arrival. The girl turned and looked in surprise at the young man with dark hair. She thought that black hair often indicates exceptional abilities. Then she suggested starting the test without delay. The examiner pointed to the target and demanded a full-force strike. The young man calmly asked for clarification on what was required and began his preparation. He drew his sword, stating that he would use it. The girl watched him, surprised by his choice of a sword, and wondered what kind of magic he intended to use. After the young man's technique is activated, a powerful burst of energy erupts from the target. The girl shields her face with her hands, trying to protect herself from the strong gust of wind. Shock and confusion are evident on her face. Then she coughs from the dust rising into the air. The field in front of the participants was completely destroyed, leaving a huge crater. The examiner, astonished, noted that even the protective barrier couldn't withstand the impact. He emphasized that the barrier was designed to handle the full strength of the instructors. The young man calmly suggested that he might have overdone it a bit. The young man walked slowly down the corridor, reflecting on the recent test. He was surprised to realize he had advanced to the next stage. His words carried doubt, as he believed he had made a mistake. The surroundings remained calm, and he was alone. The young man looked out the window, pondering how to spend his free time before the ceremony. He felt uneasy and thought it wasn't the best time for a walk. After a brief consideration, he decided it was better not to be late and to leave early. Leaving the room, he headed towards the city to look around a bit. The young man walked slowly down the deserted street, looking around. He noted that it was still early, and he had nothing to do. Thinking it over, he decided it was best not to get involved in anything suspicious. Despite this, he wanted to see something interesting. Suddenly, the girl was attacked, but she reacted instantly. Activating her presence detection skill, she intercepted the blow and used a force redirection technique. Then she employed close combat skills to launch a counterattack. Her movements were precise and confident, indicating a high level of training. The opponent was defeated and lay motionless by the wall. The girl calmly approached, observing the outcome of the fight. She acknowledged that the attack was unexpected. Her face showed confidence despite the suddenness of the event. The girl turned and saw more enemies in dark cloaks approaching down the corridor. She remained calm, wondering why they were attacking. One of the attackers lay unconscious from the previous skirmish. With a slight smirk, she noted that she at least deserved an explanation for what was happening. One of the enemies tried to strike, but the girl instantly used a triple jump combat move. This maneuver allowed her to easily dodge the attack and take a strategic position in the air. Then she executed a double sword strike. The attacker was caught off guard and couldn't react to her counterattack. One of the enemies cast a spell aimed at piercing the opponent. The girl anxiously realized a magical process was underway and tried to stop it. She reacted swiftly, using her throwing skill. The attacker activated the spell just as the girl began her counterattack. The girl deflected the attack using a redirection technique. She was surprised to see that the opponent wasn't alone and had allies. One of the enemies began casting a fire spell, aimed at complete destruction. At that moment, a young man appeared on the scene, observing the situation and wondering if this was going too far. The girl was surprised to notice someone had joined the fight. A young man had neutralized the opponents, mentioning he didn't want any destruction. He politely apologized for intervening, explaining he stepped in to prevent unnecessary damage. The girl tried to identify him, recognizing someone familiar in him. The young man was inside the Royal Guard building, drinking tea. He noted that the guards were unexpectedly polite. The atmosphere seemed calm and formal. His expression remained composed. The young man was surprised that the guards treated him without suspicion. He thought that if it was because of the Newmont name, it would make sense. He was puzzled that they didn't even ask for his name. Later, he guessed that their behavior might have been related to the girl he saved. The young man was led into a room where he met a man in an official robe. The man, with a slight smirk, called the situation a disaster. After a brief pause, he added that perhaps it would be best to start with gratitude. The young man replied that he also had something to say, but decided to listen to his companion first. In front of the young man stood a man in a royal robe with a warm smile on his face. He was introduced as the king of the kingdom of Radius. The young man was surprised to see the monarch in such a place. The thought of why the king was there puzzled him. The king, with a gentle smile, remarked that it's natural for a parent to show up if their child is in trouble. The young man listened to the monarch's words and pondered. He admitted that he expected to hear something like that. His expression remained calm, with a slight hint of understanding. The king curiously asked how the young man figured it out. Then, with a smile, he added that the young man was a child of their family. The attendants respectfully addressed the monarch, affirming his status. One of them noted that even during the arrest, the guards showed them respect. The young man interrupted the conversation, stating that it wasn't the time for idle talk, and asked about the purpose of the visit. The king admitted that the attackers had carefully concealed their tracks and even their presence. Then he asked if the young man could be entrusted with the girl's safety. The monarch noted that even his authority didn't extend to the territory of the Royal Academy. The young man noted that their meeting might have been predestined. He clarified that he couldn't make any promises, but would do his best within his abilities. The king thanked him and said that was more than enough. Turning around, the monarch left the room, entrusting the situation to the young man. The king, with a slight smile, called the young man the next King of the Sword. Meanwhile, the young man stayed in the room, pondering what had happened. He recalled a conversation where this title was mentioned, and wondered whose idea it was, the king's or the queen's. Then he guessed it was more about parental intuition than royal strategy, and thought about the future. The girl apologizes for the delay, saying it's her fault. She addresses her companion, admitting her involvement in what happened. He responds that the delay was due to the actions of the guards. He also adds that her being in the city since morning was justified. The guy explained that he woke up earlier than usual because he was nervous about starting at the academy. The girl was surprised to hear this and said the same thing happened to her. She was curious that he felt the same way. With mild surprise, she asked if it was the same for him. The hero noted that there was no need to give the incident much importance. He added that he decided to change his routine just for variety and to pass the time. The girl asked why any changes were needed at all. The room was noisy, with other students sitting and talking around them. The young man admitted he was nervous about starting classes at the academy. He also mentioned that the admission ceremony was happening today. To calm himself a bit, he decided to distract himself. The girl observed that he seemed genuinely very anxious. The guy admitted he didn't have high hopes for getting in. He wasn't confident about his chances, despite past successes. The girl was surprised to hear this. She reminded him that he had done well on the entrance exam. The young man admitted that he probably tried too hard. He noted that strength alone isn't enough. What's more important is how you use it. The girl admired his words. She expressed a desire to one day be able to say things like that too. The guy expressed that the girl was already heading in the right direction. She blushed and responded uncertainly to his words. Then he asked if it was because she was a princess and if she planned to hide it. He added that it would become known anyway once classes started. The girl explained that she wasn't trying to hide her background. She just didn't want to be treated differently because she belonged to a royal family. The guy understood her point. He concluded that she didn't want people to judge her solely based on her status. The guy advised not to focus on her background. He suggested it was better not to think about it at all. The girl reacted with surprise to his words. She quietly asked if that was really the case. The girl acknowledged that his words made sense. She noted that if she truly cared about status, they wouldn't be talking right now. The guy, smiling, remarked that, in fact, one should speak more politely with members of the royal family. He added that he planned to return to a formal way of speaking. The girl shyly admitted that she would feel more comfortable if he used polite language. She hesitated, but agreed to his suggestion. The guy asked what had happened to her. Then he confirmed that she was also applying to the academy. The girl introduced herself as Sylvia. She said it calmly, with a slight smile. Then she politely asked to be taken care of. Her demeanor remained reserved and respectful. The young man and Sylvia approached the gates of the Royal Academy. He noted that the admission ceremony hadn't started yet. According to him, it usually takes place in one of the auditoriums. The girl was surprised, suggesting that the location might have changed, and then the young man remembered he needed to head straight to the training ground. 2 students entered the large room with an arena. The young man calmly noted that he was impressed by what he saw. The girl was amazed by the size of the place, comparing it more to an arena than a training ground. She added that the academy truly lives up to its name. The young man concluded that he made the right decision by coming here. He realized he had done the right thing. The girl noticed that new students were gradually starting to gather. She confirmed that their numbers were increasing. The young man noticed that the others seemed to know little as well, so he suggested they just wait. The girl agreed and pondered the reasons for choosing a new location. She speculated that it might be due to the large number of new students. She also expressed surprise that the administration changed the traditional location. The young man pondered the situation. He noted that what he just heard didn't match what he had been told before. His face showed doubt. Behind him stood Sylvia and other students, waiting for the ceremony to begin. The guy was surprised and wondered if such behavior was acceptable. The girl responded uncertainly, noting that she was also surprised by what was happening. Meanwhile, several people in robes were watching them. One of them asked if they were talking about those three. The guy suggested that the security service wouldn't allow suspicious people in, so everything should be fine. The girl acknowledged the truth of his words but expressed slight doubt. Their attention remained focused on what was happening. At that moment, there was a sudden sound, as if something had appeared or happened. The young man watched the scene cautiously and noticed someone approaching. His expression turned serious when he saw the silhouette. Meanwhile, a girl with long hair stepped into the center of the arena. She confidently carried a massive weapon on her shoulder and looked straight ahead. A girl with a weapon stepped out to the gathered crowd and stood in front of the doorway. She greeted everyone and expressed joy on behalf of the Royal Academy. Then she mentioned that newcomers might be confused about being here. However, she assured them that the reason is not too difficult to understand. The young woman noted that typical admission ceremonies are often dull and formal. She emphasized that the Royal Academy trains the best of the best. She then expressed her intention to make the students even more exceptional. She stated that she is ready to start turning them into worthy warriors. The girl with the battle axe challenged the gathering. She demanded the aristocrats show their skills. Her expression remained confident and bold. Her look suggested she expected a serious response from them. A few students started whispering among themselves, looking at the woman with the weapon. One of them wondered if she was the person they had heard about. Another confirmed that she did indeed look like her. They noted her build, figure, and dark chestnut, almost black hair. The woman with the axe slowly stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention. The students began whispering, recognizing her. She was known as the greatest adventurer and the hero who saved the country. She was also famous as the Princess of War from Black Steel. The woman was embarrassed by what the students called her. She asked them not to give her strange nicknames, as it made her uncomfortable. With a smile, she noted that she wasn't going to say anything bad and suggested they stop the verbal attack. Then she admitted that she felt vulnerable to such treatment. The students finally recognized the woman in front of them and confirmed that it was Camilla Henfel. One of them, confused, said her name. She was known as the heroine who saved the kingdom. In the past, Camilla started from the bottom, but became one of the greatest adventurers in the Kingdom of Radius, and a celebrated heroine among other legendary figures. Camilla became famous for her achievements on the battlefield. During the war, she managed to save many lives. Despite not having a body capable of using top-tier abilities, she defeated those who did. Her strength and courage were acknowledged, even when compared to those with the rarest skills. The students looked at Camilla standing at the entrance. One of them noted that she was their childhood hero, as they grew up hearing stories of her exploits. Others were excited about the chance to meet her in person. One student confidently stated that now they had the opportunity to face a legend. Camilla smiled gently at the students. She asked if they truly admired her, or just saw her as a worthy opponent. Then she turned to the podium and stated that she noticed their fighting spirit. After that, she offered to tell them two important things. Camilla explained that this wasn't a battle between her and the students. She emphasized that the goal was to showcase each other's abilities and hone skills. The students started taking their positions in the arena, preparing for what was to come. Then she mentioned she was about to reveal a second important thing and took out an object covered with cloth. Camilla showed the item and noticed that some of the students had already guessed what it was. She clarified that it was a special collar. This item is designed to suppress all of the wearer's abilities. Upon hearing this, the students were bewildered. Camilla hurried to reassure the students by saying that this was a weakened version of the collar. She noted that the device doesn't completely block abilities. In her case, it would only allow her to use lower-level skills. Then she began putting the collar around her neck. Camilla said that with this collar, the students would at least have a chance to compete with her. She admitted she wasn't cruel enough to fight them with full force. The woman smiled and added that she wasn't planning to break the newcomer's will. Her words were ironic, yet they instilled confidence in the students. Camilla suddenly remembered something important and lowered her gaze. A few students continued to approach with serious expressions. She said that looking up at an opponent and seeing them look down at you is both a bitter and valuable feeling. Then she offered to teach them this feeling, noting that it's not so bad after all. One of the students claimed that battling Camilla wouldn't be difficult if she was limited to lower-level skills. Another added that even a hero who saved the country would find it challenging. At that moment, Camilla swiftly soared into the air. She struck with her axe using several techniques at once, causing a powerful explosion in the arena. After the powerful strike, the students were stunned by Camilla's strength. One of them was surprised, as she was supposed to use only weak abilities because of the collar. The arena bore marks of destruction from her attack. Camilla realized that everyone now thought the collar was fake and didn't actually work. Camilla confirmed that the collar really works. She smiled and said she wasn't planning to deceive anyone. According to her, skill classes aren't everything, and not all lower abilities are equally weak. She emphasized that much depends on how they are used. Camilla reminded the students that the power of skills lies not only in their classification, but also in how they are applied. One student noted that, essentially, skills reflect inner strength. The woman promised to prove this to them in practice. Then she activated several abilities at once and delivered a powerful blow using the full swing technique. One of the students managed to deflect Camilla's powerful attack with his sword. He confidently stated that he had intermediate skills and would not lose to a lower class. Camilla reacted with interest to his success. She acknowledged that while others were knocked back by her strike, he was able to block it, which was commendable. Camilla calmly watched the student she had just thrown aside. Then she stated that without maximum effort, they wouldn't catch up to her. In the next moment, she powerfully tossed her opponent aside. The other students watched in amazement. Camilla smiled and noted that even with the students' efforts, reaching her was a completely different story. She activated a range of techniques, including martial arts, superhuman strength, and advanced axe mastery. She also used a restriction spell while maintaining her focus. To finish the move, she employed a technique called bisection. One of the students observed Camilla's technique and concluded that she only used lower-class skills. He was confident that his mid-level skills would be stronger. With these thoughts, he launched an attack. Confidently swinging his sword, he activated his skill. The student tried to attack but was thrown off when he saw Camilla easily dodge the strike. She admitted that she couldn't cancel a mid-level skill using just a lower-level ability. However, she clarified that she could simply move out of the attack's range before it hit. The surprised student couldn't understand how she evaded the blow so quickly. Camilla noted that the student is showing enthusiasm, which is good. However, she added that at this pace, she won't have time to finish the exercise. Turning away, she took a step back from him. Then she wondered aloud if she should put in more effort and approach the next challenge more seriously. Camilla looked at the other student with a determined expression. She said it was time to get to the main point. Then she pointed her spear at the young man and invited him to attack. The boy watched her silently, preparing for his next move. One by one, the students charged at Camilla, but all were repelled by her attacks. Those watching discussed the events with amazement. One student noted that the others were even lining up to take turns. Another student suggested that maybe this was their plan all along. The girl suggested that the students were trying to wear Camilla out by attacking her one by one. The young man replied that there was more to the plan, and she would soon see for herself. Meanwhile, Camilla easily fended off another attack and destroyed her opponent's weapon. The girl was surprised to realize that she was destroying the students' equipment. One of the students enthusiastically shouts, "Gotcha!" and lunges at Camilla with a dagger. However, she easily deflects the attack, seizes the weapon, and remains completely unruffled, showcasing absolute superiority. Even though Camilla Hennefor doesn't have skills beyond a high level, she is still considered a hero, capable of fighting on par with those who have special rank skills. This highlights how formidable and skilled she is, even without access to higher abilities. Camilla possesses the skill 100 martial arts, which enables her to handle a wide variety of weapons with equal mastery. Her talent shines most brightly on the battlefield, where weapons are scattered all around. It is in these conditions that her ability reaches its full potential. Camilla smiles, acknowledging the opponent's insight in trying to attack when her weapon broke, a commendable move. However, she notes that someone might have over-focused on this opportunity, likening it to, quote, tunnel vision. Referring to a well-known story, she decides it's time to get serious. Immediately after, she sends several students flying with a powerful strike. One of the students, apparently an important figure, politely asks if he can be the next to fight Camilla. Camilla responds with a slight smirk, saying he's a bit late. He counters that it was she who kept refusing a rematch all this time, hinting at their past history. Camilla explains why she is now accepting the challenge. Previously, she didn't want to participate in the match, but now, as an instructor, she feels obligated to respond to challenges from her students. This highlights her sense of responsibility and change in status. She is no longer just the strongest, but a mentor setting an example. Camilla and her opponent are preparing for a rematch. The opponent firmly states that they want revenge for the previous defeat. Smiling, Camilla says she will first get rid of the restrictive collar. She breaks it, showing that she will now fight with full strength. The black-haired warrior said he would be upset if his opponent didn't remove the limiter. The long-haired woman confidently asked if he had any complaints. Both participants were ready for a no-holds-barred fight. The tension between them increased, foreshadowing a decisive clash. The woman suggested starting the fight and activated a series of skills. She wielded a spear with advanced technique and focused on the art of combat. By combining techniques and strength, she executed the lightning thrust. The black-haired warrior prepared for the attack, watching her movements closely. The woman activated several skills at once, including high-level sword and spear techniques. She executed multiple strikes using different weapons. All her actions were enhanced by the supernatural strength technique and combat art. Finishing her combination, she delivered a strike called Explosive Slash. The man landed from a great height, causing a powerful impact that left a crater in the ground. The woman remained standing unharmed, despite the destructive force of the attack. The warrior was surprised by her resilience, noting that the attack had hit its mark. She calmly asked why nothing affected her once again. The warrior calmly explained that he was merely parrying the opponent's attacks. Hearing this, the woman closed her eyes and smirked. She noted that such absurd things sounded normal coming from him. Both remained confident as they continued their confrontation. The young man noted that the instructor used techniques impossible for an ordinary person. He emphasized that switching weapons in mid-air during an attack is an exceptional skill. The woman replied that these actions were just simple movements. She added that they were nothing compared to her true capabilities. The guy suggested ending the fight with the next attack since there wasn't much time left. He pointed out that it wasn't worth breaking too many weapons. The warrior acknowledged that the student was right and agreed with him. She also added that the blame for the broken weapons lay with others. The woman activated a series of combat skills and prepared to attack. She used multiple styles, including advanced spear and sword techniques. Her technique also incorporated supernatural strength and continuous strikes. In the next moment, she unleashed a powerful blow called Full Swing on her opponent. The woman used another series of techniques, enhancing her attack with a variety of high-level combat skills. She employed staff skills, archery, a warrior shout, and mental calm. Using the powerful slash technique, she delivered a strike aimed directly at her opponent. The guy prepared to defend himself, gripping his sword and watching her movements closely. The guy noted that he was surprised when she managed to make a bow out of a broken sword and use it as a melee weapon. The woman admitted she had planned to finish the fight with this move. However, she realized something was still missing. Despite her efforts, the attack wasn't enough to win. The woman paused in a fighting stance and straightened up, looking ahead. Her opponent asked what she planned to do next. She replied that it was obvious. Her expression showed complete confidence in her actions. The woman activated several high-level techniques, enhancing herself both spiritually and physically. She focused, concentrating energy into her fist. With great force, she delivered a blow, showcasing destructive power. The attack was accompanied by a shockwave and a powerful effect. The instructor charges forward with force, leaving a powerful wave behind. The opponent withstands the blow, but the tension builds. The woman, holding back her emotions, promises that next time she won't lose. The warrior breathes heavily after the duel, watching a comrade lying nearby. One of the students watches the completed match. She acknowledges Soma's strength, amazed by his true power. The girl places a hand on her chest, processing what she saw. Inside, she realizes he possesses a unique skill of a special rank. The girl doubts that Soma could have something stronger than a special skill. She recalls two people who know about similar abilities. The thought arises whether Soma's power goes beyond the known limits. Then the students discuss the possibility of challenging other teachers. Suddenly, a hooded stranger attacks Soma with a sword. The attack is swift and without warning. Despite the danger, the boy remains calm. The scene cuts off at the moment of impact. Soma deflects the attack from the hooded opponent, and then asks in surprise what it means. The attacker's face is familiar. It's a girl named Sheila. She asks why he interfered, and admits she has one more question. The scene shifts to a tense situation among the three participants. Soma asks if it's too early to reveal his identity. The girl standing opposite notes that she would have had to remove her cloak on the academy grounds anyway. He admits that her ability to remain hidden until now is impressive. Behind them, several students watch closely, observing the scene. The blonde woman with a serious expression stated that she had received special permission. The hero was surprised and asked how she knew it was him. The woman replied that she couldn't help but recognize him, since he was wearing the same coat as during their journey. She noted that she simply told the truth. The blonde lowered her gaze and quietly said she had been careless. The guy explained that it was a unique feeling coming from her that gave her away. He added that an ordinary person wouldn't have noticed it. The girl seemed upset by her mistake. The guy thought about it and noted that if he didn't learn to hide better, surprise attacks wouldn't be successful. He pointed to the girl in the hood, saying they should at least reach Rena's level. She exclaimed in surprise and asked how he recognized her. The girl looked stunned and confused. The guy explained that in Rena's case, her aura suddenly disappears, making her hard to detect. The girl in the hood lamented that despite her efforts, her attempt to hide had failed. She took off her hood and complained that it was all in vain. Then she added that the guy never changes. The girl with long hair mentioned that they found out about the admission ceremony and planned everything. The second group member added that she didn't expect how far he went to reach her. The guy was surprised and noted that he couldn't recall anything that warranted such meticulous preparation. He seemed puzzled by the situation. One of the girls asked seriously if it was said on purpose. The blonde replied that such an opportunity doesn't come often. The girl with pigtails expressed a desire to surpass her at least once. Meanwhile, the guy started casting a spell, summoning fire to his command. The guy watched the girl as she began to cast a spell. He realized that Aina was truly about to attack him seriously. A magical structure with a powerful energy flow appeared before him. He acknowledged that if he didn't take the situation seriously, he could die. The young man realized that he was facing a special, high-level magic used by his mother. He remembered that these flames don't disappear until they destroy everything within their range. The blonde girl, with a serious expression, noted that such an attack couldn't kill Soma. The second girl calmly added that an attack of this level couldn't harm him, and the young man wondered if someone had a serious grudge against him. The girl with pigtails finished casting the spell, directing her magic forward with full force. She used a powerful incantation to summon flames capable of incinerating everything around. Fiery energy crashed onto the arena, causing a burst and crackle. Tall flames rose around her, filling the space. The fiery explosion kept raging, obscuring the outcome of the attack. The girl in the dress noticed she had been saying everything would be fine, but she started to worry. The blonde quietly admitted she was joking too, but now she wondered if he really might have died. Both watched the scene with concern. The girl in the robe confidently stated that she could choose the target and effect of her magic, urging others to trust her. The blonde suggested that since the flame hadn't disappeared, Soma must be fine. The second group member admitted she couldn't see if anyone was inside the spell. Then she irritably asked whose side her companion was on, followed by a heavy sigh. The guy stood calmly in the center of the magical flames, unharmed. The girl with pigtails dropped to her knees, exhausted after the attack. She thought he was just mocking her, as usual. The hero noted that Aina herself, capable of using such a level of magic, was already a rare exception. The girl with pigtails asked Soma how he managed to dispel her magic. He replied that it was more of an interruption than a dispelling. He explained that all the flames vanished on their own when he cut them off. He also added that since magical energy eventually runs out, you can simply wait for the spell to end. The guy asked if it was necessary to continue, but the blonde replied that it hadn't been decided yet. The second girl confidently confirmed that she would definitely continue. The girl in the dress calmly said she agreed too. Soma, with a slight smile, noted that he understood their intentions, after which his body was enveloped in a bright light. Soma activated a special sword technique, putting all his strength into a single strike. The girls were amazed by his speed and precision as he delivered a lightning-fast attack. He calmly asked if there were any more challengers. The blonde girl worriedly wondered if she might one day face the same treatment. Soma sheathed his sword, thinking it was all over, and got ready for the next step. A figure appeared in the passage, approaching them. A girl with a wide smile greeted everyone and congratulated them on their admission. Then she asked if they enjoyed the ceremony. The girl admitted that the plan was to start the lessons right after the ceremony. However, seeing the condition of the participants, she suggested stopping for the day. The other students looked tired and were sitting on the floor. The atmosphere was gradually calming down after the recent ordeal. The girl announced that everyone should return to their rooms and rest until the next day. She promised to inform the students later about the schedule and location of the classes. Soma lowered his head and walked away, lost in thought. The girl continued to watch him with a slight smile on her face. A few days later, the academic semester began, and students started their classes. The curriculum included extensive courses, starting with the basics. The teacher explained the material at the board, using a magical staff. There were also optional classes offered in martial arts and weapon handling. The teacher was giving a lesson on the theory of magic, calling it her favorite subject. Soma listened attentively, but after a few days of classes, he started to reflect on what was happening. He noted that perhaps because these were first-year courses, there was nothing new for him. He concluded that, in this case, continuing didn't make sense. Soma was in the library, browsing through a book filled with magical symbols. He noted that he could barely see the end of this vast repository of knowledge. Impressed by its scale, he thought it was exactly what one would expect from the Royal Academy. He then concluded that regardless of one's level of training, there would be a book for everyone here. The young woman anxiously thought about her responsibilities, being born into a royal family. Even though her place in the line of succession was minor, she wanted to be useful to her country. She felt it was her duty to act with dignity and integrity. Upon arriving at the academy, she realized she was surrounded by many talented people and decided to use her magical abilities for good. Soma showed a high level of knowledge even in intermediate and advanced theory classes. Students considered him outstanding and almost exemplary. He also easily defeated the instructor in fencing lessons. It seemed like he succeeded at everything he tried. Sylvia noticed that Soma started reading books unrelated to their current studies. Despite this, his answers in class remained flawless, leaving her with no grounds for criticism. She watched his behavior irritably, unable to change anything. Soma realized she was displeased and guessed the reason for her mood. Soma reflected on the past 2 weeks of classes, admitting they hadn't helped him achieve his goals. He decided to read various books to figure out which knowledge might be useful. While flipping through one of the volumes, he came across information about dungeons. At that moment, it seemed like the best option to him. The book mentioned that dungeons are inhabited by monsters, and even if you defeat them all, they will eventually reappear. These places were considered dangerous, yet they held many opportunities. It was also noted that treasures, including magical equipment, could be found inside. This information sparked a keen interest in exploration for the reader. Soma remembered that he chose this academy specifically because of the dungeon it was built around. Some classes were indeed held there, but only students above a certain level had access. He wondered if there was another way to get inside and decided to look into it. Soon, he found himself standing before the massive gates leading to the dungeon. Soma was strolling through the library, examining the endless rows of books. One of the shelves caught his attention, and he paused in thought. 2 girls noticed him and were surprised by the encounter. One of them guessed he was looking for a grimoire, while the other remarked that their meeting here seemed unexpected. The blonde carefully examined the grimoire in her hands. She noted that it was a magical device that allowed the user to learn spells. Then she realized that Soma had decided to focus on this method. The girl watched his choice with interest. Grimoires were valuable magical books that granted a unique spell when read. They could only be found in dungeons and used just once. Because of this, they were considered rare and highly valuable artifacts. After use, these books were usually removed and stored separately. Soma mentioned that he was planning to start with books. The girl asked what kind of magic he was interested in. He noted that neither he nor Sheila were actually aiming to learn a spell. They both just decided to browse through the used grimoires, since they were nearby. Sheila admitted that she had never read grimoires before. She decided to use her free time to thoroughly study a variety of materials. She noted that such books are hard to find elsewhere. She concluded that only in such an institution can one find so many grimoires. Sheila decided to read the grimoire just in case it turned out to be useful. Soma noted that, according to rumors, such books were written in an incomprehensible language. He added that he had heard about this himself but wasn't sure. The girl continued to flip through the pages carefully. Soma looked at the book and noticed that the text was unreadable. Sheila agreed with him, holding the grimoire in her hands. A long-haired girl approached and explained that these books were written in an ancient language. She added that only a few people could read them. Sheila handed Soma a book and asked him to read it. He agreed without hesitation and said he didn't mind. The long-haired girl was amazed that he could read the ancient language. Soma calmly confirmed that he indeed could. Soma started reading the grimoire aloud and found it contained ordinary diary entries. The text mentioned that nothing special happened on the specified day. It also expressed disappointment about the lack of a centennial celebration. The girl was surprised and doubted whether this book was truly a grimoire. Soma admitted that despite the book's authenticity, its content was disappointing. The blonde added that other grimoires are written in the same style, so the book is not a fake. The girl with long hair expressed doubt that anyone would learn an ancient language for such a complex joke. All three looked puzzled by the text they found. Sheila asked in surprise if it was really a diary. Soma mentioned that he skimmed through the book and found many similar entries. He added that other grimoires also seemed to contain the same texts. The long-haired girl acknowledged that Soma can indeed read ancient scripts, and Soma himself was surprised by the attention it attracted. The girl explained that there are many theories about the origin of grimoires. Some believe they are linked to ancient ruins, while others claim the writings were given by gods. There is also an opinion that grimoires were brought by beings from other worlds. She added that, although such cases are rare, techniques passed down by aliens from other worlds do indeed exist. Soma noted that the teacher seemed to have a good grasp of history. He recalled that among famous figures from other worlds, the hero Iori Kanzaki stood out. This person was widely known for his achievements. The young man pondered her words, analyzing what he had heard. Soma asked if the teacher knew about the dungeon here. The girl, surprised, asked again, referring to the dungeon, and admitted she knew a little about it. She seemed interested and slightly puzzled. The conversation took a new turn. Soma asked if there was a way to get to the dungeon as quickly as possible. He suggested there might be a hidden path. The girl reacted with surprise and said she wasn't sure if it was appropriate to share such information. She hesitated, unsure how to respond. The teacher explained that visiting the dungeon is allowed if you have the proper permission. Soma noted with interest that he wasn't aware of this rule. The girl added that there are a few unwritten rules to keep in mind. The second student admitted with surprise that she was hearing about this for the first time. The teacher stated that junior students are strictly forbidden from entering the dungeon. However, she added that there is one exception. To get permission, they must pass a special test and be accompanied by an instructor. At that moment, the academy's director joined the conversation, surprising the teacher. The next morning, Soma arrived at a new part of the academy with the girl. He admitted it was his first time there. The architecture reminded him not of a temple, but more of an archaeological site. In front of them stood massive gates leading into the depths of the dungeon. Soma expressed surprise that the director decided to personally check on him and suggested she might have too much free time. She indignantly stated that although she appears calm, she is actually the busiest person in the academy. The director then noted that the exterior design of the place resembles a training ground and helps students get in the right mindset. The girl acknowledged that this place indeed has a special atmosphere. Soma admitted he was glad she was his examiner. The girl replied that he was there thanks to her and suggested he shouldn't shy away from compliments. The guy made a doubtful remark, to which she immediately demanded he not get cocky. The atmosphere between them remained relaxed, despite the upcoming test. Soma sensed something strange and wondered if it was an aura. The girl explained that a barrier was set up in the dungeon to contain magic, preventing it from escaping and causing problems. She added that no such incidents had occurred so far. Both continued to watch the situation with caution. The director suggested that Soma hurry, reminding him that the exam content must remain confidential. She then informed him that he would have only one task. The young man listened carefully as she stated the condition: to reach the 10th floor of the dungeon. She also warned that the test would lose its purpose if he focused solely on the goal. Soma asked how long it would take to reach the 10th floor. The girl replied that she expected to do it in less than 2 hours. He recalled that the 10th floor is considered the standard level for lower division graduates, and the threshold for entering the middle division. The director announced the start of the exam, and they entered the dungeon together. Soma activates a special technique and notices that the enemies are goblins. He calmly observes their movements, standing fearlessly in front of them. Using his sword technique, he instantly defeats the opponents. After examining the bodies, the young man confirms that they were just goblins. Soma wonders if it's necessary to protect an ally in case of a sudden attack from behind. The girl responds that she can handle it herself and asks not to interfere. She also clarifies that even in the event of a mass attack or a long-range shot, help is not needed. After the conversation, the characters begin descending the stairs into the structure. The hero notes that they are making good progress and praises his companion's success in completing the task. She is surprised by his praise, finding it unexpected. Then he asks why the director has such a strange accent. The girl, embarrassed and indignant, responds that she doesn't want to hear such comments from him of all people. The young man asks if the person he's talking to is a woman, referring to her appearance. He explains that he hadn't asked before because she looked quite feminine. The girl responds with confusion, not understanding why he's asking. It's also mentioned that a similar situation happened before. The young man asks when exactly his conversation partner realized that he had understood something. The girl looks shocked and can't answer right away. He admits that he understood her from the very first glance. Then he claims that she is the dragon. The heroine is surprised and asks when her conversation partner figured out her true nature. The guy replies that he understood everything from the very first glance at her. He directly states that she is the dragon. Hearing this, the girl becomes nervous and accuses him of being too casual, since he already knew. She also demands an explanation, reminding him that she once killed him. The hero notices that the director joined him only because she had free time. The woman admits she wanted to surprise him in a secluded place. The guy remarks that she looks like a little girl, despite her true nature. The director gets annoyed and demands he stop making such comments. The girl explains that her current body looks small because it is less than 15 years old. She clarifies that even as an adult, her height won't change much. The young man recalls that her previous dragon form was quite large. She agrees, noting that even for a dragon, that size was big. The girl says she deliberately chose a smaller body this time. She claims she did this to confuse her conversation partner by creating a contrast with her previous appearance. Then she states that this difference was intended as a trick. The guy, surprised, asks again, not understanding what she means. The guy asks the girl about her intentions and requests clarification on what she meant when she said she wanted to deceive him. The girl calmly replies that it's true. Then she states that her goal was to have children. This leads to a tense pause between them. The guy, with a hint of sarcasm, recalls the past. He admits that in a previous life, he didn't make a good impression and adds that he was even made to apologize before dying. The girl admits she chose a female body because it naturally makes her want to have a child. The guy, slightly shocked, asks if her body is anatomically female. She adds that she initially considered giving him a female body too, but changed her mind, thinking he wouldn't like it. The main character is stunned by the girl's words. At first, he thanks her for her concern, but then he realizes she just said something completely crazy. He asks again, "You said you were the one who reincarnated me, right?" Clearly trying to grasp the seriousness of the situation. The girl confirms that the hero understood everything correctly. He really heard exactly what she said. She recalls that during their last meeting, when he killed her in the form of a dragon, he said something. The hero realizes the meaning of what happened and says, "So that's what you meant." The hero reflects that the chances of their reincarnation in the same world were almost zero. A girl who looks ordinary proudly claims that although she might not seem trustworthy on the outside, she is actually a former goddess. The hero is surprised that she is capable of such things. The hero asks if she, not being human, can have children at all. The girl confirms she is not human but explains that as a dragon she doesn't face such difficulties. If the bodies are compatible, the conception process is not difficult. The girl says that one obstacle to having children is that she needs about 500 more years to fully grow up. However, this doesn't really bother her. Then she asks if he knows what her wish was. The guy replies, "You wanted to use magic, right?" But she denies it. The guy is surprised that the girl can't use magic. She explains that the issue with her magic seems to lie within herself. He responds that it doesn't seem like a serious problem and adds that this is exactly why he's in the dungeon. The girl admits she wanted to go to the dungeon but wasn't sure why. She just wanted to look at the guy. He is surprised and asks what she means by look. The girl explains that she can see people's skills and strength. He doesn't object, so she asks for permission to examine his abilities, activating her assessment skill. The heroine uses the appraisal skill to discover that the main character has astonishing and extremely rare abilities, such as Dragon God's Blessing, Way of the Sword, God Slayer, Dragon Slayer, and others. confirming his power far exceeds the limits of ordinary beings. The heroine is even more amazed. The main character's arsenal includes incredible combat skills like Demon Sword, True Strike, Lightning Strike, Magic Greatsword, Attack Style Imitation, and more. This set of abilities confirms his almost divine power and uniqueness, clearly beyond that of ordinary warriors. During the assessment, the girl doesn't feel like anything is missing, but she does notice a special skill, high-level magic. This skill can't be used because of another passive ability, highlighting the uniqueness and strength of its owner. The girl understands why a certain skill can't be used. The blessing from the sword god prevents it from directly interacting with the body, which limits access to other abilities. Soma fights his opponents, and a girl mentions that due to certain limitations, he can't learn new skills. However, he confirms this, and says he often found it pointless himself. The girl concludes that Soma truly cannot use magic, and admits she might be to blame. She explains that the skill assessment ability lets one see which skills might develop in the future, but in his case, she only sees emptiness. The girl admits that before her rebirth, she granted Soma a magical skill, but it was nullified due to interference from the swordsman skill, which perceived it as a bodily change. She concludes that her interference is the reason for his inability to use magic. Soma calmly accepts the news that he can't use magic, noting that it doesn't change anything for him. He acknowledges that he always knew about his inability, and now, understanding the reason, he sees it as an important step forward. Soma says he doesn't expect any responsibility from her, as the chance to be reborn in this world was already enough for him. The girl, surprised by his words, starts to wonder if this means he actually wants to have children with her. Soma and the girl reach the 10th floor of the dungeon, completing the challenge in less than an hour, which is twice as fast as expected. The girl confirms that he has undoubtedly passed the exam. Soma recalls that, although he can't use magic due to being reborn from a dragon, he has no regrets about what happened. Soma thinks that losing the ability to use magic after reincarnation might be karma, but he decides not to say it out loud to avoid upsetting the girl. He believes it would be unfair to gain magic effortlessly, as it would feel undeserved. Soma thinks that losing magic isn't a tragedy, but an ideal scenario for him. He's ready to face challenges again, just like before, trying different approaches to achieve his goal. Soma arrives at the magic department's training ground for the first time, catching the attention of one of the girls. She is surprised by his presence, as he has never been there before. This sparks her genuine curiosity and interest. Soma says he came just because, without any particular reason, and asks how everyone else is doing. The girl with pigtails replies that she's mostly focused on practice. Meanwhile, another girl asks with annoyance why he even showed up. A guy aggressively approaches Soma and challengingly asks if he's looking for a fight. Soma calmly replies that he doesn't understand what the guy is talking about. A girl nearby intervenes and points out that this time the guy is wrong. A young man named Lars Hoffmannsthal, heir to a noble family, is upset and leaves after realizing he is lost. He is angry because Soma outperformed him, both in the entrance exams and in fencing class. A girl explains that this is why Lars reacts so aggressively. Soma is intrigued to notice that Aina has probably made some friends. However, he is puzzled when he hears mention of a noble house he's never heard of before, and he wonders if the person he's talking to is even a citizen of this country. Soma asks Helen if Aina ever yells at her or threatens her. Helen shyly laughs and says everything is fine and that they are actually friends. One of the characters warns that Aina sometimes acts strangely and advises to speak up if that happens. Soma responds indignantly, questioning why such a warning is coming from him. Soma reflects on Helen, noting that despite her fragile appearance, she is clearly not simple. Aina mentions that an ordinary person couldn't keep up with her level in magic, and since Helen was chosen as a training partner, she must be a genius too. A few days pass. Soma finds himself in a large crowd of people. The first dungeon dive of the year for all classes is about to begin. He notices that many students have gathered here, and it's a great opportunity to interact with others face to face. All the students are rushing to form teams to enter the dungeon. A girl explains that they need to act quickly because there's a time limit. The condition for participation is to create a group within the day. Everyone is hurrying, because it's a chance to start exploring before the others. One of the students notices that the guy watches the others before making a decision. His companion suggests that he should invite Aina to the team. The girl confirms that by quickly forming a group they can head straight to the dungeon. The students discuss the importance of speed when preparing for exploration. The guy says that forming a team requires 4 to 6 people. He notes that there are already 3 of them, so they don't need to look for more members. During the conversation, a 4th member joins them. One of the characters points out that the group is now complete. Another girl approaches the group, and the guy asks her to get back to work. She is surprised and doesn't understand why she has to leave. The other girls explain that it's because of her duties as an instructor. After that, the guy asks why she came, and she confirms her reason for being there. One of the girls mentions that the guy is putting together a team. He confirms this, explaining that it's best to choose people you know. The girl is surprised because she and the other participants were asked to split into different groups. One of the participants notes that he wasn't aware of any additional team requirements. A woman approaches them and explains that the students won't learn anything if they go into the dungeon as one group. One of the participants asks if Carmelia is present. The woman confirms that she is also there. She adds that since she set the rule, she is obliged to explain it. Carmelia explains that Soma and Sheila cannot be in the same group as other vanguards. Meanwhile, Aina is prohibited from joining a team with those in the rear. This rule is in place to ensure students can learn new things. Carmelia emphasizes that forming teams with people of the same specialization will negatively impact learning. 3 girls leave because they're already late and say it's time to go. The warrior is left alone, pondering who else hasn't found a team. He realizes he also needs to start looking. The blonde girl confirms she's leaving with the others too. One of the girls wonders why no one wants to team up with Oni-sama, as she believes he should be the first choice. Another explains that 2 others are considered special students. However, Soma's abilities remain somewhat unknown. One of the girls, surprised, notes that she can't believe what's happening. The guy reminds them that regardless of the situation, they still need to find teammates. He asks Helen if she knows 2 suitable people. She reacts with surprise and confusion. The young man expresses surprise and asks if he understood correctly that the girl doesn't want to team up with him. He says he expected her to agree. The girl, embarrassed, explains that she ended up without a group by accident. She also admits that she might be a hindrance to others. The young man notes that if he considers Helen a burden, then no one will suit him. He adds that he thought this way from the very beginning. The girl asks in surprise if he really doesn't mind her participation. She also wants to make sure he's willing to take her on the team. A young man decides to approach a girl with a direct request. He extends his hand to her and formally suggests joining the same team. His expression turns serious and confident. The girl looks at him intently, considering what she heard. The girl agrees to the proposal, showing slight confusion, but politely asks to be taken care of. They shake hands to confirm the agreement. The guy notes that he might have been followed earlier. He is puzzled by the situation but doesn't express any clear objections. The guy agrees to go with another student, but forgets his name. The other student, annoyed, reminds him that his name is Lars Hofmannsthal. The dark-haired guy notes that this is their first meeting, despite the other's irritation. Lars mentions he wants to talk about forming a team. Lars is surprised to be invited to the team but agrees despite disliking the interviewer's personality. He then asks to be accepted into the group. The dark-haired person apologizes if he seemed pushy, thinking Lars might already have a team. Lars repeats his request, confirming he doesn't mind participating. The dark-haired one notices the number of remaining candidates is decreasing, and they need one more participant. The blonde turns to him, catching his attention. Then he points to a person standing alone nearby. He suggests that this candidate might be a perfect fit for their team. The blonde points to a young man who is noticeably standing alone. The dark-haired one asks again in surprise where exactly this person is. The girl with braids confirms that he is indeed alone but has doubts. Then she adds that she has suspicions about this person's identity. The dark-haired person agrees that the person on the side seems like a suitable candidate. The blonde confirms his intentions and is pleased that the others agree. The girl with braids hesitates at first but then says she doesn't mind. The hero decides to approach and suggest teaming up. Soma approaches a lonely girl and asks her to join their team. He says he would appreciate her participation. The girl with short dark hair is surprised by the offer. She asks if it's really directed at her. The warrior explains that they need one more team member. He adds that if she has commitments or is against it, that's not a problem. The short-haired girl quickly responds that she has no other obligations and doesn't find him unpleasant. She starts nodding nervously, gradually agreeing, and raises her hand in confirmation. The girl expresses doubt about whether 4 people are enough for the team. despite Soma's exceptional abilities. The warrior believes it's best to head straight to the dungeon now. Each group member takes turns agreeing and asks everyone to look out for one another. They all confirm their participation and readiness to work together. The warrior says he doesn't intend to force anyone, but wants to test what their group of 4 can do. He notes that if it gets too difficult, they can return and gather more participants. The group approaches a teacher named Karina, and she is surprised by their arrival. The woman doubts that they have come for a consultation. The group tells the teacher they hope to go to the dungeon as soon as possible. The woman notes that they seem to be the first ones heading there. A short-haired girl is surprised, as she has seen others go before. The teacher explains that this year everyone is being particularly cautious. The blonde guy calls the others cowards and suggests they're just scared. The girl with braids hesitantly agrees that might be the case. The teacher asserts that their method is also valid. She adds that discussions are helpful, but nothing beats personal experience. The girl notices that they can head straight to the dungeon. The instructor confirms her words and calls the student by name. He responds that he understands and is ready. Kurt, a third-year student from the Spear Division, approaches them and introduces himself as the group's guide. Kurt introduces himself again as a third-year student in the mining department. He asks for support during the assignment. 4 newcomers greet him and make the same request. One of them is surprised that the guide is from the Middle Division, but notes that he doesn't look younger. The hero urges everyone to hurry, hinting that it's time to move. Kurt feels a bit nervous watching this. The whole group gathers and follows the leader. Kurt is surprised by their determination, but continues to accompany them. The blonde strikes the opponent using mid-level sword techniques. The monster easily parries the attack and counterattacks. The boy gets injured and steps aside. A girl in a school uniform notices the danger and swiftly reacts. The dark-haired guy attacks his opponent with a crushing blow. The blonde is frustrated by his failure and watches the scene with annoyance. The dark-haired young man advises taking a step forward for a more accurate attack next time. Internally, the blonde acknowledges that thanks to the path he chose, he was able to meet him. The blonde pushes the enemy away and declares that he can handle it himself. He charges into the attack with a determined look and strikes with his sword. The dark-haired man watches the fight in surprise, his attention focused on his comrade's actions. The short-haired guy says it's his turn to join the fight. He confidently reaches for his weapon, preparing to attack. 3 group members watch the scene, staying in a combat stance. The girls note that the dark-haired one is successfully leading the team's actions while also guarding the rear. One of the group members observes the actions of the dark-haired man. He concludes that the man is trying to let others gain combat experience while hardly intervening himself. He's curious about what the warrior is truly capable of. The thought remains unanswered, creating intrigue. The dark-haired young man notices that one of the group members looks tired. He suggests finishing the task here since there are no enemies nearby. The blonde replies that it's been less than an hour, and he's fine. However, the fatigue is still noticeable, confirming the leader's observation. The girl with short dark hair says she feels fine. The redhead agrees to continue, noting that she's just gotten into the rhythm. The dark-haired young man allows them to proceed, but asks them not to overexert themselves. The whole group continues down the corridor, and their leader notices something ahead. A young man with messy hair notices an approaching goblin. He declares that he'll handle it on his own. The creature emerges from the shadows, moving slowly forward. The rest of the group watches the scene unfold. The dark-haired warrior explains that he decided to take on the goblin himself because he felt he wasn't doing enough. The goblin was instantly defeated, pierced by his blade. The fair-haired young man acknowledges that they were indeed doing most of the work. He asks to be allowed to fight next time. The warrior promises to be more cautious and not to intervene unless necessary. A hobgoblin, slightly larger than regular goblins, appears near the group. It's considered a high-ranking monster. The blonde notes that such creatures shouldn't be found on the first floor. The calm, short-haired warrior assesses the situation and concludes that everything is clear. Kurt admits that at first, he thought the assignment would be boring. However, after what he has seen, he starts to enjoy what's happening. The dark-haired hero understands that Kurt's actions are driven by caution. The rest of the team follows him, observing the situation. On her day off, a girl named Sylvia lies on the bed, looking tired. Nearby, another student in a dress watches her friend. She complains that Sylvia is behaving inappropriately again, just as soon as she's left alone. Then she notices Sylvia's posture and comments on her poor manners. The girl in the bonnet notices that Sylvia isn't waking up. She picks up the manuscript and says it's the adventure novel Sylvia was writing yesterday. where Sylvia made herself the main character. After saying this, she hits her friend on the head, making her cry out in pain. Maria mockingly says that Sylvia is too naive. She claims that if she tries, finding lost things is a piece of cake for her. Sylvia angrily retorts, asking why she's only good at finding useless things. The girl looks irritated and slightly embarrassed. Sylvia remembered that Maria used to seem more serious and sweet to her. Maria smiled at this remark and confidently stated that she is still charming. The blonde admitted she had forgotten about Maria's personality, which had always been like that. Finally, Sylvia asked why Maria had come, and Maria replied that she came to make her bed. Maria admitted she came not just for the bed, but also because Sylvia seemed a bit down. She wanted to cheer her up. Sylvia said, "Oh," in surprise, then thought for a moment and asked if something had happened at the academy. Maria softly smiled back, maintaining eye contact. Sylvia thoughtfully asked if she could really be considered a genius, as others say. She admitted that maybe something had indeed happened to her. Maria, a bit concerned, said it would serve as both advice and a warning. She asked not to say such things anymore, as people might take it badly, and even she herself might react sharply. Sylvia reflected on her talent, acknowledging that her abilities were average in all areas. She understood how useful it was to be able to use different skills at that level. However, there were people at the academy with high proficiency in specific fields, and she felt she couldn't compare to them. She began to realize the difference between herself and those who focused on one area and achieved excellence in it. Maria sighed and said that maybe Sylvia could be content with herself as she is, but she cautiously asked if Sylvia could truly accept that. Sylvia smiled and replied that maybe there was some truth to it. Maria added that she should do what she feels is right, and Sylvia thanked her for the support. Sylvia gazed thoughtfully out the window, contemplating her situation. She admitted that she was allowed to go home every 2 weeks, but only because of her background. Realizing this special treatment, she decided she needed to change. She firmly told herself that she could no longer rely on privileges if she wanted to move forward. Sylvia admitted she felt lonely. Maria reminded her that everyone at the academy was doing their best, and Sylvia should also give it her all alongside them. The girl looked at her seriously and wished her to try hard. Sylvia thanked her with a slight smile and nodded in agreement. Sylvia enthusiastically stated that she wanted to learn a lot from Soma. He calmly remarked that she should first explain why she had this desire. Then he noted that, although he appreciated her directness, she should have expressed her thoughts more clearly. The girl tried to justify herself by calling it a kind of repayment for the help she received, and Soma wearily noted that she was at it again. Soma asked what Sylvia wanted to learn. She replied that she was currently aiming to become more versatile. She was particularly interested in behavior in dungeons. Although this was covered in classes, she wanted to hear Soma's personal advice and approach. Soma began sharing his advice and mentioned a few things to keep in mind. First of all, he emphasized the importance of being prepared for the worst. Sylvia listened intently as he paused to consider his next guidance. Sylvia noted that this had already been explained in class, but she still didn't fully understand what was meant. Soma calmly replied that they had only been in the dungeon once, and that with experience, she would encounter a similar situation herself. He added that mentors usually conclude their explanations with such words. One of the girls wondered aloud if they would really have a chance to gain such experience. Soma, hearing her doubts, asked what she meant. She evasively replied that no matter how she expressed it, the essence remained the same. One of the girls noted that such an experience is impossible as long as her older brother is around, because he always manages to intervene before anything serious happens. Another wondered if Soma needed to be absent for the others to learn something. The third participant silently agreed with this conclusion. The guy clarified that he is not all-powerful and can't handle everything. He admitted that in practice, things don't always go as planned, making events unpredictable in their own way. The girl agreed with the remark that everything is indeed unpredictable. The guy added that there's usually an even worse scenario. This surprised the girl and made her think. The guy explained that he couldn't predict what would happen in other dungeons, and it would surely be worse than any imagined scenario. The girl asked in surprise if that meant worrying was pointless altogether. The guy agreed that there was no need to worry, but added that it's still important to be prepared for the worst. He advised her to expect even worse than she could imagine, so she could remain capable of acting in any situation. The girl silently nodded, remembering his words. The girl with the flower watched her companion closely. Meanwhile, another student with a sword in hand approached, seemingly ready to start training. Then, a third girl suddenly appeared behind the heroine and placed a sword to her neck, catching her off guard. On the second day of exploring the dungeon, the short-haired girl successfully attacked an enemy with magic. One of her companions noted her significant progress and admitted he was surprised by the result. Another group member modestly explained that it was all achieved through Sylvia's own efforts. The girl apologized to Lars for him covering her during the last fight. The guy was surprised by the apology and assured her it wasn't necessary. He pointed out that she is now on par with the other squad members, and there's nothing unusual about that. The guy pointed out that Sylvia might have misunderstood the situation. She was surprised, but then admitted that it was indeed odd to apologize after being helped. The girl with red eyes reminded her that Lulz-kun had said the same thing recently. In the end, Sylvia thanked Lulz for his help last time. The spiky-haired guy irritably reminded them that he had already said apologies like that were pointless. Sylvia smiled awkwardly, while the dark-haired young man watched with a gentle smile. The red-haired guy reminded them that they were still busy, and maybe it wasn't the best time to discuss it. The dark-haired young man agreed, scratching his head and admitting that it was true. The red-haired guy was surprised that the group reached the second floor, as statistically, most don't get past the first level in their first 3 tries. He noted that they seemed confident and weren't making mistakes, while the girl next to him pondered the results of their efforts. The third floor of the dungeon is described as having a sudden change in the types of monsters. It is said to have the highest mortality rate, and it's a place where inexperienced fighters will later regret setting foot. One of the characters recalls knowing about the challenges of the second floor of the dungeon even before entering, yet still got injured there. However, he notes that it might not be difficult for the other participants. He watches their progress with interest and is glad to have taken part in this endeavor. The main character, Soma, encounters the zone boss in the dungeon. A huge and menacing creature appears before him, but Soma calmly steps forward, ready for battle. His gaze is focused, and tension fills the air around him. Soma delivers a devastating blow to the dungeon boss, crushing its massive body with a single powerful move. After the battle, he calmly turns to his companion, asking if she's all right. The girl stands silently, looking slightly stunned by what just happened. Soma asked if there was any treasure hidden in the dungeon. The girl replied that all he needed to do was reach the end of the dungeon, without providing any further details. The girl explained that it's not about the treasures at all. On the contrary, there's a danger hidden deep in the dungeon. A power belonging to a demonic god is sealed there. It's a fragment of his might, buried underground. The warrior asked if the girl was planning to take over the world, and added that it might be worth informing her father and King Alexis. She quickly objected, saying that wasn't the case. The dark-haired one noted that the mention of a fragment of a demonic god's power did sound ominous. The girl blushed and admitted that her words might have been misunderstood. The girl explained that the power leaking from the fragment causes monsters to mutate, making them stronger. She added that destroying these mutated creatures would weaken the leak. According to her, the fragment was sealed inside a dungeon to gradually reduce its power. This process allowed for controlling the spread of danger. The heroes discussed that the deeper the dungeon level, the stronger the mutated monsters become. Since energy is no longer absorbed as before, it has started rising to the upper floors. This has led to the appearance of dangerous creatures, even on the shallow levels. As a result, out of the 100 dungeon floors, only 50 are used, with the rest deemed too dangerous. The warrior listened to the explanation of the situation and clarified that his task was to go deeper and destroy the monsters. The girl happily confirmed his assumption. She noted that he appeared just as things were starting to get worse. The hero responded attentively to her words, processing what was said. The hero noticed they had already reached the 85th floor. The girl admitted that this pace was planned from the start, but he was handling the tasks too easily. She also pointed out that, in his case, defeating the monsters would take just one attack. The warrior listened without much emotion and continued on his way. The girl admitted that even though she is very strong, the depth of the dungeon requires special caution. The hero asked what she would have done if he hadn't come. She replied that in that case, she would have sought help from his parents and well-known adventurers. She hesitated a bit, considering the possible options. The guy noted with displeasure that all the other groups had already gone to the dungeon. He suggested they go since one of the members was missing. The girl tried to explain the reason for his absence, mentioning that the director supposedly asked him for a favor. She seemed uncertain as she said this. The guy irritably wondered why the principal personally approached that student. He expressed doubt about the reason for his absence. The girl admitted it was indeed strange but decided not to dwell on it. She suggested focusing on training for the next dive. Lying on his back, the guy admitted that it was impossible to get through the dungeon with just the three of them. He noted that it would be difficult to manage with their current team. The girl was surprised by his words and began to think. Then she cautiously suggested that they might have another option. The guy reminded them that nothing was done until the end of yesterday's session. He suggested that if they stick to the first floor, everything would be fine. The girl admitted she had doubts, but still thought it was possible. The second participant added that she also had doubts, but didn't completely rule out the idea. One of the students doubted if it was too risky. Another pointed out that, for the three of them, it didn't seem impossible. An older student who approached admitted he came to the academy on business and happened to notice them. The girl asked in surprise if he had been there the whole time. The guy with the staff asked if they were really going. One of the students doubted if it was too reckless. The senior waved off the doubts and advised not to worry. The others continued sitting on the grass, pondering the situation. The girl announced that she would be their guide. The short-haired guy remarked that he was curious how far they could go without Soma's help. All three stood together, looking focused as they prepared to start a new phase. The young man promised to take responsibility for the group and lead them. He added that he had received permission from the academy. Below, a person is depicted watching them from the shadows. Then all the participants entered the dungeon together. The guy noted that they had searched a lot, but still hadn't found the treasure that would allow him to use magic. The girl added that they managed to find several grimoires. She reminded him that he was the one who refused to learn magic the easy way. The group approached the entrance, and one of the members noticed that the atmosphere seemed tense. A girl with long hair stopped, clearly worried about what was happening. Her friend asked what was wrong, and she recognized the director and Soma standing ahead. The girl cried out in panic that Sylvia was nowhere to be found. Then, with concern, she turned to Kurt, trying to see if he knew where Sylvia might be. Kurt admitted his guilt and explained that the three students were doing well, so he hoped to intervene only if absolutely necessary. However, as soon as they reached the third floor, the situation got out of hand. The girl, suppressing her anxiety, asked to be shown where Sylvia was last seen. Kurt readily agreed and led them there. The young woman anxiously repeated that it was the 40th floor. She couldn't believe Sylvia had actually ended up so far down. Her voice was filled with surprise and confusion. The others silently watched her reaction. One of the students recalled that the last recorded descent only reached the 30th floor. Another noted that there are bosses on every 10th level, and Sylvia wouldn't have survived the 40th. Those present concluded that even the combined strength of the instructors wouldn't be able to safely go there. They were worried about her fate. One of the girls noted that only 3 of them could take on the boss, herself, Rena, and the director. However, her companion doubted the success of such a fight. She pointed out the danger of facing an opponent of that level with just the 3 of them. Both realized how risky such a mission would be. One of the women admitted that under normal circumstances, saving Sylvia is impossible. She added that the doors to the 40th floor must already be locked. This system doesn't allow more than one group to pass at the same time. Even if they manage to fight off the enemies, reaching Sylvia still won't be possible. The guy calmly suggested they set off since the discussion was over. The girl, surprised, asked where he was going. Without hesitation, he replied to the 40th floor and asked if there was any problem with that. His words left the others completely confused. The guy asked the girl to be his guide since she knew the fastest route. She admitted that she was planning to ask him for help with the barrier anyway. He calmly suggested that they could simply cut through the barrier. Hearing this, the others pondered, each silently reacting to the idea in their own way. The guy asked Aina and Rena to join him, and she happily agreed. Aina was surprised and wondered if they even needed their help, to which he replied that he might manage on his own, but it's more reliable with them. Rena nodded, accepting his words. The young man asked the teacher to take all the students out of the basement, fearing something bad might happen. The woman agreed, deciding that due to the problems that had arisen, it would be wiser to bring everyone back. Before leaving, he politely thanked her for her help. A mysterious man watched as the group headed deeper into the dungeon, noting that he hadn't expected to intervene so soon. He doubted the team could rescue the girl, even though the director had managed to locate her on the 40th level. A stranger with a grim smile pondered the upcoming plan, intending to put it into action. He noted that 1 or 2 of the 7 Celestials might be in the dungeon. He was particularly interested in the person capable of defeating the demon general, wondering if this was indeed that very person. The girl hurried down the corridor, tormented by guilt and helplessness. She blamed herself for what happened, thinking she had overestimated her abilities and relied too much on others. Thoughts about the third level of the dungeon and her fascination with magic haunted her. Feeling downcast, she called herself useless and struggled to hold back tears. The girl sat hugging her knees, remembering the dream she had when she came to the Royal Academy to study magic and be useful to her country and family. But once among the other students, she realized that many of them surpassed her in everything. Doubts overwhelmed her, and she fearfully asked herself why she was even there. As the girl struggled with her thoughts, a massive knight in heavy armor walked by. She shrank back, mentally pleading in panic for him to pass by, hoping he wouldn't notice her. While the girl tried to stay unnoticed, the knight activated his extrasensory perception ability and detected her. Suddenly the door swung open, and in the next moment, someone scooped the girl up, carrying her away from danger as the knight forcefully broke through the wall. The girl tried her best to defend against the blow, but her shield shattered. The knight froze, as if something had struck him. Confused, the girl stared ahead in surprise, not understanding what had happened. The girl watched the approaching blow with despair and had already resigned herself to the thought of death. Her eyes filled with tears as she thought it was the end. Suddenly, someone intervened, pushing her aside and saying she wouldn't die. The young man activated a technique called 100-petal cut. Petals swirled around him and his sword was aimed at the enemy. The girl watched in amazement, not immediately realizing that he had just saved her. The young man stood before the crowd, reflecting on his time at the academy and admitting that he actually enjoyed it. He stepped forward as if saying goodbye, with a hint of closure in his words. Then he looked at something dark, calling it a fragment of an evil god's power, and a confident smirk appeared on his face. A crowd gathered at the building's entrance, discussing how not everyone had returned from the dungeon yet. One of the students noted that it was more challenging than expected, and wondered why things had gone so far. A girl with white hair pouted in annoyance, while her friend apologized for the situation, clearly feeling guilty. The girl pushed through the crowd, asking them to make way, while the guy noticed the rushing group and was surprised by their return. One of the students realized someone was carrying an injured person and anxiously called out Suma's name. The main character was puzzled, as he thought he had instructed them not to enter the labyrinth. The main character asked what happened to Helen, noticing her distress. She tried to explain that the injured person had a serious wound, but was stumbling over her words from shock. The guy tried to calm her down, asking her to collect herself first. One of the characters reported that Kurt-senpai was found with fatal injuries. His body was severely burned and disfigured beyond recognition. The shock of what they saw was evident on everyone's faces. The victim's condition left everyone in silent disbelief. The characters discussed the Academy's version of the incident. According to them, Kurt first lost consciousness on the 3rd floor. One participant expressed doubt that a senior student could make such a mistake. His words conveyed distrust in the official version. The girl suggested that someone with malicious intent was involved in the incident. The guy mentioned that Lars, one of the suspects in Sylvia's teleportation incident, had disappeared. Their words indicated growing concern. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. The guy, running away with a sword on his back, stated that Lars is the main suspect in 2 incidents. The girl added that it would be more accurate to consider these incidents part of a single chain of events. They were clearly planning to take action. Their conclusions pointed to a connection between the attacks. The girl explained that based on the teleportation incident, Sylvia Lars is suspected of attempting to harm her. The guy agreed, citing information provided by Helen. Both concluded that such suspicions were logical. They reasoned from the circumstances at hand. The girl noted that only Sylvia, who was at the rear, noticed the trap. It was also emphasized that the teleportation mechanism worked for only one person. Despite a thorough investigation, the trap remained undetected on the 3rd floor. She added that the trap's design was too sophisticated to be accidental. The guy pointed out that suspicion naturally falls on the squad members who were with Sylvia. The girl suggested that if the culprit was nearby, they could have led her straight into a trap. She also added that there are many ways to do this. The conversation continued in the context of finding who was responsible for the incident. In a critical situation, one group member was found with severe injuries. Facial damage suggested a monster attack. However, the victim's right arm looked as if it had been crushed by a human. The suspect vanished, as if fleeing the scene. The hero reflects on what happened and concludes that everything points to Lars being guilty. He suggests that Kurt noticed something suspicious, but was attacked when he tried to uncover the truth. The sequence of events seems plausible. However, it's questionable how Kurt could have lost to Lars. The girl agrees that Kurt was the strongest in high school. Her conversation partner wonders how a freshman managed to defeat such a powerful opponent. He then suggests that Lars, coming from a noble family, might have used a rare magical artifact. It's also suggested that the teleportation trap was set up for the same reason. The girl claims that if he is truly guilty, then it's the most logical explanation. She also emphasizes that the difference in strength between them is obvious. The young man ponders what the main issue is. His face remains serious and focused. The girl in chains is Sylvia. From the dialogue, it's clear that the attacker was trying to kill her, not just kidnap her. The second girl ponders. If the goal was only kidnapping, that would make sense, but the attempted murder raises questions. It's especially strange because Sylvia is the furthest from the line of succession, so the attacker's motive isn't obvious. The girl suspects that the incident might be linked to the, quote, heretics incident, though she has no proof. The hooded man confirms that the fragments of the evil god are indeed what they were looking for. This hints at involvement with some cult or dark organization. The girl confirms that the main character was involved in a series of cases related to mysterious events, although this was not made public. She notes that the opponent's activity has increased. The hero agrees with her, confirming her suspicions. This hints at a growing threat, possibly linked to a cult or an evil force associated with, quote, fragments of an evil god. A warrior and a girl face the labyrinth boss on the 90th floor, a massive skeleton-like creature. The hero notes the need to finish the battle quickly. He activates several abilities at once, including presence detection and ambush suppression. Before attacking, he uses enhancements, the Dragon God's Blessing, and completes his preparation with the Lightning Storm technique. The hero activates new combat skills, including Absolute Slash and Pandemonium Sword. He uses boosts like Unmatched Strength and Dragon Slayer, enhancing each strike. The boss launches a powerful attack, but the opponent easily dodges and counters. The warrior notices the enemy's movements are too slow and continues the fight. The hero reports that the threat from the boss on the 90th floor has been eliminated. The girl confirms this and says that one of the obstacles to the evil god's fragments is gone. They both survey the devastated battlefield. The surroundings indicate the end of a tough battle. A young man suggests clearing the map for safety. He notes that completing the maze today will be difficult. Together with his partner, they hurry deeper into the dungeon. According to their calculations, the final goal could be reached by tomorrow. A mysterious man notices that the skeleton is gone. He doesn't understand what this could mean. His reaction suggests that things are not going as planned. The situation becomes tense and raises suspicions. The man in the cloak considers the situation with the skeleton and admits it's weaker than the evil dragon. He thinks he might get lucky if the skeleton disappears on its own. He recalls that presence concealment doesn't work on this floor, and the enemy was eliminated without his intervention. Then he states that only the last key remains. A girl wakes up in an unfamiliar place and looks around. She regrets not being able to calmly report the trap she found and handle the situation. Realizing it's not a teleportation trap, she is surprised. The character admits to feeling overwhelmed. One of the characters is surprised that Soma could witness such a scene. The girl confirms that the device is completely different from her magical teleportation tool. The dark-haired guy says he also saw her use it. He emphasizes that the differences are noticeable even in appearance. The guy explains that they use a device to jump straight to the 50th floor. The girl reacts sharply, reminding him it was supposed to be a secret. The dark-haired heroine is surprised they actually pulled it off. The second girl notes that maybe it's not a big deal if only he knows about it. The girl apologizes for what happened and explains that because some floors were skipped, the boss on the 40th level is still alive. The dark-haired heroine replies that there's no need to apologize and asks if it's not a teleportation trap, then what is it? The long-haired girl clarifies that the trap activates a special formula similar to teleportation. She emphasizes that the formula is different and serves another purpose. The guy notices that the girl might have been lucky to fall into the trap. He adds that otherwise, things could have turned out worse. The short-haired heroine looks at him with mild surprise. All three continue discussing what happened. The guy claims that the girls could have suffered like Kurt. He adds that their deaths could have been possible. The girl is shocked by what she hears and feels guilty. In the end, she admits that she couldn't do anything. A girl notices a box left on the windowsill. She checks the contents and confirms it's not a magical item. Inside, she finds a letter and Maria's headband. Surprised, she confirms the package is meant for her. The heroine recognizes the bandage in the box as the one she gave to Maria. She finds a letter addressed to her and begins to open it. The girl is puzzled, trying to understand what is happening. Making up her mind, she tells herself she has no choice but to go. The girl heads into the labyrinth. Following instructions from a letter, she's advised to use a mid-level presence concealment skill to reach her destination. She discovers a magical barrier and activates it by touching a sphere. A passage appears before her, leading her to conclude that she should enter. Sylvia enters the magical passage and notices someone approaching. Suddenly, Kurt appears in front of her and calls her by name. Shocked, she recognizes him as someone thought to be dead. Kurt calmly states that not much time has passed since they last met. Sylvia exclaims Kurt's name in surprise, not believing her eyes. Kurt notes that he's glad she's surprised and feels all his efforts were worthwhile. She recalls that he was supposed to be on his deathbed and can't understand how he survived. Kurt smirks and says it was obvious, and she would have easily fallen for a simpler trick. Sylvia is shocked by Kurt's behavior and can hardly believe it's really him. With a wild grin, he says that he's also affected, hinting at changes. Then he notes how much he despises his own voice, the way he used to speak. Sylvia cautiously asks if he is really Kurt's senpai, to which he replies that it's obvious if you just look. Sylvia notices that Kurt's senpai was supposed to be in the hospital. She hesitantly asks if he is really the same Kurt. The young man replies that the other person has nothing to do with him. Surprised, the girl asks, who then was the being she saw? The guy confirms that the girl finally understood the truth. He explains that he used another person of the same height. This person was wearing Kurt's uniform and student badge. Sylvia is amazed to realize she was deceived. The guy claims that deception helped him easily pull off the plan. He notes that everyone falls for such tricks easily and doesn't intend to explain further. Then he shifts the girl's attention, hinting at things more important to her. Sylvia remembers Maria and anxiously calls out her name. The guy insists he didn't harm Maria. He claims that, on the contrary, she struck first. He then explains that she immediately grasped the situation and without hesitation tried to bite her own tongue. He notes her determination as worthy of a royal servant. The young man states that Maria is alive because he wants his conditions to be met. He shows a scratched hand and says he got the wound because of her. The girl asks about her condition. Then she calmly asks what he demands from her. The young man claims that the request is not a big deal. He explains that she just needs to drip a bit of her blood onto the black pearl on the pedestal. The girl watches the scene unfold without resistance. The atmosphere remains tense but calm. The girl hesitantly asks a question, trying to understand the reason for his request. The guy replies that he doesn't have to explain anything. He warns that if she refuses, both will die. Hearing this, she is horrified. The girl approaches the pedestal with the black pearl, hesitating before carrying out the order. She carefully moves closer and reaches her hand toward the surface of the sphere. A drop of blood falls onto the artifact, and at that moment, it begins to glow. The heroine looks on in surprise at the object's unexpected reaction. After the pedestal is activated, a strong vibration starts, and the floor beneath the heroine's feet begins to crack. She watches anxiously, not understanding the nature of the changes. The guy laughs loudly, admitting he didn't expect the seal to actually be lifted. The girl, frightened, asks what's happening. The girl is surprised when she hears the word seal and doesn't understand what it means. The guy explains that a part of the evil god's power was sealed in this place. He mockingly notes that despite her royal lineage, she wasn't informed about it. He also adds that removing the seal required the blood of a royal family member. The young man feels a surge of power from the fragment of the evil god and admits he didn't expect such an effect. He claims that with this newfound strength, he can achieve anything he desires. Then he approaches the girl, clearly intending to take advantage of the situation. The girl watches in confusion, holding the unconscious Maria in her arms. The guy is about to test his newfound power and charges forward. The girl suddenly stops him, shouting loudly for him to stop. The next moment, a blow hits him, knocking him off balance and to the ground. Stunned by what just happened, he can't immediately grasp what occurred. The young man notes that the enemy turned out to be predictable and expresses disappointment. His companion confirms that this is indeed his typical reaction. She believes that predictable people are easy to control. She also adds that only he could say something like that in such a situation. A young man appears with a weapon in hand and says that losing vigilance leads to defeat. Next to him stands a girl, calmly observing the situation. He concludes that this statement holds true for everyone without exception. The opponent, stunned by his appearance, exclaims in surprise. Kurt steps back in fear, looking at the young man who appeared. The girl recognizes him as Soma and says his name in surprise. Another participant notices that the academy director has arrived. Soma smiles calmly and mentions that not much time has passed since their last meeting. Kurt laughs mockingly and admits he let his guard down. He says he couldn't sense the enemy's presence. Then, with a serious expression, the young man tenses up and asks how much they already know. The young man says he realized it was Lars as soon as he saw the body. He admits he kept this from the others. Kurt, with his head down, admits he's not good at thinking things through, so he was easily deceived. Lars says that everything will be simple from here on. His body starts to change rapidly, enveloped in dense energy. As a result of the transformation, he becomes a monster with a terrifying appearance. The creature looks powerful and dangerous. The main character calmly assesses the monster that Kurt-senpai has become and says, how should I put it? You have no sense of beauty, Kurt-senpai. This makes the monster burst into laughter. He didn't expect such a reaction. He assumes the mockery is just an attempt to hide fear, but the hero remains unflustered. The main character asks the opponent about the true purpose of his arrival in the forbidden place. The opponent confirms he came to gain power. He notes that the enemies blocking the path were actually defeated by the hero. With a smirk, the opponent thanks him for the help in navigating the labyrinth. The hero calmly states that he knows about the aid given to the enemy. The creature admits that it managed to break one of the seals, thanks to this help. The hostile monster is surprised by such awareness. Its reaction indicates that it did not expect such openness. The monster asks in surprise if the seal was intentionally broken. The nearby girl confirms that she gave the order. She adds that their goal was precisely this power. Her words leave the opponent deeply confused. The girl explains that despite the seal being broken, the power itself remains an undefined entity. She claims that thanks to the enemy's actions, they have gained an advantage. To eliminate this power, she says a host is needed. The monster starts laughing, not immediately grasping the hero's plan. The monster realizes it was used for someone else's purposes. It notes that the heroes planned everything in advance. However, the creature points out one mistake in their calculations. Its words suggest that the situation might change. The creature claims that the heroes underestimated the evil god's power. It reminds them that even a fragment of this power can trigger destructive concepts. The girl is shocked by what's happening and can't hold back her emotions. The young warrior notes that the power is indeed destructive but limited, as it's only a part of the full might. The girl is surprised by her companion's calmness in such a dangerous situation. The hero replies that it's just part of their strength and there's no reason to worry. He emphasizes that the amount of energy is too small to pose a serious threat. The calmness of the young people contrasts with the tense atmosphere. The girl dismissively notes that only her companion could say something like that. The monster starts to get angry, feeling underestimated. It tenses up and declares that it's being taken too lightly. The creature prepares for decisive action, sensing a threat to its dignity. The warrior declares that he doesn't intend to waste any more time and plans to finish the fight quickly. In response, the creature threatens to make him regret his disregard. It prepares to strike using its strength. The hero swiftly charges forward, ready to attack. The monster lashes out at the enemy with numerous tentacles. The hero dodges one of them, using agility and his sword. The creature keeps attacking, using all its tentacles at once. The warrior stays focused, ready to fend off the assault. The warrior soars into the air, breaking through the monster's tentacles. Light emanates from his body as he approaches the enemy. The creature notices the attack and tensely watches the opponent's moves. The tentacles begin to curl, obeying the creature's will. The warrior delivers a sharp blow, aiming directly at the monster's torso. The tentacles spread out, trying to deflect the attack, but they are too slow. The creature shudders from the direct hit, not expecting such force. The opponent is already close, ready to continue the assault. The monster is bewildered as it realizes it's being pushed back. It can't believe the evil god's power is faltering. Confused, it notices it's unable to withstand the onslaught. The question arises, why is it the one losing? The hero criticizes the enemy for taking pride in borrowed power. He points out that it's only a fraction of the evil god's might. The monster fiercely objects, unwilling to admit weakness. However, the hero's words emphasize that borrowed strength doesn't make the opponent stronger. The hero finishes assessing the opponent's abilities and announces plans to end it. He shows confidence and readiness for the decisive blow. The monster, sensing the threat, yells not to be underestimated. The tension between them escalates, leading to the final showdown. The monster can't understand why it's losing, despite its newfound strength. It loses composure and panics, unable to believe what's happening. The creature didn't expect its power to be insufficient. The confrontation continues to favor the hero. The hero acknowledges the opponent's desire for power, but believes his path is misguided. He points out that borrowed strength will always remain foreign. The monster fiercely denies his words and loses patience. The tension between them reaches its peak. The hero delivers the final blow and informs the opponent that the fight is over. He acknowledges that the opponent has decent moves. However, he notes that with effort, the enemy could become a respectable person. In despair, the creature repeats that it has strength, but it doesn't help. Despite the blows it received, the monster decides not to give up and is ready to go all in. Its body starts to rapidly deform. It turns as if preparing for a final move. The hero watches this with caution. A vortex forms in the center, emitting strong magical energy. The hero stands in front of it, watching events unfold. The young man admits his failure, believing he didn't handle the task. The girl responds that such an outcome was impossible to foresee. A worried-looking girl asks what's happening. She's told that before dying, the enemy removed the limits on the power. This action caused the energy to go out of control. The power started raging, creating chaos around. The girl with long hair says they should have killed the enemy faster. The guy next to her admits the situation is bad. He also points out that no one could have predicted this outcome. Both are worried about the consequences of what happened. The girl states that if the situation doesn't change, a disaster will occur in an hour. The second girl is shocked by her words and understands the seriousness of the threat. It is specified that, in the worst case, the entire country will be destroyed. Both realize the magnitude of the impending disaster. The young man says he has no other choice. He apologizes to the girls and tells them he's leaving everything up to them. Both are surprised by his decision and start asking questions. He leaves without explaining what happens next. The young man turns to the girls and clarifies that he doesn't intend to sacrifice himself. He adds that he's saying this just in case something unexpected happens. A confident smile appears on his face. He continues moving forward, holding a sword in his hand. The girl admits she can't predict the outcome this time. She hesitates for a moment, then calls the young man by name. After a pause, she agrees and accepts his decision. The young man continues to stand in front of her with a serious expression. The young man listens to the girl's demand to return and explain everything to his friends. She emphasizes that she won't tell them anything herself, and this applies to her as well. The warrior heads to the gates, and the girl watches him with a slight smile. As he leaves, he promises to try, and the dark-haired girl calls his name in surprise. One of the girls says that she and Sylvia need to leave. Before parting, the characters exchange brief goodbyes and smile at each other. Then the warrior is left alone and turns toward the cave. He is focused, preparing for the next step. The warrior stands alone, contemplating the upcoming outcome. He raises his sword and begins to activate various techniques. Above his head, the names of powerful skills appear, enhancing his strength. The hero prepares to use a secret art, gathering all his energy. The next day, the girl returns to the same spot. She notices that the dense aura of death still lingers. A day has passed, but the atmosphere remains unchanged. This genuinely surprises her. The girl acknowledges that the evil god's power is truly great. She explains that he was one of the two divine pillars governing this world. The second girl notes that she understands this but asks for some mercy. She also emphasizes that she does not intend to praise the opponent's strength. The girl notes that the aura of death is getting thicker. She expresses concern about what might happen if someone falls into this place. Then she remembers that the director thoroughly researched this area. She expresses respect for the work done. The girl admits she still doesn't understand anything. She expresses relief that she's not being asked to go downstairs. A new figure appears, noting that even after coming here, they still couldn't understand why they were awakened. They mention that if this is related to the god of evil, there's too much of a time gap, and hope it's not a bad omen. The dark-haired girl confidently claimed that she had obtained the information with difficulty. She looked at her companion and asked if she doubted her words. The fair-haired elf held a book and asked if what was written was related to the god of the forest. The forest in the background appeared dense and dark, creating a tense atmosphere. The elf reacted with surprise and reminded her companion that it was she who had given her the book. She extended her hand with the book, expressing indignation. The dark-haired girl looked away and said she didn't know how to respond. They continued to stand among the trees in the dark forest. The dark-haired girl pointed out that only elves claim the existence of the forest god. She looked calm and confident, maintaining eye contact. The elf flared up with anger and sharply asked if her interlocutor was trying to insult her people. Her face showed strong indignation and irritation. The dark-haired girl calmly explained that she was only stating facts and did not intend to offend anyone. She stood confidently before the elf, who looked stunned. At the same time, it was asserted that only two deities exist in this world. The goddess and the god of evil were mentioned as the sole pillars of faith. The elf, with a serious expression, insisted on the existence of the forest god. She confidently stated that she was trying to find a way to put him back to sleep. Her clenched fist emphasized the determination in her words. It was about a being that was about to awaken. The dark-haired girl explained that she doesn't deny the existence of the forest god. She clarified that she only doubts his divine nature. The elf angrily shouted back, expressing her outrage. The girl pointed out that the method to seal the forest god is described in a book. The dark-haired girl calmly explained that sealing required sacrificing one of their friends. The elf reacted in horror to this statement. The companion added that there was no reason to hesitate in such a situation. The girl approached her, emphasizing the seriousness of her words. The dark-haired girl reminded everyone that sacrifice is a traditional method of the elves. She noted that centuries ago, they used it to seal away the god of evil. The elf girl exclaimed in surprise and demanded an explanation. Her face showed shock and disbelief. The elf demanded an answer, shouting the words in desperation. The black-haired girl calmly admitted that she also kept some secrets. She remarked with surprise that she wasn't aware of the secrecy of the mentioned facts. Then she added that she might have accidentally let something slip. A dark-haired girl suggested exchanging information and promised to reveal another detail. The elf, surprised, asked what exactly she meant. In response, there was an accusation of hiding a witch. The elf's face broke out in sweat, showing her anxiety. The elf reacted sharply and reached for her weapon, but her attempt was stopped. The black-haired girl noted that such a reaction was quite expected. She explained that even her death would change nothing, as the information was already known to many. Her words were spoken calmly, despite the tense situation. The elf calmly noted that freeing the captive wouldn't change anything. She asked a question that confirmed her doubts about the wisdom of such a decision. The dark-haired girl suggested an alternative, helping to spread false information. She added that this would buy them some time. The dark-haired girl suggested using the witch as a sacrifice. She pointed out that this would achieve two goals at once. The elf was deeply affected by what she heard, and turned away with tears in her eyes. In response, she sharply demanded silence. The dark-haired girl confidently stated that sooner or later the witch would be found. She reminded them that, in the worst-case scenario, the elf and her people faced destruction. Then she suggested choosing between the people and the witch. The elf couldn't handle the pressure and shouted, demanding silence. A blade was held to the throat of the dark-haired girl, yet she remained calm. She expressed that it was better to choose a meaningful death than many meaningless ones. Then she reminded her companion that she would have to make the same choice. She held a bowl in her hands, looking ahead with a serious expression. The dark-haired girl moved the blade away from her throat and smiled, asking if they would let her go after what she said. She added that she was just expressing her opinion and that listening to her wasn't necessary. The elf watched her actions with surprise and tension. The situation remained tense, despite the outward ease. The elf scoffed dismissively and declared she was done dealing with her conversation partner. She noted that she had already paid and received everything she needed. The dark-haired girl, standing at a distance, guessed that she was about to be let go. They continued their conversation, facing each other in the open space. The dark-haired girl acknowledged that what was said earlier was indeed true. She thanked the elf for her guidance, watching her as she left. The elf walked silently down the path without looking back. She gradually disappeared among the grass and trees, leaving her companion alone. The dark-haired girl pondered recent events. She noted that the plan to resurrect the demon lord had failed. It also turned out that the mission to collect the fragments ended in failure. The evil dragon was awakened, but was soon defeated. The dark-haired girl pondered the time her body had left and expressed concern. She noted that all previous plans had been thwarted by the same person. Then she speculated that this time there would be no interference. Finally, she decided to do everything possible before the arrival of the three, who she believed were already approaching. A little girl carefully entered the room and walked forward. She approached the window and stopped, looking outside. Meanwhile, another girl noticed her and paid attention to her strange behavior. Surprised, she looked at her and said her name, trying to understand what was happening. The girl with long, dark hair calmly replied that she was just resting. She tried to assure her companion that she would soon be fine and there was nothing to worry about. The blonde girl mentioned that the holidays would start soon, and she would do something during that time. Then the girl emphasized once more that she wasn't doing anything at the moment. The fair-haired girl expressed regret that she couldn't heal her friend the same way she treated Soma. The dark-haired girl, looking weary, replied that such methods don't help with emotional exhaustion. She looked straight ahead, not hiding her fatigue. There was a sense of understanding and concern between them. A dark-haired girl asked her friend about her plans for the holidays. Meanwhile, a guy with a bandaged chest was pondering Suma's abilities. He acknowledged that Suma's treatment goes beyond the ordinary and even helped in an extremely severe case. He then added that perhaps Soma could also heal emotional exhaustion. The blonde girl thoughtfully mentioned she was planning to go back home. In response, her friend asked if she meant the place where Doris was. A slight smile appeared on her face. The conversation continued in a calm atmosphere. The blonde girl confirmed she was planning to go to that very forest. Her friend asked in surprise if it was the place where Sheila grew up. Sheila seriously added that she wanted to reflect on everything that had happened. She noted that she intended to rethink the events after the recent incident. The blonde girl admitted she wants to take up fencing. She expressed a desire to become stronger so she wouldn't be left out anymore. The dark-haired girl calmly reacted to her words. Meanwhile, the boy with the bandana wondered where the person they were talking about was now. The dark-haired girl sighed, remembering how he always made them worry. Meanwhile, a man in a cloak and hat walked through the forest along a narrow path. He was approaching a stone formation towering among the trees. In his mind there was a call to return home quickly. The man in the black hat noticed something strange in the grass and walked closer. He stopped and, to his surprise, saw a boy lying there. The boy was unconscious, with torn clothes, and looked exhausted. The stranger was puzzled about how the child ended up in such a place. The young man slowly opened his eyes and looked around while lying in bed. He realized that someone kind had saved him. Raising his hand, he tried to remember what had happened. A moment flashed in his mind when he felt like he was thrown back, although he thought he had cut through something. The guy lay in bed, staring at the ceiling and gradually coming to his senses. He concluded that he had overexerted himself. Nevertheless, he noted that the result was quite acceptable. A slight smile appeared on his face. A girl with long, blonde hair knocked on the door and carefully peeked inside. She quietly greeted as she entered the room. The boy on the bed sat up in surprise, noticing her arrival. He exclaimed, clearly not expecting the visit. The boy, lying in bed, asked if she was the one who saved him. The girl, slightly embarrassed, confirmed that she found him in the field. She explained that she noticed him when he was unconscious. Her voice had a hint of uncertainty, but she tried to speak honestly. The boy calmly thanked the girl for her help. He was lying in bed, speaking with a serious expression. The girl was flustered by his words and awkwardly tried to respond. She mumbled that it was no problem, trying to hide her nervousness. The young man apologized for his appearance and admitted he could barely move. He looked tired and weak. The girl quickly assured him that it didn't bother her. Then she asked if he was injured, adding that she hadn't noticed any injuries when she examined him. The young man, slightly tired, mentioned that his muscles just hurt. He tried to downplay the seriousness of his condition. The girl, surprised, asked again if it was really just muscle pain. Her face showed relief and mild surprise. The guy lying in bed offers to get up if he's in the way. The girl sitting next to him quickly assures him that he's not bothering her. She insists that everything is fine and he doesn't need to worry. A calm conversation develops between them, avoiding any misunderstandings. The girl suggests the young man take a break and proposes to continue the conversation tomorrow. He agrees, but asks her to introduce herself. She agrees and decides to say her name before leaving. The situation remains calm and trusting. The young man introduces himself as Soma. The girl hesitates a bit but says her name is Felicia. She expresses her pleasure at meeting him and bids farewell, wishing him a good rest. Soma is left alone in the room, lying on the bed. Soma notices the girl's appearance, noting her white hair and red eyes. He concludes her nature, calling her a witch. In his view, she is an enemy of the entire world. Meanwhile, the girl stands holding 2 apples, maintaining a calm expression. Creatures with white hair and red eyes are considered forbidden and capable of plunging the world into chaos. They are called witches and are ruthlessly hunted. Hiding such a person results in punishment, the complete destruction of the family. However, capturing one brings great honor. The extermination of witches is carried out by the Church of the Holy God. The Church of the Holy God is the largest religion in this world. According to the image, its followers make up 80% of the planet's population. This highlights its powerful influence and explains why it has enough authority to dictate policies regarding witches and control public sentiment. Witches are considered enemies of the world for using cursed techniques. These abilities are unique and can plunge the world into chaos. The saint who leads the Church of the Holy God also holds the position of the 5th king of the 7th heaven. By her decree, witches have been declared enemies of humanity. A young man ponders the nature of cursed techniques and notices their similarity to magic. This topic intrigues him and sparks a desire to explore it further. He recalls when he first heard about it. He sees the knowledge he gained as an opportunity for further study. The young man notices that witches are considered enemies of the world based on unverified information. He disagrees with this approach. At that moment, his attention is drawn to the fruits brought to him. He wonders what to do with the food in front of him. The girl remembers that the young man was holding a sword when she found him. She suspects he might have come to hunt a witch. Despite his young age, there's a sense of danger about him. She sighs, acknowledging that it's too late to ponder this now. The girl is pondering the look the young man gave her. She feels uneasy about his possible intentions. She wonders if he might be planning to kill her. In the end, she decides to set these thoughts aside until she has to face them. The young man checks his physical condition after waking up and does some stretching. There's a knock on the door, and he allows the person to enter. A girl asks how he's feeling, and he replies that he's already better thanks to her. She modestly brushes off the praise, insisting she didn't do much. The guy notes that he was helped, given shelter, and fed. He doesn't understand why the girl downplays her actions. She says she might have acted that way for her own benefit. He is puzzled by her words, disagreeing with that explanation. The girl calmly states that she is a witch. The guy is surprised by her honesty. He notes that now he doesn't have to hold back. She watches him closely, waiting for his reaction. The young man says that meeting the witch turned out to be very convenient for him. The girl is surprised by his words. She asks if he has dealings with witches. He remains calm and confident. The young man notices that the witches' forest really exists. The girl confirms that this is the place no one can enter. She claims she ended up there by accident. The guy says it was to be expected. The guy suggests that this place is a phase-shifted space. He explains that this is why it can't be detected from the outside. The girl is surprised that he figured it out on his own. She then confirms that because of this feature, no one could enter. The young man realizes he ended up here by accident. He suspects he got here by cutting through a spatial layer. This explanation might relate to the nature of his abilities. The reason for entering the forbidden zone becomes clearer. The girl confirms that this place is isolated from the outside world. She regretfully informs him that he probably won't be able to leave. The barrier separating this place makes exit impossible. Hearing this, the young man feels slightly disappointed. The young man claims he will find a way out, so isolation doesn't bother him. He believes that meeting the witch is far more important. The girl is curious about why he needs to meet the witch. He plans to explain what motivated him to do this. The young man calmly states that he wants to learn cursed techniques. The girl is surprised by what she hears. Her face shows confusion. She doesn't immediately grasp whether he is serious. The young man explains that he wants to learn how to use magic. The girl asks why he chose cursed techniques specifically. She points out that cursed techniques are not the same as magic. Then she notes that she doesn't have a cursed technique that allows for studying magic and denies the possibility of it. The young man thinks that cursed techniques might help in studying magic, since they are based on similar phenomena. He suggests that mastering these techniques could be the key to understanding magic. The girl is surprised by his determination to become an enemy of the world for this goal. The hero realizes that using cursed techniques will make him a witch. The young man calmly replies that he's not worried about becoming an enemy of the world. The girl, shocked, insists she wasn't exaggerating about the consequences. She reminds him that the whole world could indeed turn against him. Nevertheless, he remains confident in his decision. The guy claims he won't understand the witch's feelings until he experiences everything himself. He adds that despite this, he doesn't think he'll regret his decision. He observes her reaction, drawing conclusions about the seriousness of the situation. His expression remains confident and calm. The guy asks if there's a way for him to learn cursed techniques. The girl looks at him with surprise and confusion. She stays silent for a moment, considering her response. Finally, the witch confirms that such a way does indeed exist. The guy watches the cooking process with interest and impatience. The witch keeps stirring the thick mixture in the bowl without distraction. He asks several times if it's ready but gets the same answer each time. The girl asks him to sit down, as his behavior is starting to annoy her. The girl warns that she doesn't know what effect the potion will have. In the worst case, it could lead to death. She sighs and asks again if he's sure about his decision. The guy replies that it would be a problem. The young man says he's ready for the consequences. The girl admits she doesn't understand why she started having doubts. She looks worried and lowers her gaze. Her inner turmoil prevents her from making a decision right away. The girl says the potion is ready, though she's not entirely sure. The young man notes that she said something troubling. She looks away and insists it was just his imagination. The tension in the conversation remains. The young man, looking worried, asks if the attempt failed. The girl replies that she was just considering changing the vessel. A glass potion bottle appears in her hand. She remains calm, not showing any anxiety. The girl hands over the potion bottle, assuring that it's now definitely ready. The guy questions the necessity of the action, contemplating the possibility of getting closer to studying magic. After receiving confirmation, he takes the bottle and prepares to drink. Before taking a sip, he bids farewell with a phrase expressing determination. The guy drinks the potion, but after a while, he doesn't feel any changes. The girl watches him tensely, unable to hide her concern. He calmly notes that there were no effects, as expected given the low chance of success. The girl, overwhelmed with disappointment, starts apologizing, thinking she has failed. The girl admits she has a book with a recipe for the potion she needs, but she didn't check it in advance. Her voice sounds regretful because she's unsure about making it correctly. The boy is surprised and asks if she can read. She confirms she can't, lowering her eyes sadly. The guy asks to see the book so he can look at it himself. The girl explains that the book is written in a language only witches can understand to prevent its misuse. Unfortunately, she herself didn't inherit the ability to read this language. Despite this, she agrees and hands him the book. The warrior looks at a book titled The Book of Witches and is surprised. He asks if that's really the book's name. The blonde confirms it, adding that the content is written in the language of witches. The girl suggests that all the entries in the book will be inaccessible to an ordinary person. The hero asks Felicia if she is familiar with ancient sacred symbols. She replies that she has heard of them but has never seen them herself. The warrior continues to hold the book, examining it closely. Their conversation focuses on the possibility of deciphering its contents. The warrior says that, judging by the first pages of the book, it contains a recipe for an elixir. He calmly concludes that he understands the content. The girl is surprised that he can read it. Her face shows confusion and slight amazement. The hero notices that the book is a collection of articles without chronological order. He also observes the different handwriting in each entry. In his opinion, the book is a legacy created by witches over generations. He continues to study the content, drawing conclusions aloud. The girl is amazed that the young man can read a book written in the language of witches. She asks him a question in astonishment, confirming her suspicions. In response, the young man calmly nods without saying a word. He continues to hold the open book and examines its contents. Soma enters the room and notices a girl already there. She is sitting at the table, intently looking at the arranged items. Hearing him, the blonde turns and greets him with a smile. The hero observes that her morning was tiring and comments on it. The girl shows the results she got after translating the contents of the witch's book. The warrior is curious because she mentioned yesterday that she was missing some necessary components. The blonde agrees, but looks tired. The hero suggests postponing the work and gathering the materials together the next day. The blonde agrees with the hero's suggestion and decides to take a break. She confirms that she will go with this plan. The young man asks her to rest well during the day. The tired girl quietly agrees. A young man walks through the forest, carefully observing his surroundings. He notices that the selection of materials is not as abundant as he expected. Despite his search, there are few necessary components nearby. The area is filled with dense thickets and trees. The girl notes that the forest is just a forest and should have more diverse materials. However, she admits she only knows part of the area. The young man is surprised because the forest is called the Witch's Forest. She explains that the name came about simply because she lives there. The girl explains that she doesn't control this forest, however she adds that there are almost no monsters in the area that could pose a threat to her. The guy thinks over her words. He doesn't express any doubts but remains focused. The characters continue moving through the forest in search of the necessary ingredients. The blonde points to a blue flower nearby. She notes that they found it faster than she expected. The guy expresses satisfaction with her skills, calling her a real witch. The characters return home after a walk in the forest. The blonde greets the hero, saying he's back. The guy points out that they walked together, so her remark sounds odd. He also adds that it would be sad if no one responded to such a greeting. The girl notes that her companion has disrupted her usual routine. The man responds that he says such things even when he's alone because he's used to it. Then he asks her to simply accept his answer. The hero notices there are only fruits on the table and suggests eating. He asks if she eats meat or vegetables, which irritates the girl. She asks if he has any complaints. The guy responds that it's not a complaint, but he's still curious. The hero clarifies that she has been eating only fruit all this time. The girl explains that she didn't have meat and vegetables from the start. She adds that once a month she asks people outside the forest for food. The guy asks if she means getting supplies. The girl clarifies that at first, they did bring her meat. However, she explains that it was tough and tasteless. Soon after, she stopped asking for meat. The protagonist listens to her explanation. The hero assumes that the girl probably doesn't understand the essence of cooking. He thinks this explains her preference for fruit. Then he asks if she has ever had a cold. The girl replies that she has never been sick. The girl asks if the hero can start gathering materials alone from tomorrow. He notes that only a few ingredients have been collected anyway. He also emphasizes that she needs to rest to be effective. The witch reminds him that yesterday he was the one urging her to go to bed. The witch agrees with his words but still expresses doubts. The young man notes that he can only recognize known materials. He stops, noticing something nearby. His attention is drawn to something among the plants. The young man notices unusual plants with large leaves on the ground. He asks his companion what these plants are. The witch replies that they are mandrakes. She reminds him that he should know what happens if you pull one out of the ground. The girl explains that a mandrake screams when pulled out. Anyone who hears this sound dies instantly. The warrior agrees that collecting them is impossible. Silently, he picks up a long stick from the ground without saying a word. The guy swings a stick, causing the ground around the mandrake to explode. The girl watches in confusion as the plant vanishes along with the soil. The warrior regretfully notes that he failed because the mandrake flew away. He is surprised by the simplicity of the action, while his companion is upset with his approach. The young man successfully pulls the mandrake from the ground without harming the plant. The creature emerges, and he happily announces his success. The girl watches with surprise and relief. However, the young man admits he feels awkward about losing 3 other specimens. The young man mentions that tomorrow will be the day she can leave the forest. He says he saw something interesting towards the end of their time together. The girl is surprised by his words and asks what he means by the last day. He remains calm, not giving an immediate explanation. A blonde woman walks down the road from her house, heading towards the forest. She reaches a specific spot and looks around. At that moment, a magical barrier activates, revealing a passage. A tall man with long hair and a cloak emerges from the trees. He notices her arrival and comments on her punctuality. A man with a serious expression explains that he is a busy person, and being late will affect his other commitments. He takes an item out from under his coat while continuing to speak. He specifies that he brought a month's supply, Then he suggests finishing everything as quickly as possible. The woman thanks the man for bringing the items. He turns his back to her and says there's no need to thank him, as it's just payment for something. He reminds her that it's a set price. Their conversation continues calmly. The girl admits she has survived so far thanks to the man's help. Despite his words, she continues to express gratitude. The man, looking displeased, demands she hand over the goods. He agrees to her terms but asks not to waste time. The man checks the contents of the bag and confirms everything is there. The girl asks for permission to ask a question. He is surprised by her request and listens carefully. She is polite to confirm something important. A man asks a woman not to delay and to quickly ask her question. She hesitantly clarifies what happens if someone accidentally ends up in this space. Then she asks what will happen to that person. The woman looks worried as she waits for an answer. The man replies that he doesn't quite understand what the woman is talking about. He looks puzzled, clutching the bag to himself. The blonde explains that she's just curious. She looks away, not revealing her true motives. The man replies that if someone enters this place, they will be captured. He adds that, depending on the circumstances, the intruder might even be executed. The blonde reacts with fear and surprise. She asks if such measures are really necessary. The man firmly warns that no one should know about her being in this place. He emphasizes the seriousness of the consequences if anyone finds out. The girl, with a frightened expression, replies that she understands. She takes his words with concern. The man explains that the situation affects the fate of the entire elven race. He looks serious and determined. The girl, upon hearing this, visibly tenses. She is confused, but does not object. The elf asks if the information satisfied the girl. She quickly thanks him, slightly embarrassed. The man says that if there are no more questions, he will head back. He turns and walks away. The elf, looking displeased, confirms that they will meet in a month. The girl replies that she also looks forward to seeing him next month. He leaves, and she watches him go. The elf notes to himself that he found her interesting. A guy suddenly appears in front of a girl, and she's surprised by his presence. He explains that he couldn't contain his curiosity and secretly followed her. Confidently, he says he's pretty good at being stealthy. The blonde is upset by his recklessness and scolds him for the potential risk of getting caught. The blonde sighs, admitting her worries were justified. She says it's all just belated regret. The girl acknowledges she was too naive. The hero stands beside her, silently listening to her confessions. The guy admitted that he wanted to learn more about the Book of Witches. He added that even if he had the chance to leave, he would still stay. The current situation was convenient for him. The girl, hearing this, quietly repeated his words with slight surprise. The guy said he would stay here a bit longer. The girl sighed with relief and admitted she shouldn't complain since he had already helped a lot. They agreed to continue working together. However, watching him from a distance, she sensed something was off with him, reminding her of someone she called Nissan. The blonde girl admitted that every time she watched Soma, she felt her own inexperience. The girl in dark clothes, holding a mug, agreed that a lot had happened. She added that even if she shared her opinion, it wouldn't change anything. Despite her smile, there was seriousness in her eyes. The blonde girl sadly admitted that her words were wrong and apologized. The girl with the mug replied that there was no need to apologize. She added that she still felt a slight envy. The third person, sitting with her back turned, reacted with surprise to this response. A dark-haired girl admitted she had a question and asked for permission to ask it. She clarified that it was purely hypothetical. Then she posed a choice between elves and Soma with others. The blonde girl froze with a confused expression, unsure of how to respond. The hero asks the girl what the cursed techniques can do. The blonde is surprised by the question, not immediately understanding where he's going with it. She looks at him with slight confusion. The conversation continues in a calm setting. The girl realizes she hasn't shown her cursed techniques. She explains that the hero has been busy making medicines all this time. After that, the blonde admits that even for her, it's hard to explain their essence. She ponders how exactly to present the information. A girl with long blonde hair asks the guy if he wants to see it for himself. The dark-haired young man firmly confirms that he doesn't want to miss such a chance. A witch, in a black cloak with a broom in hand, appears before them. She suggests they go right now. The guy is surprised that the event won't happen right here. The witch explains that the place isn't suitable for it. She adds that it's the right time of year. The young man looks at her in confusion. A girl in a black cloak leads her companion to another spot in the forest. In the distance, a small clearing with swings and dense trees can be seen. The witch gazes intently into the distance, then closes her eyes. She folds her hands in front of her and begins to concentrate. The witch says the name Ran, standing with her eyes closed and hands joined. Dark streams of energy begin to appear around her. She activates a spell called Cursed Technique, Rain Energy. Magical power surrounds her, filling the space around. Raindrops appear in the sky, starting after the spell is activated. The rain gently falls to the ground, creating a soft noise. The young man watches with wonder and admiration. He realizes how powerful witches are, able to control the weather. The guy wonders if a single wizard could cause such a phenomenon. He notes that influencing the weather requires magic on a much larger scale than usual. The witch modestly replies that she doesn't consider what was done to be anything remarkable. She looks away, slightly embarrassed. The witch suggests that everything depends on the person and their natural inclination. She adds that for her, starting a fire is much harder than summoning rain. The young man asks in surprise if that's really true. The girl confidently confirms his words. The guy expresses the opinion that cursed techniques resemble hujutsu more than magic. He looks thoughtful and continues pondering. The witch, surprised, asks what hujutsu is. Her expression shows genuine interest. The young man explains that hujutsu is available to those who believe in the holy god. He adds that it's a power that can be used through prayer. Due to its nature, hujutsu is not considered magic in the full sense. The guy clarifies that he has only studied it through literary sources. The witch realizes that the cursed techniques are indeed similar to hujutsu, as they also require prayer. She acknowledges the similarity between these powers. The guy recalls that she previously mentioned the possibility of using magic through faith in the holy god. He wonders if this is directly related. The guy explains that followers of the holy god used to only practice hujutsu. Now the church has started using magic to attract more believers. The girl responds with understanding, noting that the world has become complicated. A woman watches the rain from her window, remembering that a certain season has arrived. She notes that even in the elf forest, filled with the power of the forest god, it doesn't rain. The girl explains that even with rivers and water sources, it can still be insufficient. She describes the witch's power as a miracle that can defy the laws of nature. The elf expresses indignation, calling the desire excessively one-sided. He accuses the interlocutor of demanding even greater sacrifices from the witch. The man acknowledges that guilt is natural, but you can't escape what's happening. He advises preparing in advance, while there's still time. The girl explains that she's just taking shelter from the rain. She admits she's surprised by the sudden downpour. The man says he didn't expect a witch to be capable of such a thing. He acknowledges he wasn't aware of her abilities. The elf irritably asks how the girl ended up here and why she came. He is clearly surprised by her appearance. She replies that the reason for her visit is quite obvious. She states that she came to help with making an important decision. The elf skeptically asks if she really came to help. The girl reminds him that she already offered a sensible solution. She adds that she couldn't stand by and watch if his race were to be destroyed. The seriousness of her words is emphasized by her grim expression. The elf replies that the reason for rejecting her plan isn't due to guilt. He states that her proposal leaves no room for mistakes. Additionally, he admits he couldn't find a suitable guardian for the task. The girl curiously asks if that's really the case. The girl reflects and calmly says she understands the situation. The elf abruptly reminds her that the seal won't last another month. His face shows tension and worry. He is clearly aware that a critical moment is approaching. The girl insists that now is not the time for excuses. She emphasizes that it's not just about survival, but also about the desire to live. The elf, with a stern expression, says a decision must be made immediately. He warns that otherwise, his race will be destroyed. The girl leaves, stating that the final decision doesn't concern her. The elf remains standing, pondering her words. Suddenly, he senses someone else's presence and becomes alert. His eyes widen in surprise, and he confirms that he fully understands what's happening. A hooded figure appears in the forest, slowly walking between the trees. The girl lifts her head, sensing a familiar aura. She realizes that the nostalgic presence belongs to someone she knows. Looking around, she feels that something is off in this place. The girl is surprised to see an elf in front of her and can't believe he appeared. She asks how he got there. The man smiles and asks if it's strange that her older brother came to greet her. She notes that it is indeed unusual for the tribe's leader. The girl looks closely at her brother and asks what happened. The elf, with a slight smile, replies that she wouldn't believe him anyway if he said nothing happened. He tries to stay calm despite his anxiety. She keeps watching him, waiting for an explanation. The elf thoughtfully notes that her return might be a sign from above. He looks at his sister with a serious expression. After a brief pause, he says he will act as a tribal leader should. The girl silently observes his determination. The elf, in a stern tone, declares that he speaks as the tribe's leader. He orders a girl named Sheila to fulfill an important duty. The man demands that she become the support of their village. Hearing this, she is greatly surprised and freezes. The girl sadly says she can no longer provide him with food. The young man listens carefully without interrupting. She adds that, in return, they will have the opportunity to go outside. The boy, surprised, asks again, not quite understanding what was said. The young man realizes that his peaceful time has come to an end. He looks at his hands, feeling the inner tension. Now, with no way out, he considers the possibility of destroying the elf forest. Determination is evident in his eyes and stance. The girl apologizes for making the decision on her own. The guy is upset that she didn't consider his opinion and reminds her that he said we. He asks if he will really be able to go outside too. Then he inquires if she has told others about his existence. The guy calmly says he doesn't mind the decision. He admits he's surprised they actually let him leave. He didn't expect it to happen peacefully. His expression remains focused and thoughtful. The girl suspects something serious has happened. The guy is surprised that it's more important than the witch's hideout. She confirms his guess. Then she says she'll have to handle this matter in exchange for permission. The guy asks if she can handle it on her own. He reminds her that elves are strong enough to create such spaces. Then he questions whether she can solve a problem that even the elves couldn't. His tone remains serious and thoughtful. The girl says that the elves wouldn't ask for her help unless it was necessary. She notes that she wasn't given any details. The guy wonders how she plans to solve the problem without knowing the specifics. She replies that it's unlikely to be anything more challenging than Hildegard. The girl carefully approaches Soma and asks if he plans to help her. She anxiously waits for his answer, not looking away. The boy is surprised and replies that it's a given. His face remains calm and confident. The girl starts to protest, saying the condition only applied to her. She insists that he doesn't have to be involved. The guy calmly replies that he's not obligated to help the elves, but he has reasons to help her. He adds that even though he doesn't have to, they are in trouble right now. The girl lowers her gaze and quietly notes that he has been helping her more than she helps him. Her voice carries a hint of sadness. She admits this with uncertainty. Her expression shows gratitude and slight embarrassment. The girl asks him to step in, only if she can't handle it herself. Her words sound serious and restrained. The guy listens carefully and agrees with a slight smile. He confirms that he understands her request. The elf carefully observes the young man and realizes this is the person they were talking about. The young man stands calmly before him, showing no signs of anxiety. The man apologizes for any inconvenience caused. The young man replies that everything is fine. The elf looks at the guy and says that he should be the one apologizing. His face remains serious. The young man is surprised by this statement. He asks again, with slight confusion, not understanding what the elf means. The elf turns and says they need to leave immediately, no delays. He promises to explain everything on the way. The girl agrees with slight hesitation. The guy follows them silently, watching everything closely. The young man watches the departing figures and concludes that something serious is happening. His face remains calm but focused. The elf and the witch walk ahead without looking back. He quietly remarks that he truly feels the tense atmosphere. People are gathering in the square, bustling with excitement. Decorations and an altar with burning torches are set up in the center. A young man looks around in confusion, not understanding what's happening. A fair-haired youth approaches him, gives him a friendly hug, and asks why he looks so gloomy on such a joyful day. The guy, looking confused, says he doesn't understand what's happening around him. He adds that he doesn't know what exactly he should be happy about. His face remains calm, but there's a hint of tension in his eyes. He admits that without explanations, he can't join in the fun. The blonde-haired guy is surprised when he hears the other person's response. He says he doesn't know who brought him here. Then he realizes his words sounded quite rude. His face shows slight confusion and bewilderment. The blonde guy decides not to take offense and says he'll forgive the rudeness this time. He smiles and tries to keep the mood light. The dark-haired young man asks what the celebration is for. His companion gets lost in thought and apologizes, forgetting what he wanted to say. A large crowd gathers in the square, with a bonfire burning nearby. The guide explains that this is a festival of gratitude and prayer to the forest god. He adds that today can be considered the eve of the main festival. The atmosphere remains festive and lively. The guy admits he's never heard of the forest god. He asks who that is. His companion replies that the forest god is the one who grants power to the elves. He adds that besides the elves, no one knows about this deity, which is quite natural. The guy agrees with his companion, suggesting that the forest god really does exist. He looks ahead with a slight smile. Then he asks how often this festival is held. Both continue walking toward the gathered crowd. The blonde-haired guy admits he doesn't actually know how often the festival is held. He adds that he wasn't born yet when the previous one took place. Then he guesses that it's held once every few hundred years. His face shows slight confusion. The guy concludes that since the festival is held so rarely, it must be a really important event. He notes that it now makes sense why he was allowed to participate. His companion explains that elves usually don't like outsiders, so his invitation to the celebration is an exception in itself. The blonde-haired guy agrees with his companion's conclusion and acknowledges he's right. He notes that if it weren't for this special occasion, guests wouldn't have been invited at all. His face shows gentleness and a slight smile. He emphasizes the uniqueness of the event. The guy smiles, realizing he's lucky to be here. He sits calmly next to his companion among the other partygoers. Suddenly, he notices something and looks up in surprise. The blonde elf says that the main star of the evening has finally arrived. A girl with closed eyes calmly steps onto the lit path. An elf watches her from afar, never taking his eyes off her. She appears in traditional clothing, impressing everyone gathered. A young man, surprised, says her name, Felicia.